Chapter 138. The World Hero Conference is about to begin. The majestic voice resounded again and resounded across Chaoga Royal City. Just when he finished speaking, Qingsong Mountain began to tremble violently. A translucent screen of light rose from the fog surrounding Qingsong Mountain into the sky, trapping the entire mountain within it. Rumbling thunderclouds suddenly gathered. The sea of clouds parted, and a silhouette descended slowly. He wore a black emperor's robe and a noble crown, which swayed continuously. His body was domineering, and his face was majestic. He was like an emperor in the legends looking down at the world. The emperor of Great Shang Yang Xindi. Zhou Xuanji looked up at him, and so did the hundreds of thousands of powerful cultivators on Qingsong Mountain. Yang Xindi was expressionless as he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Everyone here is a hero of the world. Today, we have gathered at the World Hero Conference for the sake of the word hero. The rules of this World Hero Conference are not as complicated as the previous ones. The ranking will be based on survival time. The one who lasts the longest wins. Either you die, or you fly to the edge of the spell formation and surrender. Remember, you must fly to the edge of the spell formation and surrender, or else you will be killed. That is your fate." Yang Xindi's words moved everyone's expression. The rules were so cruel. A powerful cultivator could kill thousands of people with just one move. Fortunately, Qingsong Mountain was too high for them to reach. They could find a place to hide. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow slightly. He did not reject such rules because it was the most time-saving one. "I declare that the World Hero Conference officially begins." Yang Xindi cried out domineeringly. His voice shook the heavens. Just when he finished speaking, a horrifying aura exploded from the top of Qingsong Mountain. "I am Yang Renlong. I will wait for you at the top of the mountain. Who dares to compete with me for the first place?" An arrogant and domineering voice came from the top of the mountain. It looked down on the world and despised everything. Zhou Xuanji got up slowly, and the soft velvety sword appeared in his hand. Su Xianxian got up as well. She glanced at the sword in his hand and asked, "You are not going to fight with your full strength?" Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "I don't kill the weak. If he fought with his full strength, how could he fight later? He was only at Soul Fountain. His spirit energy reserve was only considered average in this World Hero Conference." Su Xianxian looked at him intently and said, "Sir, why don't we work together and enter the top 10? As a leaving Aperture Realm cultivator, she should have been able to get into the top 50 easily. However, getting into the top 10 would be difficult for her." Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and said proudly, "Ferocious tigers always fight alone. Only weak wolves need to gather in packs." With that, he ran down the mountain and quickly disappeared into the thick fog. Su Xianxian was stunned. She was so angry that she stomped her right foot on the ground. "Humph! You really know how to talk big. You're obviously scared." She snorted coldly and ran up the mountain. Zhou Xuanji dove all the way and quickly came to an uninhabited area. He walked to the bottom of a sturdy boulder. The rocks of Qingsong Mountain were very hard. Even though there was a huge battle going on above, there weren't many rocks that fell. Just when Zhou Xuanji sat down, he suddenly saw a person lying on the grass not far away. He was dressed in green and had a green scarf on his head. With the help of the thick fog, he perfectly blended in with the grass. F***CK. Voldemort. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart before he used the 8-step sword lunge and came up behind that person in 1 step. The soft velvety sword stabbed forward. Ouch! That person let out a weird cry. It sounded like he was in pain, which made Zhou Xuanji raise his brow. He seemed to have stabbed him in the middle of his buttocks. The man let out a cry and stopped moving. The soft velvety sword began to take effect. That person's body was already weak and powerless. He did not even have the energy to speak. Zhou Xuanji returned to his original spot and waited quietly. That person in the grass looked at him furiously and fearfully. His eyes looked like he wanted to tear him into pieces. The battle above grew more intense. Even from where he was, he could still hear it clearly. Corpses fell from time to time and disappeared into the endless abyss. Zhou Xuanji waited quietly. Half an hour later, that Voldemort moved a little. Zhou Xuanji walked over and stabbed his buttocks again before returning to his original spot. "Damn it! That person roared in his heart in despair and anger. Before he could show his prowess, he was going to die here in frustration? At this moment, a tiger demon ran down from the mountain. He looked terrified and was covered in blood. Apparently, he had just experienced a fierce battle. He passed by the boulder where Zhou Xuanji was hiding and did not notice him. Zhou Xuanji relied on the qi-obscuring incantation and acted as though he did not exist. But the tiger demon noticed the person in the grass. He grinned and said, "Good lad. You're very wretched." He walked over straight away and broke that person's neck, killing him. Then, he took off the man's clothes and put them on himself. Then he crawled to another bush to hide. Just when he was on the ground, he felt that his buttocks was stabbed by a sword. It was painful, but an indescribable numbness made him feel a little refreshed. Zhou Xuanji stood behind him and shook the blood off the soft velvety sword. *T. The tiger demon sighed in his heart. He was too careless. Zhou Xuanji dragged him out of the bush and returned to the boulder to hide. After a while, a few more people came down. All of them were stabbed by Zhou Xuanji's soft velvety sword and fell to the ground. Zhou Xuanji did not kill him but let them bait him. And just like that, the cycle repeated. Within an hour, more than 100 people were lying on the ground. There were humans and demons, but all of them were in despair and could not move. At the top of Qingsong Mountain, two silhouettes were fighting fiercely. They were like two beams of rainbow light, clashing continuously. They were Yang Renlong and Diyu. Yang Renlong looked like Yang Xindi but younger. He wore a golden robe and a golden dragon crown on his head, looking very domineering. Diyu, on the other hand, was bald. He wore a cassock and a string of prayer beads around his neck. Each prayer bead was the size of a baby's head. His muscles were firm and bulging, and his entire body turned golden like a Buddha statue. The two of them were like immortals fighting, and Qingsong Mountain trembled continuously. Many cultivators and demon kings were fighting on their own. Even the thick fog could not hide their silhouettes. In the royal capital, the commotion was deafening. Yang Renlong is so powerful. He's the child of destiny indeed. As expected, this year's World Hero Conference will be the final battle between the two of them. Golden Buddha statue. Diyu has achieved great accomplishment? Too powerful. I feel that both of them will be heavily injured, and then others will take advantage of the situation. Ha ha ha, you must be joking. Countless humans and demons discussed among themselves in the city. Every once in a while, a participant would fly to the edge of the spell formation and admit defeat. Many of them were killed before they could even reach the edge of the spell formation. The battle was extremely tragic. Su Xianxian dashed swiftly through the mountain. Blood splattered everywhere she passed. Her astral projection cultivation was fully displayed, and no one could catch up with her. She looked up at the sky. Under the sea of clouds, Yang Renlong and Diyu were like two suns, majestic and awe-inspiring. Is he still not going to make a move? Su Xianxian thought of Zhou Xuanji. With Zhou Xuanji's power, he would surely be able to compete with Yang Renlong and Diyu. Chapter 139. At the foot of Qingsong Mountain, Zhou Xuanji was lying on the ground, resting casually. The humans and demons around him looked at him furiously. If not for the fact that they were weak, they would have fought Zhou Xuanji to the death. A female cultivator leaped down like an agile monkey. When she saw the situation around her, her expression changed. She held onto her dagger and looked wary. So many people are lying here. Could it be that a powerful cultivator is hiding here? She was shocked in her heart and was extremely nervous. At this moment, PFFTT, she felt that her butt was stabbed. Instantly, her body turned numb, and she fell to the ground. The humans and demons who were lying on the ground all sighed. He had gained another comrade. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He quickly returned to his original spot and continued to hide. He suddenly thought of something and turned around to take all the storage rings and bags of the humans and demons. This time he was completely infuriated. All the humans and demons stared at him viciously with bloodshot eyes. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji gave each of them one strike and the demon 2 strikes. Time continued to pass. Zhou Xuanji gained more and more. 2 hours later, there were less than 10,000 people left on Qingsong Mountain. Most of the participants were fighting for themselves. It was intense. Zhou Xuanji was still calm. There were still many people. Let them continue to fight. For hours later, there were less than 1,000 participants left on Qingsong Mountain. Almost all of the participants were injured. Above Chaoga Royal City, in a floating pavilion, Yang Xindi sat on his throne. 2 palace maids were massaging his legs. A general standing beside him said with a smile, "No matter Yang Renlong or Diyu, they are both emperors. The heavens bless Great Shang." Yang Xindi nodded with a smile. Great Shang was not like Great Zhou, where the princes fought for the throne. Even the harem would join the fray. In Great Shang, no prince was willing to fight with Yang Renlong and Diyu. The two had a gentleman's agreement. One was the emperor, while the other was the guardian of Great Shang. The two worked together to lead Great Shang to conquer the world. So no matter who won, it was Great Shang's fortune. How did the girl from Hanin Divine Sect do? Yang Xindi asked suddenly. He was referring to Su Xianxian. The general muttered, "She's all right. She's hiding in the forest of Qingsong Mountain, following the rules. She won't be a threat to the two princes." The Hanin Divine Sect was extremely powerful, and it was not inferior to the Xinhao sect. They were treated as important guests by the Great Shang dynasty. It wasn't just the Hanin Divine Sect. The Haoqi Alliance was also an ally of Great Shang. Yang Xindi said meaningfully, "That girl's physique is special. She is well educated and talented. It would be great if she could become the future queen of Great Shang." When these words were spoken, the general was moved, immediately understanding his intentions. But doing so would offend Haoqi Alliance. This matter needs further discussion. The general hesitated and did not persuade Yang Xindi directly. Meanwhile, on top of Qingsong Mountain, Yang Renlong and Diyu were panting heavily as they distanced themselves from each other. "Diyu, you've grown stronger again." Yang Renlong wiped off the bloodstains on his face. The corners of his mouth curled up into a bright smile. He was very excited. This kind of hearty battle was too satisfying. Diyu was still maintaining his golden body. He smiled and said, "Of course. You're not bad either. It seems like it's hard to determine the winner between us." The two of them looked at each other and laughed heartily. They ignored all the participants below them. Boom! At this moment, a fiery sword chi soared into the sky from the billowing fog and transformed into a phoenix. Screech! The phoenix's cry resounded across the entire Chaoga Royal City. Countless people shut up and looked over. Yang Renlong and Diyu also looked toward the imperial court instinctively. In the forest, Su Xianxian saw the phoenix through the gaps between the leaves. Her eyes brightened as she mumbled, "He's finally going to make his move." In the floating pavilion, Yang Xindi squinted his eyes and said, "Such a powerful sword chi. Could it be that a grandmaster of the Sword's Way is participating in this World Hero Conference?" The general beside him was stunned too. He had never heard of any powerful sword cultivator participating in the conference. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Xuanji rose from the dense fog with the Phoenix Emperor sword in his hand. The right half of his body was burning with flames, making him look like a god of fire, majestic and awe-inspiring. While countless people were in an uproar. They could not believe their eyes. Who is he? Such a powerful aura. I did not expect there to be so many hidden talents in this World Hero Conference. What is he trying to do? This is going to be a good show. Could it be that he wants to challenge Yang Renlong and Diyu? The people discussed among themselves. They were all curious about Zhou Xuanji's identity. Even the participants on Qingsong Mountain looked at him in amazement. Zhou Xuanji quickly flew to the top of Qingsong Mountain and maintained the same height as Yang Renlong and Diyu. The corner of his mouth curled up and he said with a smile, "Sorry, I have to steal your limelight. The winner of this World Hero Conference is none other than me. If you are not convinced, let's fight." After that, he raised the Phoenix Emperor sword high up. The fire phoenix spread its wings and let out a long cry behind him. It was majestic and awe-inspiring. Yang Renlong squinted his eyes. Diyu frowned. Both of them were thinking about who Zhou Xuanji was. "Humph! You want to win?" Diyu snorted coldly. He shook his arms, and his body expanded abruptly like a human-shaped monster. The golden radiance on his body was extremely dazzling. He punched toward Zhou Xuanji. Ba! A Buddhist voice exploded. A giant golden fist smashed toward Zhou Xuanji like a mountain of gold, pushing away the clouds and mist. It was a magnificent sight. Zhou Xuanji smiled disdainfully and slashed with his sword. Tempest slash. The fiery sword chi swept horizontally and collided with the giant golden fist. The two exploded immediately. Diyu and Yang Renlong moved at the same time. They quickly passed through the smoke created by the explosion and came up to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji flipped out the soft velvety sword with his left hand. With two swords in his hands, he used the dual sword mode to fight 1 against 2. The three of them moved so quickly that the onlookers were dazzled. Zhou Xuanji entered the sword will mode. His battle instincts pushed his senses to the extreme, and he could block every move from Diyu and Yang Renlong. He did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Instead, he displayed the demeanor of a grandmaster in the sword's way, calm and sharp. Such a scene made countless people's jaws drop. This sword cultivator who came out of nowhere could really fight against Yang Renlong and Diyu. How can it be? Who is he? He's the Phoenix Sword Emperor. He subdued Chongming Demon Monarch. Chongming Demon Monarch? The famous 7th rank bull demon? Phoenix Sword Emperor? Why haven't I heard of it? Amazing. It feels like he's not any weaker than the Son of Destiny. Within the royal city, the cultivators who teamed up with Zhou Xuanji back then revealed his name. All of them were incomparably excited, as if the Phoenix Sword Emperor was their good friend, and they were proud of him. Yang Xindi frowned. He was thinking about Zhou Xuanji's origins. This kind of expert should be famous throughout the world and he should know of him. Zhou Xuanji's swords moved like the wind, and his sword techniques were ever-changing. Sometimes he combined the white crane sword technique with the fiery flame sword technique, and sometimes he combined the vibrant raindrop sword with the 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword. Yang Renlong and Diyu could not react in time. In the new month he decided to be positive. From now on 500 monthly votes plus 1 update. On the basis of 3 chapters a day, every additional 500 monthly votes would add 1 chapter. I used to get 1,000 votes and 1 more. We have thousands of people who want to subscribe, and each person gets 1 ticket. That's a good deal. Our name should be on the monthly votes list. We don't want to soar to the sky in one go, we just want to rise step by step. My life is on the keyboard. How much I add depends on you guys. Charge. Chapter 140. Damn. Why is this guy's mastery of the way of the sword so high? The fluency in switching sword techniques is definitely the first I've seen in my life. Yang Renlong gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with anger. This World Hero Conference was his stage. It was the best opportunity for him to become the crown prince. How could he allow a nameless person to disrupt it? Diyu's face was hideous and began to use all his strength. His strength was extremely horrifying. Zhou Xuanji began to receive his attacks easily, but his arms were a little numb. This guy is a pure body cultivator? Zhou Xuanji glanced at Diyu and thought in surprise. He felt that he was facing a demon with a powerful body and not a human. As for Yang Renlong, his spells were exquisite and endless. Fortunately, his Phoenix Emperor sword was more powerful. Yang Renlong suddenly distanced himself from him. He raised his right hand and pointed his index finger toward the sky. He quickly drew a circle, and a purple halo appeared above his head. "Wind assist me!" Yang Renlong cried out. His voice reverberated under the sea of clouds. A violent gale came and surged into the purple halo. Next, he swung his right hand toward Zhou Xuanji. The purple halo turned around and faced Zhou Xuanji vertically. The violent gale surged in from behind and turned into countless wind blades that shot toward Zhou Xuanji. Diyu maintained his golden Buddha form and kept Zhou Xuanji busy, making it impossible for him to dodge. Ding! 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 The wind blades landed on Diyu's body, but it was as though they had collided with a diamond. A clear metallic sound could be heard. Zhou Xuanji entered golden invincibility as well. The Phoenix Emperor sword blocked most of the wind blades while he blocked the rest with his body. Golden invincibility. Diyu opened his eyes wide in astonishment. This sword cultivator was also a great accomplishment in body cultivation? Not only him, but all the spectators were stunned. In their eyes, even though Zhou Xuanji was not as dazzling as Diyu, he still looked like a golden man. Could it be that this guy knew a Buddhist golden body energy technique? Golden invincibility. Great accomplishment in body cultivation. Yang Xindi's eyes brightened as he mumbled to himself. Admiration could be seen in his eyes. He asked, "How is this person compared to great Zhou's sword god Zhou and the sword monarch?" The general was stunned and said hesitantly, "In terms of sword techniques, he might be more powerful, but he might be weaker." They did not associate Zhou Xuanji with sword god Zhou. It was said that sword god Zhou had a handsome appearance and could control a dozen legendary swords. His god emperor sword was even more famous. This phoenix sword emperor looked ordinary, and he used a sword that could form phoenixes. He was very different from sword god Zhou. "Your Majesty, you want to rope him in?" the general asked curiously. Yang Xindi nodded. He said with a faint smile, "I don't have such a personal swordsman by my side." The sword was the king of all weapons. Since ancient times, the weapons of emperors were mostly swords. Yang Xindi was no exception. He felt that Zhou Xuanji's sword technique was quite good, and he was a little moved. Even the emperor of Great Shang was impressed by Zhou Xuanji's sword technique, let alone the other spectators. What a beautiful sword technique! This person is definitely a grandmaster of the sword Dao. Such sword techniques are ever-changing. Phoenix Sword Emperor? Is our Great Shang finally going to have an expert in the way of the sword? Could he be Sword God Zhou? Didn't Lin Guanyu come to find Sword God Zhou not long ago? Are you stupid? How can Sword God Zhou use so few swords? If Sword God Zhou is here, what's the point of playing? He can't be. The people discussed among themselves, and they could not help but mention the sword cultivator who was in the limelight recently, Sword God Zhou. Zhou Xuanji did not know about their discussion. He was focused on the battle, thinking about how to defeat Yang Renlong and Diyu. These two were more powerful than Chongming Demon Monarch. They were probably the most powerful beings in the astral projection stage. In Great Shang, he did not want to use the God Emperor sword. After the thought, he leaped up and distanced himself from Diyu. He quickly disappeared into the sea of clouds. Diyu and Yang Renlong looked up with vigilance. This sword technique is called Heavenly Lights. I, the Sword Emperor, created it myself. I will show it to you. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the heavens and the earth. The sword techniques in the Supreme Legendary Sword System were all created by him, and no one in the world knew them. No one could refute his claim that he created them. Countless people held their breaths and focused. Among the crowd, the cultivators who teamed up with Zhou Xuanji were all excited. They remembered how powerful the heavenly lights were. Even Chongming Demon Monarch, who was in the inn, poked his head out of the window. With a sword in my hand, it's like there's no sword. With a sword in my heart, everything is a sword. The sword in my eyes is the 5 lakes and 4 oceans, the earth, the mountains and rivers, the sun, moon and stars. Zhou Xuanji's voice came again. His tone was impassioned, which made everyone's blood boil. Diyu and Yang Renlong became anxious. Could it be some ultimate sword technique? On Qingsong Mountain, all the participants opened their eyes wide, waiting for Zhou Xuanji's sword. They saw the sword qi transform into the heavenly lights and descend like a torrent, piercing through the sea of clouds and sweeping up waves of strong gales. The heavenly lights were extremely fast. Diyu's expression changed drastically. He instinctively raised his arms to block. Boom! The heavenly light smashed Diyu down the mountain, into the dense fog. It was extremely domineering. Yang Renlong opened his eyes wide and turned around to dodge instinctively. Another stars of the sun, moon and moon descended, blasting the mountain. Countless trees collapsed, and the entire Qingsong Mountain began to shake violently. Such a powerful sword qi. Yang Renlong's expression changed drastically. Cold sweat covered his forehead. He suddenly sensed danger. The entire Chaoga royal city was in an uproar. Such a powerful sword technique. It's like the might of heaven. It's really the heavenly lights. With a sword in your heart, everything is a sword. Such a high level of attainment. I want to learn the sword too. Phoenix Sword Emperor? He's so powerful. I want to be his disciple. The people discussed excitedly, and even the monsters lurking in the crowd were impressed. In the floating tower. I must have him. Yang Xindi said excitedly. The general beside him was equally excited. This person's sword technique can be ranked in the top 5 in the world. It was easy to learn a sword technique but difficult to create one. This move, Heavenly Lights, was obviously a peerless sword technique. If such a talent was recruited, how many powerful cultivators in the sword's way could he nurture for Great Shang? On Qingsong Mountain, Su Xianxian was also extremely excited. She did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be more powerful than Diyu and Yang Renlong. If this continued, could he really win? Boom! Qingsong Mountain shook again. A horrifying aura exploded, shaking all the trees on the mountain. Strands of golden radiance broke through the dense fog like the Buddha's light. Phoenix Sword Emperor, right? I do acknowledge you as the Sword Emperor. Your sword technique is indeed powerful. I have not acknowledged many people in my life, and you are the fourth. But if you want to defeat me, you have to be even more powerful. Diyu's voice came from below. It was majestic and mighty. Next, he leaped up like a golden Buddha and soared into the sky. At this moment, a beam of cold light swooped down. Sky-sundering Emperor Sword. Ranged sword propelling. Diyu's chest was pierced by the sky-sundering Emperor Sword. Blood splattered and his expression changed. He was in disbelief. It's late at night. Asking for monthly votes. 500 monthly votes plus 1 update. Chapter 141. This 100ly flying sword could pierce through the chest. Even Diyu's golden Buddha body couldn't withstand it, and was like a piece of paper. Everyone, including Diyu and Yang Renlong, were dumbfounded by what they saw. The sky-sundering Emperor Sword quickly flew into the sea of clouds and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji landed slowly with the Phoenix Emperor Sword in his hand. As for the sky-sundering Emperor Sword, it was already stored in the Supreme Storage. Although the sky-sundering Emperor Sword was not as famous as the God Emperor Sword, it was better to be cautious. What if he met a fan? You still think you can win? Zhou Xuanji asked condescendingly. His face was calm and composed, which was a stark contrast to Diyu's horrified expression. Diyu reached out to touch his chest. The sharp pain told him that all of this was real. Once his golden body was broken, his qi and blood were in a mess, and his vitality was greatly damaged. Even if he continued to fight, he wouldn't be able to win. Rather than struggling at death's door, which would be even more humiliating, he might as well give up now. He took a deep breath and cupped his fist at Zhou Xuanji. I do admit defeat. With that, he turned around and flew to the edge of the spell formation, shouting, I admit defeat. Whoosh! The entire royal city was in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji had only appeared for a short while, and he had already defeated Diyu? This prince was the grand disciple of the Fury Buddha. The Di clan and Yang clan were both descendants of the royal bloodline of Great Shang. In the beginning it was the Di clan and later on it was the Yang clan. The connection between them was extremely deep, and could be traced back thousands of years. Yang Xindi waved his hand and moved Diyu to his side. When Diyu saw Yang Xindi, he couldn't help but lower his head in shame. Yang Xindi had high hopes for him, but in the end, he did not even make it into the top 10. It was really shameful. Looking at Green Pine Mountain, there were at least 500 participants. Yang Xindi nodded to him and praised. You didn't lose your poise. Not bad. Diyu was very powerful. Among those of the same age in the northern wilderness region, he was considered one of the top existences. Today he had already displayed his prowess. Diyu looked at Yang Xindi in surprise. This was completely different from the usual strict emperor of the Great Shang dynasty. He noticed that Yang Xindi's expression was not right. Why were they looking at Zhou Xuanji so passionately? The general beside him said, Your Majesty, our Great Shang has a top sword technique? Yang Xindi muttered. There are. But are there any sword techniques that are comparable to the Heavenly Lights? Diyu instantly understood. No wonder Yang Xindi didn't blame him. So he wanted to rope in the Phoenix Sword Emperor. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji looked at Yang Renlong with his sword in hand. He narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Northern Wilderness Twin Dragons, please enlighten me. The Phoenix Emperor sword had consumed quite a bit of his spirit energy, and he would only be able to unleash 3 more heavenly lights at most before his spirit energy would be completely exhausted. Yang Renlong took a deep breath and said, Why don't we deal with the others first before we fight? Zhou Xuanji said calmly, I don't like to attack the weak. Why don't you do it? Yang Renlong had fought with Diyu for too long, and had consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. He needed time to recover. He immediately nodded and rushed down. Zhou Xuanji landed on the top of the mountain and began to meditate and wait. Inside the floating pavilion, Yang Xindi shook his head and said, "The human dragon is good in every way, except that he is too smart. Sometimes his own cleverness can be his own downfall." To a certain extent, Yang Renlong was more suitable to be the emperor of Great Shang. However, in terms of appreciation, he liked Diyu more. Diyu didn't have many thoughts, and his heart was set on becoming stronger. Diyu curled his lip and said, "What a schemer! If this continued and he lost to the Phoenix Sword Emperor, it would be a great humiliation." And so, Zhou Xuanji sat on the top of the mountain and looked down at the other mountains. Yang Renlong began to hunt down the participants below him. He did not move quickly, and it was obvious that he was dragging the battle on purpose. He did not know that Zhou Xuanji was happy to see this. The sun set and the moon rose. The number of participants on Qingsong Mountain decreased. By the second day, there were less than 100 people left. The remaining people were hiding and dared not to fight, because they were no match for Yang Renlong. Su Xianxian hid under a tree too. She took a deep breath and tried her best to stay calm. She knew that she was not as powerful as Yang Renlong. If Yang Renlong found her, she would surely lose. Ta! At this moment, she heard the sound of feet landing on the ground above her head. She looked up and saw Yang Renlong standing on a branch, looking down at her coldly. Su Xianchuan's expression changed drastically. She quickly got up and prepared for battle. Yang Renlong smiled suddenly. "So it's Fairy Su. Then I will not attack you. If I ascend the throne in the future, are you willing to be the Empress of Great Shang? Don't worry, little evil lord. No matter how powerful Haoqi Alliance is, they will not dare to fall out with Great Shang." Ha ha ha. After that, Yang Renlong left with a loud laugh. Su Xianxian was not surprised, but her face was cold. Her beauty was outstanding, and she was even known as the top beauty in Great Shang. But she was disgusted by this. Yang Renlong's attitude was obviously that she was a commodity. She tried to calm her emotions and looked toward the top of the mountain instinctively. She really hoped that Zhou Xuanji could defeat Yang Renlong. Of course, she did not have any special feelings for him. After all, she only cared about appearances. Time continued to pass. On the top of the mountain, Zhou Xuanji placed the Phoenix Emperor sword on his legs. After a night, his spirit energy had recovered. Although it was not at its peak, it was not too far off. He opened his eyes and mumbled, "Sorry, since you are so scheming, then I will not even let you enter the top 10. After that, he stood up straight away. "Yang Renlong, a night has passed, and you still have not gotten rid of the irrelevant people. Let's forget about it. This means that this is their serendipity. Come up. You and I will fight to determine the winner. Don't let the world laugh at us and say that we bully the weak." Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the clouds. It was so domineering that many people cheered. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, Yang Renlong's demeanor was not as good as his. Yang Xindi praised, "This brat is quite courageous. He did not wait until the end. If he had waited any longer, Zhou Xuanji would have gotten into the top 2 no matter what. But he did not do so. First, it showed that he was confident. Second, it showed that he had his own principles. Of course, there were schemes hidden within. But overall, Yang Xindi still liked Zhou Xuanji. With proper nurturing, this person could become the second sword monarch of Great Zhou. He could even surpass the sword monarch in the future. Yang Xindi loved to compare himself with Great Zhou. And so did Emperor Yan of Zhou. Yang Renlong flew out from the clouds and reached the top of the mountain. His face was dark. What Zhou Xuanji said just now made him lose face. He did not know how to retort. "Let's do it." Zhou Xuanji raised the Phoenix Emperor sword and said calmly. Phoenix flames engulfed half of his body in an instant. Yang Renlong snorted coldly. "Let's do it." He raised his hands and 9 golden dragons rose from his back. They roared continuously and stared at Zhou Xuanji. Great Shang's royal family's ultimate technique. 9 dragons facing the sky. Within Chaoga Royal City, someone cried out in shock, which caused quite a commotion. Yang Renlong pushed his hands toward Zhou Xuanji, and the 9 golden dragons behind him charged toward Zhou Xuanji swiftly. The 9 dragons flew together with great momentum. Chapter 142. 9 Dragons Soar was an ultimate technique of the royal family. Each golden dragon was hundreds of meters long and looked extremely majestic. Zhou Xuanji stood on the peak of the mountain and quickly activated the Soul Eater slash. 3 streams of demonic sword chi slashed forward like claws and tore one of the golden dragons into pieces. Shortly after, he leaped up and leaped over the heads of the 8 golden dragons. He pierced his sword toward Yang Renlong. Yang Renlong's eyes focused. He waved his right hand, and the purple halo appeared again. It absorbed the violent gale and turned it into wind blades that swept toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shook his sword quickly with his right hand and activated the Heavenly Light Sword technique. The sword chi transformed into a torrent with the sun and moon in front and the stars behind. It was no weaker than the golden dragons of 9 dragons soar. Boom! The heavenly lights crushed the countless wind blades with absolute dominance and were about to drown Yang Renlong. Yang Renlong's expression changed drastically. Why did he feel that Zhou Xuanji's sword chi was more powerful than yesterday? At this moment, the soft velvety sword appeared under Zhou Xuanji's feet. He stepped on the legendary sword and came up to Yang Renlong with the 8-step sword lunge. 6-path sword shadow appear. He activated the heavenly lights together. Everything happened too quickly. Yang Renlong could not dodge in time and could only block with his arms instinctively. A loud bang resounded. The heavenly lights collided with Yang Renlong and exploded immediately. Countless people opened their eyes wide and looked at this scene. The powerful radiance from the explosion illuminated the entire world. Yang Xindi frowned slightly and was worried for Yang Renlong. Di was full of admiration. He did not expect the Phoenix Sword Emperor to have such a trump card. The powerful radiance dissipated. Before the shockwave from the explosion dissipated, Yang Renlong, who was covered in blood, fell down. He had already lost consciousness and was unconscious. If he fell like this, he would surely be severely injured. Yang Xindi sighed. He waved his right hand and pulled Yang Renlong out from the spell formation. Silence. Chaoga Royal City was silent. The people near Qingsong Mountain were all stunned, while those who were far away were waiting for the outcome. Who would win? Choming Demon Monarch leaned on the windowsill and looked toward Qingsong Mountain. He swallowed his saliva, and his face was filled with shock. Too powerful. 8-step sword lunge, 6-path sword shadow and heavenly lights. If it were him, he would have died on the spot. Too powerful. Simply invincible. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword with the blade pointing downward. His white dragon golden robe fluttered loudly in the wind. The aura of a sword emperor was fully displayed, and countless people worshipped him. In this year's World Hero Conference, how about I take first place? Zhou Xuanji said, but he was sweating in his heart. Would the 6-path sword shadow body expose him? He was too anxious just now and had actually forgotten about this. However, this was Great Shang. It was impossible for all of Sword God Zhou's moves to be transmitted here. Zhou Xuanji returned to the summit and sat down. He did not chase after the participants below. Boom! Chaoga Imperial City was in an uproar. Too strong. Yang Renlong is no match for him. Sword Emperor. He really is a Sword Emperor. So a sword cultivator can be so graceful. I want to learn the sword. If the Phoenix Sword Emperor establishes a sect, I will definitely join. Awesome. He shot to fame in one battle. Yang Renlong's defeat is justified. The sounds of discussion rose and fell in Chaoga Imperial City, shaking heaven and earth. Countless humans and demons cheered for the Phoenix Sword Emperor. His demeanor was admirable. Yang Xindi's eyes were burning with passion. After the World Hero Conference, I will host a banquet for him personally, he said. The general asked curiously. If he rejects your majesty's invitation, how will he be dealt with? Yang Xindi smiled. I will not force him, of course. As the emperor, he had seen countless heroes and never forced others to serve him. The general was impressed and so was Diyu. As for Yang Renlong, he was lying on the ground like a pile of mud, unconscious. You guys compete among yourselves. A fair battle. I will wait for the last winner. Zhou Xuanji said. And his voice resounded across Qingsong Mountain. The participants heaved a sigh of relief. Below in the foggy forest, the tiger demon hid in the bushes and touched his butt instinctively. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. After witnessing Zhou Xuanji's power, he suddenly felt that the wound on his butt was glorious. With Zhou Xuanji's power, he could have killed him in one slash, but he only made him fall down helplessly and gave him a chance. How could he not admire such magnanimity? Not only him, but the other humans and demons who were stabbed by the soft velvety sword turned their grief and indignation into excitement. The female cultivator was even more moved. Sir stabbed me there. Could it be? The female cultivator blushed and became bashful. She thought about how Zhou Xuanji searched her storage rings and storage bags, and she became even more shy. Her heart was filled with love. Maybe it was because Zhou Xuanji had ignited their blood, but the hidden participants rushed out from the dark and began fighting. In a four-story inn in Chaoga Royal City, a graceful figure stood before the window and looked at Qingsong Mountain. She was dressed in a purple dress with many strange patterns on it. Her face was covered with a purple veil, and her skin was fair. Her eyes were charming and cold, and there was a blood flower on her snow-white forehead. Her beautiful hair was coiled into a white jade hairpin. Interesting. This brat is only at Soul Fountain level 3, but he could defeat an astral projection cultivator so easily. That sword is not simple. She mumbled to herself and left after that. 6 hours later, only 12 participants were left on Qingsong Mountain, including Zhou Xuanji and Su Xianxian. The truly powerful cultivators were already eliminated by Yang Renlong. The remaining cultivators were between Astral Infant level 5 and Astral Projection level 3. Finally, Su Xianxian was eliminated at the 6th place and was eliminated. As the saintess of the Hanin divine sect, Yang Xindi would not let her die here. Seeing that she was powerless to fight, he moved her out. Another hour and a half passed. Only 2 people were left on Qingsong Mountain. Other than Zhou Xuanji, the other person was a muscular man with a bare upper body. His black hair was loose, and he looked like a ferocious beast in human form. He flew to the top of the mountain and faced Zhou Xuanji in the air. They were about 10 meters apart. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes slowly and looked at the muscular man. The muscular man took a deep breath and bowed toward Zhou Xuanji. He turned around and flew to the edge of the spell formation. I admit defeat. He cried out loudly. Getting second place was already beyond his expectations. Zhou Xuanji's power intimidated him, and he did not dare to fight him at all. Boom! The entire city was in an uproar. The noise gathered together, as though it was going to overturn the sky. Everyone began to chant the name of the Phoenix Sword Emperor. Qingsong Mountain's spell formation shattered, and Yang Xindi's laughter came. Very good. Very exciting. Tonight, we will hold a banquet for all of you in the royal palace. The top 10 winners all smiled in excitement. Diyu flew up to Zhou Xuanji and cupped his fist. Follow me. I will bring you into the royal palace, and we can get to know each other. He had a smile on his face, and there was no resentment for his defeat. He was convinced by Zhou Xuanji's power. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He was a little excited in his heart. Thunder Coregrass, here he comes. Astral Infant, wait for me. Under Diyu's lead, Zhou Xuanji flew toward Great Shang's royal palace. Yang Xindi had already teleported back, and the floating pavilions disappeared one after another. The World Hero Conference came to an end. The Phoenix Sword Emperor became famous after this battle. Chapter 143. Nighttime. Great Shang's royal palace was brightly lit. Yang Xindi sat on the throne, while Zhou Xuanji and the other 9 victors sat on the right. Great Shang's high officials and generals sat on the left. There were 3 rows of seats on each side, and hundreds of people were seated. Diyu and Yang Renlong were among them. This year's World Hero Conference has really produced a heroic figure. Phoenix Sword Emperor, you can be said to have become famous after this battle. After tonight, your name will spread throughout Great Shang. A black-robed old man held a wine cup and said with a smile. He looked amiable and had white hair. He was Great Shang's state teacher Yang Zhongtian. Yang Zhongtian was an ancient goat that cultivated into a demon. He had lived for 10,000 years and had unfathomable power. It was said that he was not weaker than Great Shang's Fury Buddha. No one knew his true power because he held great authority and never fought personally. Yang Zhongtian looked at Zhou Xuanji and smiled. I propose a toast to you on behalf of Great Shang. To another hero in Great Shang. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The state teacher's words carried a lot of weight. Looking at Yang Xindi, He was not enraged at all and still maintained his smile. Zhou Xuanji looked calm. He stood up with his wine cup and said, "State teacher, you are too kind. Great Shang is a land of heroes. The emperor's name shakes the entire northern wilderness region, and the country is peaceful and peaceful. To Great Shang, I'm too insignificant. Today's victory is all thanks to you guys." "Bastard! Trying to kill me with flattery? No way." Yang Xindi heard him and burst out laughing while slapping his thigh. Yang Renlong frowned slightly. He could tell Yang Xindi's attitude toward Zhou Xuanji. Yang Zhongtian stroked his long beard and said with a smile, "Phoenix Sword Emperor really knows how to talk. Great Shang still needs your help in the future." After that, he waved his right hand. Following that, soldiers walked up with porcelain trays in their hands. Each plate had a storage ring on it. The storage rings from the 1st to the 10th were all different. The other 9 victors stood up with excitement on their faces. Yang Xindi smiled. The 10,000-year thunder core grass is an ultimate treasure, especially for physical cultivators. Zhou Xuanji's body was indestructible, which meant that he was quite talented in physical cultivation. He was curious about how powerful a sword cultivator with such a powerful body was. Zhou Xuanji took over his storage ring and scanned it with his mind. Indeed, he saw 3 10,000-year thunder core grass. Other than that, there was a pile of level 4 spirit stones, some enchanted artifacts and energy technique scrolls. All in all, it was a bountiful harvest. But Zhou Xuanji's focus was on the thunder. The others took their storage rings too. Yang Zhongtian smiled and said, "Tomorrow, everyone can meet the various sections. As long as you want to go, you can directly join. Of course, you can also become an official or join the army." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji and the others did not look excited. To be able to get into the top 10, who would be alone? Yang Xindi raised his cup and smiled. "Let's drink first. After a big battle, we must enjoy ourselves to the fullest." He knew what everyone was, so he changed and said, and said, and could. Yang said. Yang was. Yang God. Zhou and. Following that, the hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Yang. Yang Xindi. As was the winner. Yang. As the final winner, Zhou Xuanji was the one who drank the most. Looking at the people surrounding him, Zhou Xuanji sighed. "I'll fight you. Let's see who will walk out lying down." Finally, he collapsed at the table. Yang Xindi looked at Zhou Xuanji's drunk figure and smiled. As the emperor of Great Shang, no one dared to make him drink. Sunlight shone in from the window. Zhou Xuanji felt a splitting headache. His consciousness gradually awakened, and his eyes slowly opened. When he was fully awake, he sat up on the bed. He held his head in his hands and tried to recall his memories. He looked up and realized that he was in a spacious and luxurious palace. The storage ring he got from the World Hero Conference was still on his right index finger. He heaved a long sigh. "I got drunk again." Zhou Xuanji was terrified. Fortunately, no one found out his true identity, or else he would have died here. But at that moment he had to drink. He shook his head and tidied his clothes. At this moment, a person walked in with a loud laugh. It was Yang Xindi. "Ha ha ha. Zhou Minglang, you're finally awake." Yang Xindi walked over quickly with Yang Zhongtian behind him. Zhou Xuanji immediately cupped his fist and bowed. He did not kneel, which showed his attitude. In the cultivation world, one did not need to kneel before the emperor. Of course, if the emperor wanted you to kneel and you refused, there would only be one outcome. No need to be so polite. Yang Xindi walked to the table and sat down. Yang Zhongtian stood behind him and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. Zhou Xuanji raised his brows slightly. There might be trouble coming. He walked up and asked, "Your Majesty, please excuse me." Yang Xindi waved his hand and said with a smile, "The others are still drunk. You woke up early." To this, Zhou Xuanji could only maintain an awkward but polite smile. "I want to recruit you as my personal guard, a second-rank official. What do you think?" Yang Xindi said straightforwardly. A second-rank personal guard was unprecedented in Great Shang. Even in other empires, there was no personal guard with such a high status. Yang Zhongtian stroked his long beard and smiled. In the future, The Great Shang Merchant Guild will establish the royal family's sword sect. By then, Brother Zhou can be a sword master and teach the royal family's disciples. To teach the royal family's disciples. In the future, when the empires change, Zhou Xuanji would be the emperor's teacher. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He did not expect Yang Xindi to be so generous. But he did not want to stay in Great Shang. This was really troublesome. Yang Xindi valued him so much, how could he reject? Once he rejected, could he walk out of Chaoga Royal City? Zhou Xuanji was silent. Yang Xindi poured tea for himself. As he swirled the teacup, he said casually, Zhou Minglang? Such a good name. The same surname as Sword God Zhou. Not long ago, Lin Guanyu came to look for Sword God Zhou. Tell me, is there such a coincidence in the world? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and was ready for battle. Yang Zhongtian continued. Great Zhou put a bounty on Sword God Zhou's head. But Great Shang will not do that. Instead, we will nurture you. That's right. I admire you. Join Great Shang. Yang Xindi stared into Zhou Xuanji's eyes and said solemnly. He really admired Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji hesitated. All he could think of was how to reject. Could he live a carefree life in Great Shang? Boom! At this moment, a world-shaking explosion came from outside the palace. Yang Xindi and Yang Zhongtian turned around instinctively. Ha ha ha! Yang Xindi! I'm also very interested in the Phoenix Sword Emperor. Hand him over, or else I will flatten Chaoga Royal City. A cold and dignified female voice resounded, and her words revealed a domineering aura that looked down upon the world. It was as though Chaoga Royal City was nothing. Yang Xindi's expression changed drastically. Why is she here? He cried out. This chapter was about correcting the previous chapter that was wrong, so that everyone would not spend too much money. I'll just take it that I added yesterday, and did not update today. The 5th chapter. Boo-hoo. Please forgive me. Chapter 144. She wants me? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. That voice was extremely unfamiliar to him. He had never heard it before. The other party's interest might not be a good thing. Could it be sent by Lin Guanyu? Zhou Xuanji became anxious immediately. The other party sounded very powerful. Looking at Yang Xindi and Yang Zhongtian's expressions, he understood that one disaster after another was coming. It was really a disaster. Yang Xindi got up and said with a deep voice, Stay here. She is the top evil cultivator. She kills people like flies and massacred countless cities. If you are caught by her, you will die for sure. After that, he left with Yang Zhongtian. The top evil cultivator? Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. This title sounded very powerful. In the northern wilderness region, the righteous did not suppress the evil cultivators. Xinhao sect stood against Great Zhou, while Great Shang befriended Haoqi alliance. This showed how deeply rooted the evil cultivators were. But Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance were not the top evil cultivators. Zhou Xuanji did not know who was the top evil cultivator. He had to ask Daoya old man after he returned. Boom! 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 A series of explosions came from outside. The palace that Zhou Xuanji was in was shaking too. A horrifying demonic aura swept across Chaoga Royal City. Zhou Xuanji was shocked. He was not so nervous even when he faced Lin Guanyu back then. That woman was really powerful. He walked to the window carefully and looked out. Demonic qi enveloped the royal palace like a black tornado. Countless Great Shang's royal soldiers levitated in the air, ready for battle. There seemed to be a world-destroying demon hidden in the demonic qi. His figure alone was intimidating. Yang Xindi stood on the high wall and shouted, Xian Xianghua, Great Shang, and you have minded our own business. Are you not going to give Great Shang face? Xian Xianghua? This name sounded nice. But looking at the demonic qi, Zhou Xuanji shuddered. What is Great Shang? I want the Phoenix Sword Emperor. If you don't give it to me, I will bury Great Shang in your hands. Xian Xianghua's voice came from within the demonic qi. It was still full of disdain. Ba. Sect Lord Xian is too domineering. This is not the time for Tanhua sect to wreak havoc. A solemn voice came. A name appeared in Zhou Xuanji's mind immediately. The Fury Buddha of Great Shang. Rays of golden light came from the back of the palace he was in, resisting the devil qi. This is a fight between immortals. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He immediately activated the chi-obscuring incantation and prepared to escape. Anyway, the Thunder Heartgrass was already in his hands, so he didn't care about the Great Shang. Perhaps Great Shang would only be safe if he left. With that thought, he turned to the window in the other direction and jumped out. Zhou Xuanji took many turns in the palace complex. Fury Buddha, it seems like you've really become arrogant. Back then, when I was invincible, you were just a little monk. Xian Xianghua's voice sounded out again, and her arrogance made Zhou Xuanji even more nervous. Old witch. Even the Fury Buddha of Great Shang was a little brother in front of her? Zhou Xuanji fled even faster. He turned around and looked at the Fury Buddha of Great Shang. It was 1,000 feet tall, golden and extraordinary. What a golden Buddha! Zhou Xuanji inwardly marveled and quickly left the palace. He did not forget about Chongming Demon Monarch. Now the entire Chaoga Imperial City was in chaos. He noticed that there were many ruins in the Imperial City, which were probably caused by Xian Xianghua. Soon Zhou Xuanji found Chongming Demon Monarch. The demon and human looked at each other. Without a word, they dashed toward the city gate. They did not fly so as not to expose themselves. Zhou Xuanji rode on Chongming Demon Monarch's back and looked back occasionally. The negotiation between the Fury Buddha and Xian Xianghua had already broken down. The old demonic woman was really stubborn. She fought without hesitation. Countless Great Shang royal soldiers surrounded the billowing demonic qi. It felt like the heavenly soldiers were fighting demons. I'm confused. It's not enough for you to offend Great Zhou and Baba Blade Master. You even dare to offend this old demon? Chongming Demon Monarch could not help but complain. He sounded a little exasperated. When he heard that Xian Xianghua was looking for Zhou Xuanji, he almost peed in his pants. As a great demon who had lived for thousands of years, he knew what the name Xian Xianghua represented. It represented massacre. It represented brutality. He shuddered at the thought of those horrifying legends. Zhou Xuanji said dispiritedly, I did not offend her. This is the first time I've heard of her name. Could it be because of the World Hero Conference that she was subdued by me? Chongming Demon Monarch snorted and did not continue the conversation. Zhou Xuanji sprinted along the street and suddenly saw Su Xianxian. She was standing in front of an inn, with a dozen female cultivators behind her. Su Xianxian was stunned when she saw Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji politely nodded at her before he continued to run. Not long later, Chongming Demon Monarch dashed out of the city gate. One had to admit that the royal city was really strict. Even so, the city guards were still guarding the city. They did not stop people from running out, but they did not allow anyone to enter. After dashing into the forest, Chongming Demon Monarch sprinted ahead at full speed. Even though he was 1,000 miles away, he could still hear the rumbling from Chaoga Royal City, which shocked him in his heart. There was always someone more powerful than you out there. He used to think that the Sword Monarch was the heavens. But now, the Sword Monarch was nothing compared to Great Shang's Fury Buddha and Xian Xianghua. 2 hours later, Zhou Xuanji could not hear anything from Chaoga Royal City at all. He did not let his guard down and asked Chongming Demon Monarch to escape at full speed. 2 days later, Zhou Xuanji rode on Chongming Demon Monarch and continued forward. They galloped wildly on the grassy plain. Chongming Demon Monarch's speed was very fast. He would probably be able to leave Great Shang in another day. Bang! At this moment, a terrifying saber chi swept over from the front, splitting the grassland and raising 2 rows of dust dozens of feet high. It was unstoppable like a dust storm. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed drastically. Before he could give the order, Chongming Demon Monarch quickly dodged. Damn it! Zhou Xuanji cursed and took out the God Emperor sword with his right hand, preparing to fight. Baba Blade Master Lin Guanyu. In this current situation there was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. At the end of the horizon, Lin Guanyu walked over with his saber. With red eyes he said coldly, Sword God Zhou, don't think that I can't recognize you just because you changed your appearance. I will never forget your aura. Chongming Demon Monarch was so frightened that his limbs were trembling. He muttered, Baba Blade Master, it's over. Baba Blade Saint was in existence that could fight against the Fury Buddha of Great Shang. Standing in front of him, he couldn't even withstand a single slash. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and cried out, Lin Guanyu, I advise you to leave immediately. The top evil cultivator Xian Xianghua is right behind. She likes me and wants to take me in as her disciple. Do you want to become her enemy? Since he could not defeat him, then he would use his connections to intimidate others. Lin Guanyu said with a frown. You think I will believe that? Xian Xianghua, that demon likes you? She hates men the most. If you really meet her, you will be lucky if she doesn't tear you into pieces. After that, he continued to walk forward. He looked like he was going to kill Zhou Xuanji on the spot. Chapter 145. Seeing that Lin Guanyu was getting closer, Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought about how to deal with him. In a head-on clash, he would definitely lose to Lin Guanyu. But right now, he could only meet force with force. Chongming Demon Monarch stood before Zhou Xuanji and said with a trembling voice, It's over. My 720 wives, you are going to be widows. He had experienced Baba Blademaster's strength not long ago. He was almost as strong as an immortal. Lin Guanyu walked at a steady pace, his eyes locked onto Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji could sense that if he tried to escape, Lin Guanyu would strike immediately. Damn it! Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth, and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. The Phoenix Emperor sword appeared in his left hand, and the other legendary swords appeared around him. Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Windcutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Soaring Eagle Sword, Magnetic Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Book Cutter Sword, Sky Sundering Emperor Sword, Tempest Calmer, Living Snake Sword, Crazy Paralysis Sword, Falling Petal, Soft Velvety Sword, Divine Crane Sword, Phantom Sword. All the divine swords were pointed at Lin Guanyu. Chongming Demon Monarch widened his eyes. What a mighty divine sword! Lin Guanyu had a disdainful smile on his face. He ferociously raised his saber, and when he was 1,000 meters away from Zhou Xuanji, he prepared to swing. Lin Guanyu, get lost. He's someone I want. At this moment, Xian Xianghua's voice rang out. It was extremely cold. Zhou Xuanji and Lin Guanyu's expressions changed. Xian Xianghua, why are you in Great Shang? Lin Guanyu's face was livid as he asked in a low voice, and he seemed to be extremely fearful. Zhou Xuanji's face was ashen. Xian Xianghua was even more terrifying than Lin Guanyu, so he naturally did not want to face her. He did not imagine that Xian Xianghua was really interested in him. He was so ugly now that even he wanted to strangle him to death, let alone other people. Scram. Next, strands of demonic qi appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji out of nowhere. A lady in purple appeared. Her back view was enchanting and extremely alluring. But in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, she was a venomous beauty. He swallowed his saliva as he felt Xian Xianghua's killing intent at such a close distance. He could not help but feel a chill down his spine. Lin Guanyu said angrily, He killed my sister, how can I let him go? Xian Xianghua's face was covered by a purple veil, but her beautiful eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. She said coldly, If you don't get lost, I will slaughter your entire clan. I will pull out the souls of all your descendants and skin them to make you suffer even more. Hearing this, Lin Guanyu's expression changed. Zhou Xuanji was covered in cold sweat when he heard this, while Chongming Demon Monarch was almost paralyzed. This woman is crazy. Lin Guanyu took a deep breath and said, Xian Xianghua, you'll reap what you sow one day. After saying that, he turned around and left very quickly. From the looks of it, he was obviously afraid of Xian Xianghua, so he ran away after saying those words. Zhou Xuanji's evaluation of him suddenly lowered. No matter how great the hatred was, it was not as important as his own life. What kind of hero was that? After Lin Guanyu left, Xian Xianghua's killing intent also dissipated. She turned around slowly, and Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch finally saw her face. A purple veil covered half of her face. Her skin was very fair, and there was a mark of a blood-red flower on her forehead. Her hair was coiled up under a white jade hairpin. At first glance, this woman was absolutely beautiful. She was even more graceful than Su Xianxian. Very evil. This kind of evil was a fatal temptation to men. Zhou Xuanji did not think too much. He was only thinking about how to escape. Chongming Demon Monarch knelt on the ground and prostrated himself. Sec Lord Xian. My master did not offend you. Please let him go, he said with a trembling voice. Xian Xianghua ignored him and stared at Zhou Xuanji with a strange look in her eyes. Silence. She did not speak but looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stored all the legendary swords into the supreme storage and faced them calmly, waiting for his fate. Facing Lin Guanyu, he could still put up some resistance. Xian Xianghua. The top evil cultivator. It's better for me to lie low for now. Phoenix Sword Emperor? Sword God Zhou? You look so ordinary, Xian Xianghua said with a mocking tone. Zhou Xuanji felt like he was stabbed in the chest. Senior, why are you looking for me? He tried his best to calm down and asked. Xian Xianghua said with a faint smile. There's something I need you to do. If you do it well, I will let you die a quick death. Having heard her, Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He was enraged immediately and said, Then just kill me directly. If I do it well, I will still die. Are you kidding me? It's not like he had never died before. Jiang Shui, I'm sorry. I can't marry you anymore. He closed his eyes and looked as though he was begging for death. Xian Xianghua laughed. Her laughter alone could captivate one's soul. As long as you pass the test, I can spare your life, she said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, What test? An ancient sword emperor's inheritance. I need a legendary treasure in there. I have found many sword cultivators before, but they all died in the test. Xian Xianghua replied. She gritted her teeth at the mention of this. Why didn't you find the sword monarch? Zhou Xuanji asked. I wanted to find him indeed. I happened to pass by Great Shang, so I stayed for a few days. Then I saw you. Your mastery of the sword's way should not be lower than the sword monarch's. You are more powerful than the sword cultivators I have seen before, Xian Xianghua said with a smile. After that, she waved her right hand. Demonic chi rose into the air and swept Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch away. Zhou Xuanji could only feel a formless energy lifting him up. He was surrounded by demonic chi, and he could not see what was happening outside. Where are we going? Is it far from Great Shang? Zhou Xuanji swallowed his saliva and asked. If it was too far, even if he passed the test, it would be troublesome for him to return. Xian Xianghua closed her eyes and said, Juedi Cliff. Zhou Xuanji was dumbfounded. Where was Juedi Cliff? Chongming Demon Monarch shuddered and cried out, Isn't that a perilous place? We will surely die if we go in. Even a 7th-rank great demon was terrified of Juedi Cliff, which showed how terrifying Juedi Cliff was. Xian Xianghua said calmly, Don't worry. With me around, as long as you are obedient, you still have a chance to live. Zhou Xuanji looked at Chongming Demon Monarch and asked, How far is Juedi Cliff from Great Shang? Not very far. It's a distance of 2 Great Shang. There are many sects nearby, and it's extremely chaotic. Chongming Demon Monarch replied, which made Zhou Xuanji heave a sigh of relief. If they flew at full speed, they could cover the distance of 2 Great Shang in less than half a month, so it was not very far. However, Zhou Xuanji was still a little uneasy. What if Xian Xianghua went back on her words? Lin Guanyu said before that this woman hated men the most. If it was before, it would be fine if he was handsome, and he might be able to use his charm. But now Zhou Xuanji sighed heavily. He felt a little uncomfortable. At this moment, Xian Xianghua turned around suddenly and waved her right hand. Zhou Xuanji felt a powerful gust of wind blowing toward his face. He wanted to step back out of fear, but he could not move. TSK. Such a good appearance indeed. The rumors are true, Xian Xianghua said in amazement. Zhou Xuanji's face was already revealed. Chongming Demon Monarch opened his eyes wide. This guy changed his appearance. Chapter 146. Zhou Xuanji touched his face instinctively. It was good that he was not disfigured. Xian Xianghua moved closer to him and used her right index finger to lift his chin. She smiled charmingly and said, Look at your soft and tender skin. You're very suitable to be my human furnace. Human furnace? Zhou Xuanji's body trembled. He had heard many legends. There were thousands of cultivation methods in the world, and the method of yin and yang intercourse was one of them. Being a cultivation vessel was different from dual cultivation. You would be squeezed dry. However, even if he died from being sucked dry, it would still feel great, right? Zhou Xuanji thought innocently. Xian Xianghua giggled and said, "My cauldron is a real cauldron. Do you feel good using you as a cauldron?" Zhou Xuanji trembled in fear. Damn it! This woman can read minds? Seeing his expression, Xian Xianghua's smile became even more radiant. She turned around and stopped teasing him. After Xian Xianghua left, Chongming Demon Monarch came over and clicked his tongue in wonder. Not bad. Such handsomeness resembles the demeanor I had when I was young. Zhou Xuanji directly punched him. His physical strength as an invincible Vajra was immense. Caught off guard, Chongming Demon Monarch felt dizzy from the attack. Why was this bull as annoying as the little black snake? It was unknown who would be more despicable if these two guys bumped into each other. Xian Xianghua did not speak anymore, and Zhou Xuanji did not dare to disturb her. He was afraid that this woman would suddenly go berserk and tear him apart. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt the demonic qi around him dissipate, and he accidentally fell to the ground. Chongming Demon Monarch was also awakened by the fall. Xian Xianghua stepped forward. Zhou Xuanji got up and realized that he was surrounded by a desert. It was deep into the night. There was a light ahead. It was a small inn. In the vast desert, this inn seemed so small. Zhou Xuanji did not run but followed. Even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't. After following Xian Xianghua into the inn, they immediately attracted a dozen pairs of eyes. There were only 7 tables in the inn, and 3 of them were empty. Xian Xianghua found the nearest table and sat down. The waiter hurriedly walked over. He was first stunned by Xian Xianghua's beauty, then he respectfully asked, "What would you like?" Here, the more beautiful a woman was, the more dangerous she was. No matter how tempted he was, he did not dare to look at Xian Xianghua. "Bring me all your best dishes and wine." Xian Xianghua sat upright and said calmly. Zhou Xuanji sat opposite her, and she was staring at him. He instinctively averted his gaze, not wanting to meet her eyes. Seeing this, Xian Xianghua's eyes curved into 2 crescent moons. Chongming Demon Monarch sat beside her and was extremely nervous. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. Compared to the liveliness of the other 4 tables, they seemed extremely strange. From time to time, the other guests would look at Xian Xianghua. Their gazes were filled with passion and greed. "When I was young, my father often drank. Whenever he was drunk, he would beat and scold me and my mother. Before I was 10, I was covered in wounds. Later, my mother couldn't take it anymore and jumped into a well to commit suicide. I killed my father while he was sleeping," Xian Xianghua suddenly said. She did not lower her voice, so almost everyone could hear her. "Not only did I kill him, I even threw him into the wild to feed the wolves. Later on, due to a fortuitous encounter, I began to cultivate demonic arts. Whenever I saw a man drinking, I would kill them. I would even torture them. First, I would beat them until their flesh was lacerated. Then I would pour strong alcohol on them and watch them beg for mercy. That feeling was truly wonderful." Xian Xianghua smiled beautifully, and a gust of cold wind blew across the inn. Zhou Xuanji shuddered. Was this woman crazy? Bomb! A muscular man slammed the table and stood up. "Stupid woman, what is the meaning of this? Didn't you order alcohol just now?" he shouted furiously. After that, he looked at Xian Xianghua with an evil smile. Looking at his perverted look, one could guess what he was thinking. Xian Xianghua smiled and slammed the table lightly. PFFTT. The muscular man's body was covered in blood, and he died instantly. He did not even have the time to scream. Next, the others died too. Only the 3 of them, the innkeeper, and the waiter were left in the inn. The innkeeper, who was doing the accounts, was trembling in fear. His face was pale, and he did not dare to say a word. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. Wasn't this woman too cruel? Now it's quiet. Xian Xianghua placed her right hand on the table and supported her chin with her hand. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. The way she looked at him made him feel like he was being stared at by a venomous snake. No wonder Yang Xindi and Lin Guanyu were so afraid of her. She attacked just like that. And her methods were so unimaginable. He could not see how she attacked at all. Chongming Demon Monarch was so frightened that he shrunk his gigantic body into a ball, which looked extremely comical. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he stared ahead blankly. He did not dare to look at Xian Xianghua. The inn fell silent again. Soon the waiter brought the dishes to the table with trembling hands. After that, he dragged the corpses out of the inn. Throughout the entire process he did not make a sound. Evidently it was not the first time for him to do such a thing. Running an inn in the wilderness, this kind of massacre was naturally a common occurrence. But it was his first time seeing someone as powerful as Xian Xianghua, and he was extremely afraid. "Pour the wine," Xian Xianghua said. Chongming Demon Monarch shuddered and hurriedly picked up the wine pot to pour wine for her. She picked up her chopsticks and picked up a piece of roasted meat. "This meat reminds me of the meat I ate deep in the mountain. That family was extremely cruel. They killed the people who stayed at their place and ate their corpses. They even gave the meat to passers-by." Zhou Xuanji heard her and got goosebumps. "You really ate it?" he asked. Cannibalism. Just thinking about it made him feel disgusted. Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him and said, "I don't have such a heavy taste. I only destroyed that family alive." Zhou Xuanji was silent. Looking at the table full of dishes, why did he feel so disgusted? A while later, 3 more cultivators came in. 2 women and a man. They were very loud and began chattering the moment they came in. "Mister, let's drink less wine tonight. What are you afraid of? If we drink too much, Mister will protect us. Ha 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 ha. You must serve us well tonight." The man walked in with 2 beautiful women in his arms and laughed wantonly. Xian Xianghua swirled her wine cup and said with a smile, "When I was young, my parents always talked loudly. They were so noisy that I could not sleep. After that, I cultivated a demonic energy technique and killed them." Zhou Xuanji, Chongming Demon Monarch, the innkeeper and the waiter were speechless. What the? She was just making it up? And I almost sympathized with this woman. Zhou Xuanji mocked her in his heart. He always felt that Xian Xianghua had a mental problem. Why was every story directed at her parents? Lacking love since young? The 3 cultivators immediately turned to look at her. Seeing Xian Xianghua, the male cultivator's eyes brightened. He pushed the 2 beauties aside lightly and walked towards Xian Xianghua. As he fanned himself, he smiled elegantly and said, "My lady, did I disturb you just now?" Chapter 147. Seeing the male cultivator walk towards Xian Xianghua, Zhou Xuanji could not help but mourn for him. When he was 7 steps away from Xian Xianghua, blood spurted out of his body and he died on the spot. The 2 accompanying female cultivators were stunned. Just as they were about to scream, they followed in the footsteps of the male cultivator and fell into a pool of blood. Another 3 lives were lost. Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch were silent. The shopkeeper and the waiters kept quiet. No one dared to anger Xian Xianghua. A look of satisfaction appeared in Xian Xianghua's eyes as she continued to eat and drink. After that, no more cultivators entered the inn. After the waiter collected the 3 corpses, everything returned to normal. For Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch, this meal was very depressing. After a full hour, the old witch finally ate. She took out a silk handkerchief and wiped her mouth. She slowly stood up and said with a smile, "Let's go." The waiter couldn't help but say, "Seen your money?" Zhou Xuanji looked at him in astonishment. His gaze seemed to be saying, "Brother, are you crazy?" As expected, as soon as the waiter finished speaking, he fell to the ground, covered in blood. The shopkeeper was so frightened that his entire body trembled. His face was filled with despair as he muttered, "Son?" Xian Xianghua stopped and asked with a frown, "He's your son?" The shopkeeper nodded numbly. He was both angry and desperate, but he didn't dare to show it. At this moment he felt like the world was collapsing. Then go down and accompany him. A family should be neat and tidy. Xian Xianghua waved her right hand, and the shopkeeper fell to the ground, his blood splattering on the wall. Zhou Xuanji was silent. Chongming Demon Monarch was so frightened that he took a step out of the inn. Xian Xianghua walked out of the inn with a smile, and Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind. He felt a fire burning in his chest. Although he wasn't a saint, he still felt angry when he saw Xian Xianghua's actions. It was no wonder that she could only be the top demonic cultivator, and not the strongest in the northern wilderness region. After leaving the inn, Xian Xianghua waved her right hand, and demonic qi swept Zhou Xuanji and Chongming demon monarch away. In the following period of time, Xian Xianghua did not stop. Zhou Xuanji remained silent. The atmosphere was very strange. Zhou Xuanji was enveloped in demonic qi, so he could not tell the time. He tried to think of a way to escape. He had a feeling that even if he passed the Sword Emperor's assessment and obtained Xian Xianghua's item, he would not be able to escape death. Chongming demon monarch had the same thoughts. He lay on the ground like a corpse. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Xuanji and Chongming demon monarch fell to the ground again, caught off guard. Even though the fall was very painful, they didn't make a sound. Xian Xianghua couldn't help but turn around and ask, "How long are you going to hold it in?" Zhou Xuanji did not reply. Xian Xianghua walked in front of him, grabbed his chin and said with a smile, "Your scowling face is quite cute, but it would be a pity if you died in the Sword Emperor assessment." Zhou Xuanji turned his head and shook off her hand. Chongming demon monarch suddenly exclaimed, "Juadi Cliff?" Zhou Xuanji quickly looked around. Thunderclouds billowed above his head, and he was surrounded by barren mountains. There were few trees, and the undulating mountains were covered with dead trees and bones. As far as the eye could see, there were only two words that could be used: desolate and bleak. "Follow me." After she finished speaking, she took the lead and stepped forward. Zhou Xuanji and Chongming demon monarch followed reluctantly. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji observed. Chongming demon monarch said that Juadi Cliff was a dangerous place. It contained an ancient curse, and those who entered would most likely die. But he looked for a long time. He still couldn't see any danger. "Stop looking. With me here, what can you see?" Xian Xianghua said with a smile, "If you can survive, you might miss me. I can give you an absolute sense of security." Zhou Xuanji sneered. "Old demonic woman, I've always been anxious and panicky with you. Okay?" After walking for a few hundred meters, they stopped. Xian Xianghua pointed at the cave in front of them and said, "Go in. The inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor is inside. Your goal is to bring everything out." Zhou Xuanji looked over. The cave was 2 meters tall and 1.5 meters wide. It was pitch black and bottomless. Chongming demon monarch swallowed his saliva and asked, "How many sword cultivators have you found?" Xian Xianghua replied calmly, "Not many. Just 26 or 27. 26 or 27. Which poor guy did she forget?" Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and walked toward the cave. He took out the God Emperor sword and Sky Sundering Emperor sword and stepped into the cave without hesitation. He did not stop or look back. Xian Xianghua thought to herself and mumbled, "I hope I can succeed this time." If even Zhou Xuanji failed, she could only look for the Sword Monarch. Chongming demon monarch was praying too. If Zhou Xuanji failed, only death awaited him. After entering the cave, Zhou Xuanji felt that the world around him was spinning. The darkness was occupied by a powerful light. When he stabilized his body, he realized that he was in the sky. It was similar to the illusory realm when he inherited the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor. "I am the Hegemon Sword Emperor. The way of the Hegemon sword dominates both ancient and modern times." A majestic voice came, shaking the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xuanji looked over and saw a shadow that was hundreds of meters tall in front of him. Hegemon Sword Emperor, one of the 9 emperors of the Sword's Way. Zhou Xuanji had heard of this name before. He was the last one among the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. After him, there were no more true sword emperors in the world. There were only self-proclaimed nicknames. The Hegemon Sword Emperor left behind many legends in the world. He once slew an immortal god that was left in the mortal realm. His sword tore through the void, and he ascended into the heavens. Everyone worshipped him. "Do you dare to accept my test?" the Hegemon Sword Emperor asked emotionlessly. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and replied, "I do." From what Xian Xianghua said, the Hegemon Sword Emperor's test was evidently more difficult than the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor's. A shadow that was not much taller than Zhou Xuanji appeared. He held a giant sword in his hand. The blade was as wide as his waist. Looking at his figure, it was the Hegemon Sword Emperor. "Defeat me, who was at the same stage as you," the shadow said. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "You who was at the same stage as me? Or is your cultivation the same as mine, but your sword technique is at great accomplishment?" If it was the former, he was confident that he could kill the Hegemon Sword Emperor instantly. But if it was the latter, he was not sure if he should say it. The Hegemon Sword Emperor did not reply but charged toward him with his sword. Almost in an instant, he came up to Zhou Xuanji and slashed with his sword. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sharpened, and he quickly blocked with the God Emperor's sword. Clang! The two legendary swords clashed, and the Hegemon Sword Emperor was sent flying backward. Zhou Xuanji smiled. My glorious gold legendary sword is still more powerful. The Hegemon Sword Emperor leaped up and flew above Zhou Xuanji's head. He pressed down with his sword, which was as imposing as a mountain. Zhou Xuanji used the Tempest Slash toward the sky, and his sword qi soared upward. Boom! The Hegemon Sword Emperor broke through the sword qi and continued to press toward him. Zhou Xuanji immediately dodged the attack with the 8-step sword lunge. Just when he appeared, the Hegemon Sword Emperor appeared beside him. The Hegemon Sword Emperor slashed toward him, trying to decapitate him. Chapter 148. Zhou Xuanji used the 8-step sword lunge again, and dodged the Hegemon Sword Emperor's giant sword. When he landed again, he immediately used the 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation's dual sword style. He didn't use the God Emperor sword's power and treated it as an ordinary weapon. Even the Sky Sundering Emperor sword was the same. In the same realm, he didn't want to borrow strength from someone stronger. The Hegemon Sword Emperor closed in, and Zhou Xuanji's twin swords welcomed him. Clang! 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 The two swords moved like the wind. Dragon-shaped sword qi coiled around Zhou Xuanji as he roared continuously. The Hegemon Sword Emperor swung his sword very quickly and domineeringly. Even Zhou Xuanji, whose body was golden invincible, could not compare to him in terms of strength. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji was fast. The two sides fought back and forth, launching a super duel in this firmament world. Zhou Xuanji used his dual sword technique, Vibrant Raindrop Sword and 36 Paths Jade Xiao Sword, which caught the Hegemon Sword Emperor off guard. He wasn't happy for long. The Hegemon Sword Emperor suddenly raised his saber and slashed out furiously. A terrifying sword qi directly sent him flying. A faint layer of white flame appeared around the Hegemon Sword Emperor's body. He slashed toward Zhou Xuanji with extreme speed, creating afterimages that were dazzling to the eyes. Countless sword qi crisscrossed and shot toward Zhou Xuanji. Unstoppable! Zhou Xuanji's expression changed, and he immediately unleashed heavenly lights. The torrent of sword qi slammed into the Hegemon Sword Emperor, but it was instantly destroyed by the Hegemon Sword Emperor's sword qi. How is this possible? What kind of sword technique is this? His expression changed and his eyes were filled with shock. The violent sword qi raged towards him, and since he had no time to dodge, he subconsciously raised his two swords to block. There was a loud bang. Zhou Xuanji was sent flying backward. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth and splattered into the sky. He somersaulted in the air and quickly stabilized himself. At this moment, the Hegemon Sword Emperor rushed over again. He raised the giant sword in his right hand and smashed it down furiously. Zhou Xuanji was furious. This guy really did not give him any time to breathe. One divine sword after another appeared around him. There were 8 of them in total. He directly displayed the 10-sword style and charged forward. Rumble! Chongming Demon Monarch looked at the trembling mountain in front of him and couldn't help but feel nervous. Xian Xianghua widened her beautiful eyes, which were filled with splendor. She said softly, "Not bad. This brat can actually endure for so long. He is much stronger than those trash from before." Chongming Demon Monarch asked cautiously, "Who is the sword sovereign here? Is it the Hegemon Sword Emperor?" Of the 9 emperors of the Sword Dao, the Hegemon Sword Emperor was the most famous. 2 great emperors had once fought in Juedi Cliff, and both of them had fallen here. Their resentment soared into the sky, and this place had become a fearsome land. 10,000 years ago, the Hegemon Sword Emperor had barged into Juedi Cliff alone and did not die, shocking the northern wilderness region. Hence, Chongming Demon Monarch immediately thought of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. Xian Xianghua nodded, a look of reminiscence in her eyes. Chongming Demon Monarch was silent. He was even more worried. The reputation of the Hegemon Sword Emperor was simply too resounding. Back then, he was the #1 in the world, a tyrannical existence that suppressed an era. He was the man who had pushed Sword Dao to its peak. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh at this moment. A series of air-piercing sounds could be heard, causing Chongming Demon Monarch to turn around in shock. 6 cultivators quickly flew over, led by an old man in a red robe. His figure was thin, his hair was black and white, and his face was covered with many gray spots. When he saw Xian Xianghua, he immediately stopped. The 5 cultivators behind him were shocked. The old man in the red robe noticed that the small mountain was trembling and shouted, "Someone is accepting the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance?" Xian Xianghua glanced at him and laughed in disdain. "Xian Xianghua, what are you trying to do? How dare you covet the inheritance of the Hegemon Sword sect?" The old man in the red robe asked angrily, his tone filled with anger. The Hegemon Sword sect was a sect founded by the descendants of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. It was a powerful force in the northern wilderness region, and it was not weaker than Xinhao sect and Hanin Divine sect. Who said it belongs to the Hegemon Sword sect? Whoever is capable will have it, Xian Xianghua said calmly. Her gaze landed on the cave in front of her, as if she could see what was going on inside. Xian Xianghua, Tanhua sect's sect master. Demonic Paths Number 1. A handsome young man behind the old man in the red robe mumbled to himself. He wore a green robe, and his hair was tied up with a red ribbon. His face was handsome, but he did not lose his manly aura. My son Lin Chang'e is the inheritor appointed by the ancestor. Apart from him, no one can pass the ancestor's test, the old man in the red robe said. The red-robed elder said in a deep voice. Chongming Demon Monarch turned to look at him. He asked curiously, "He's Lin Chang'e? That exquisite sword mind?" Hearing this, the young man in the green robe nodded. He cupped his fist and said, "I'm Lin Chang'e. If this brother does not pass the test, can I take his place?" Xian Xianghua's reputation was too great, and Lin Chang'e had to be respectful. But his attitude did not seem humble. Xian Xianghua snorted. What if he passes the test? Lin Chang'e frowned slightly and did not know how to reply. In his eyes, apart from him, no one could obtain the inheritance of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. But he could not offend Xian Xianghua directly. My master is Sword God Zhou. His sword technique is the best in the world. Do you think he will fail? Chongming Demon Monarch cried out arrogantly. When a demon was about to die, why should he be afraid? Sword God Zhou. Lin Chang'e frowned even harder. The expressions of the old man in the red robe and the 4 cultivators from the Hegemon Sword sect were all moved. Recently, Sword God Zhou's fame had spread far and wide. Xinhao sect, Great Zhou, and Baba Blade Master were all after his life. Such a reputation was hard to come by in 100 years. They did not expect Sword God Zhou to be Xian Xianghua's disciple. No wonder Baba Blade Master could not kill him. I only need 1 sword from the Hegemon Sword Emperor. If Sword God Zhou passes the test, he will fight with me. If I win, he will give me the sword. If I lose, I will surely compensate him. Sword techniques, swords, spirit stones, and other treasures, he can choose whatever he wants. Lin Chang'e looked at Xian Xianghua and said, although he was only the son of the Hegemon Sword sect's sect lord, his power was among the top 5 in the sect. Sure. Xian Xianghua glanced at him and smiled with disdain. Chongming Demon Monarch opened his eyes wide. This old demonic woman is playing tricks. Isn't this digging a hole for Zhou Xuanji? The old man in the red robe snorted coldly. He can't pass the test. The others were also disdainful. They understood the Hegemon Sword Emperor the most and were confident. Heaven Vault World. 10 legendary swords pierced into the Hegemon Sword Emperor's body, which made him look like a porcupine. Next, the Hegemon Sword Emperor's shadow exploded and disappeared. The 10 legendary swords flew back to Zhou Xuanji. The 100-meter-tall shadow was silent. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and thought to himself, could this guy be like the sky-sundering Sword Emperor and have spiritual intelligence? Brat, where did you come from? Those 2 swords are of an unreasonably high grade. The 100-meter-tall shadow asked suddenly, which made Zhou Xuanji sigh. Spiritual intelligence indeed. He replied, I come from the sanctum of China. I'm the reincarnation of the great sage equal to heaven's son Wukong. Sanctum of China. Great sage equal to heaven. Such a majestic title. The hegemon sword emperor was in deep thought, as though he had heard of the great sage equal to heaven. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He suddenly felt that it was fun to talk nonsense. No wonder Xian Xianghua liked to make up stories before killing. Chapter 149. Did I pass the test? Zhou Xuanji asked, staring at the hegemon sword emperor. He hoped that the hegemon sword emperor would not be as bored as the sky-sundering sword emperor, and set up dozens of tests. Not yet. The hegemon sword emperor replied, which made Zhou Xuanji speechless. I've already defeated you in the same realm, so what are you still worried about? If I were you, I would hand over the inheritance. Now there's only one test left. Move me. The hegemon sword emperor continued with a righteous tone. Zhou Xuanji blinked and did not speak. Let's begin. Use your attainments in the way of the sword to impress me. Zhou Xuanji still did not speak and continued to look at him. 100 million divine beasts galloped through his mind. Since they only needed to move their mouths, what was the point of the previous test? For a moment, the firmament world fell into silence. The outside world. The red-robed old man sneered. Why did you stop? Is he already dead inside? The hill was no longer shaking. It was terrifyingly calm. Xian Xianghua's eyes were indifferent, as if she didn't care. None of the sword cultivators she had brought in before had come out alive, so she didn't know what the second stage was. They thought that if the mountain stopped it would be the end. But she could still sense Zhou Xuanji's aura. This kid is not dead yet. Lin Chang'e looked at the small mountain quietly. No one knew what he was thinking. It's over. It's over. Chongming Demon Monarch sat paralyzed on the ground and held his head with his hands. His face was filled with pain. If Zhou Xuanji died, he would not survive either. Even if Xian Xianghua did not kill him, he would not be able to escape from Juedi Cliff, the firmament world. After a long while, the hegemon sword emperor could not help but ask, "Are you still not going to speak? If you fail the test, I will kill you. I've already defeated you. Why are you still talking? Is this the spirit of the 9 emperors of the sword's way? A senior of the sword Dao is making things difficult for me, a junior. If you are dissatisfied, no matter what I say, you will not admit it. What do you want me to do? Are you trying to tease me?" Zhou Xuanji's witty words flowed out of his mouth. However, he did not make it sound bad. Instead, he created an image of himself as weak. He didn't want to die. The hegemon sword emperor replied, "That's not the case. If you can really say something unique, the inheritance will naturally be bestowed to you." Zhou Xuanji breathed out. Time to show some real skill. My sword Dao is the Dao of 10,000 swords. 1 sword to slay humans, 2 swords to slay evil, 100 swords to slay evil, 10,000 swords to slay karma, and 1,000,000 swords to create. The drifting wind never ends, the heavy rain never ends. The sword is eternal, and the Dao can never be destroyed. A tree that can be embraced is born from the tip of a hair. A 9-story platform is built from the soil. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. 1 sword, 1 intent. 10,000 swords, 10,000 intents. A great 1,000 heavens and earth. Zhou Xuanji spoke without thinking, and the more he boasted, the more excited he became. This fellow was very good at acting, just like a grandmaster of the way of the sword. His tone rose and fell, and when it came to the highlight it was sonorous and forceful. The hegemon sword emperor remained silent. Zhou Xuanji's voice reverberated throughout the firmament world. After a long while, Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and spoke to his heart's content. However, the hegemon sword emperor did not say anything. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he had blown too much? It shouldn't be. He had borrowed the words of the ancient sages of Wuxia. Could it be that he was inferior to this sword emperor's eye? 10,000 swords, 10,000 intents. A great 1,000 heavens and earth. A great 1,000 heavens and earth. The hegemon sword emperor spoke suddenly. He was in deep thought as he mumbled to himself. Well said. He suddenly cried out. His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, which made Zhou Xuanji tremble in fear. Damn! Is there something wrong with him? Veins popped on Zhou Xuanji's forehead. He held back his anger and maintained his smile. A great 1,000 heavens and earth. A world of sword will. Good, good, good. With the sword will as the rule, a world of its own. Very good. Very good. As the Hegemon Sword Emperor spoke, he suddenly laughed wildly. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Could this guy have gone crazy because of his words? The Hegemon Sword Emperor laughed for a long while. He was evidently in his own world. Ahem. Did I pass the test? Zhou Xuanji could not help but fake a cough and interrupted him. The Hegemon Sword Emperor stopped laughing and said, Very good. Great sage, heavens equal I, the Hegemon Sword Emperor, owe you a favor. My inheritance belongs to you now. If we meet again after you ascend, I will surely become sworn brothers with you. Your mastery of the sword's way is very high. What you said just now is too important to me. He waved his right hand, and a giant sword descended from the sky. It spun and landed before him. The sword was nearly 2 meters long and a little wider than his waist. 2 black dragons were engraved on the blade, and the hilt was like a rock. The entire sword looked extremely domineering and powerful. It was extremely heavy, as though it could split mountains and split the ground. Next, a storage bag with a giant sword engraved on it appeared. Great sage, heavens equal. I will wait for you in the upper realm. Ha ha ha. The Hegemon Sword Emperor laughed wildly. Next, the surrounding world disappeared, and darkness swallowed the space. Zhou Xuanji returned to the black hole with the storage bag in his left hand, and the giant sword in his right. He immediately stored the giant sword into the supreme storage, and let the sword spirit examine it. He walked out with the storage bag in hand. He did not check the storage bag with his divine sense, in case he was tempted and tampered with it, which would result in his death. With his understanding of Xian Xianghua, this old demonic woman would definitely not want the sword. At the same time outside the cave. He's coming out. Xian Xianghua's eyes brightened as she spoke. With this, Chongming Demon Monarch looked up in surprise. Impossible. How can it be? The red-robed old man mumbled to himself in disbelief. The others were shocked too. Could it be that this brat, they knew about the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance? Once one failed, one would surely die. So few dared to challenge the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance. Lin Chang'e frowned slightly, and curiosity flashed in his eyes. He saw Zhou Xuanji walking out from the cave. Wearing the white dragon golden robe, he walked out from the darkness, which made him look like a bright sun. With a calm expression, he threw the storage bag in his hand to Xian Xianghua straightaway. Can we live? He asked. He was already prepared for battle. Xian Xianghua caught the storage bag and said with a smile, Of course. I will send you out. After that, she began looking into the storage bag for the treasures she wanted. The 6 from the Hegemon Sword sect did not attack. They did not want to experience how horrifying Xian Xianghua was. Lin Chang'e looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, Sword God Zhou, did you really obtain the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance? Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, He wants to acknowledge me as his big brother. Having heard this, the red-robed old man and the others were enraged. The Hegemon Sword Emperor was their ancestor. How could they allow Zhou Xuanji to blaspheme him? Brat, you obtained our ancestor's inheritance, and you dare to humiliate him. Be careful that the Hegemon Sword sect will hunt you down too. The red-robed old man said furiously. Xian Xianghua was beside him, so he did not dare to attack. He could only threaten him verbally. Zhou Xuanji said seriously, It's true. He wants to become my sworn brother. It was true. It was just that he and the Hegemon Sword Emperor did not agree on who would be the big brother. If he had the power, he would not be the younger brother. Sword God Zhou, I'm Lin Chang'e. You cultivate the way of the sword, so you should have heard of me. Can we have a duel? Lin Chang'e said. His eyes were burning with passion, as though he wanted to have a duel right now. Chapter 150. Lin Chang'e? Zhou Xuanji frowned. Who? Why hadn't he heard of it before? Lin Chang'e smiled confidently and said, You have just obtained the inheritance of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. I will not make things difficult for you. Just tell me a time and place. If I win, you will impart the inheritance of the Hegemon Sword Emperor to me. If I lose, I will let you enter the sword pavilion of the Hegemon Sword sect. I will give you half a month to learn. He was the exquisite sword heart and was born to practice the sword. In the entire northern wilderness region, there were not many people who could match up to him in the sword doctrine. In the northern wilderness region, he was more famous than sword god Zhou. As such, he was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would not dare to fight out of fear of him, and was willing to take a step back. Zhou Xuanji said, "How is the hegemon sword sect's foundation?" The red-robed old man said furiously, "Among all the sword sects in the world, only my hegemon sword sect has the deepest foundation." Xian Xianghua opened her eyes and said with a smile, "What are you bragging about? Where did you put 10,000 swords Divine Mountain?" 10,000 swords Divine Mountain, the sacred land of the northern wilderness region for sword doctrine. Zhou Xuanji heard that Xiao Jinghong said he wanted to go, and he promised to go. Humph. The red-robed old man snorted coldly and did not reply. Zhou Xuanji said, "How about this? I'll personally go to the hegemon sword sect in the future." When? Lin Chang'e continued asking. He had loved swords all his life, and he couldn't wait to learn the hegemon sword emperor's exceptional sword arts. Within 10 years. He had never heard of Lin Chang'e before. If Lin Chang'e kept pestering them, then Xian Xianghua would take action. All right. Lin Chang'e immediately agreed. For cultivation, 10 years was a very short period. Sometimes it was like a white horse galloping across a crack, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After that, the 6 people from the hegemon sword sect left. Except for Lin Chang'e, the other 5 people were somewhat indignant. However, Xian Xianghua was too domineering, so they did not dare to act recklessly. Xian Xianghua walked up to Zhou Xuanji and passed the storage bag to him, leaving only a black bead in her hand. She held the black bead with a fascinated look in her eyes. "Soul nurturing pearl, I finally waited for you." She gently stroked the black bead as if she was afraid that it would drop. Zhou Xuanji hung the storage bag on his waist and asked curiously, "What's a soul nurturing pearl? Just for that?" Xian Xianghua nodded, her eyes seemingly hiding a myriad of emotions. "The soul nurturing pearl can preserve souls forever. It's extremely rare. I've searched for thousands of years, but I've only found one," Xian Xianghua said softly as she sank into reminiscence. Zhou Xuanji no longer spoke. He did not want to know about Xian Xianghua's past. There was one sentence that he had always remembered. The more he knew, the more miserable his death would be. After Xian Xianghua finished reminiscing and put away the soul-nurturing pearl, she looked at Zhou Xuanji again. Her gaze seemed to be examining him, causing his heart to skip a beat. "When I was young," Xian Xianghua spoke with a sorrowful expression. "Wait." Zhou Xuanji immediately interrupted her. Not only him, but Chongming Demon Monarch's scalp also felt numb. When they heard the first 5 words, they could smell the scent of death. "Are you going back on your word?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a deep voice, suppressing his anger and sorrow. Pfft. Xian Xianghua suddenly covered her mouth and giggled, but in Zhou Xuanji's eyes it was fake. "You're wearing a veil and you're covering your mouth? Please be careful, you are an old hag. Don't act like a little girl." Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. He wanted to say it out loud, but he did not dare to. Xian Xianghua stopped smiling and said, "I will bring you out immediately." She waved her right hand, and demonic qi rose from the ground and swept Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch away. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch were extremely tense. They were afraid that the old hag would go back on her words. Not long later, they landed on the ground. This time they did not fall pathetically. Xian Xianghua was much gentler. Maybe it was because of the soul-nurturing pearl. After they landed, Xian Xianghua winked at Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, "Don't miss me anymore. When this old hag is strict, she's me. When she's in a good mood, she's me." Zhou Xuanji smiled and did not speak. "Who the hell would miss you?" Xian Xianghua transformed into a tornado of demonic qi and dissipated quickly. "Haha, I'm leaving. You will miss me in the future, little phoenix." Her laughter resounded across the sky and lasted for a long time. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. "Little phoenix?" Chongming Demon Monarch heaved a long sigh and said, "We're finally safe." After that, he let out a long roar that shook the heavens and earth. "Hiya!" Zhou Xuanji rode on him and cried out. Finally he was free. And he received the inheritance of the hegemon sword emperor. He felt so good. Chongming Demon Monarch flew toward Great Shang with a loud laugh. He picked up the storage bag and scanned it with his mind. He found many spirit stones and elixirs. Other than that, there were many scrolls or books on sword techniques and energy techniques. Zhou Xuanji's body trembled when he saw the sword techniques. I got it. In the underground cave, Jiang Shui was cultivating by the lake. Her eyelids were twitching, and she was obviously not calm. The others were cultivating by themselves, but they seemed to be preoccupied. The atmosphere was a little silent. Xiao Jinghong leaped out of the lake suddenly, and the others quickly gathered around him. How's the situation? Jiang Shui asked immediately. Her face was filled with worry. Xiao Jinghong took a deep breath and said, "The World Hero Conference has ended. The Phoenix Sword Emperor won. His name is Zhou Menglang, and he should be the revered teacher." With this, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Daoya old man opened his eyes wide and mumbled, "He really won against the child of destiny? This kid." "That's right. And he won with ease and dominance." Xiao Jinghong nodded and said. The others were even more surprised. It was indeed the Zhou Xuanji that they knew. He was as powerful as ever. But Xiao Jinghong's face turned grim. Zhao Tsongjian stared at him and urged, "Just tell us, are you trying to kill our patients?" The others' expressions turned hostile too. Xiao Jinghong quickly said, "Tanhua sect's suzerain attacked Great Shang and threatened to take away the Phoenix Sword Emperor." "What? Tanhua sect's suzerain?" Daoya old man cried out in shock. His face was filled with shock. Han Ximbua trembled and mumbled, "Oh no! Oh no!" To them, the Tanhua sect's suzerain was like a legendary demon king. After that, the Phoenix Sword Emperor disappeared. Xiao Jinghong sighed. He tried to find out about Xian Xianghua's identity, and his scalp was numb. Jiang Shui asked anxiously, "Who is the Tanhua sect's suzerain? Is he very powerful? Why does he want to capture Zhou Xuanji?" Daoya old man's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "The Tanhua sect's suzerain, the top evil cultivator. In the northern wilderness region, there are only a handful of people who can stand against her. Even Lin Guanyu was afraid of her." Jiang Shui heard him and was stunned, as though her soul had been taken away. The group fell into silence. The little black snake laid on the ground and mumbled to himself, "A calamity from the heavens. A calamity from the heavens." At this moment, the surface of the lake exploded again. Two silhouettes leaped up. "Tanhua sect's suzerain is nothing. Can she harm me?" Zhou Xuanji's high-spirited voice came, which attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 151. Xuanji. Jiang Shui leaped into Zhou Xuanji's arms in surprise and cried tears of joy. The others also gathered around and started asking questions at the same time. "Revered teacher, what happened? You were not captured by Tanhua sect's suzerain? Good boy. You really won the World Hero Conference. Quick, tell us." "Yeah, tell us." Facing the crowd's excitement and curiosity, Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything. He started from the World Hero Conference and even told them about his encounter with Lin Guanyu and the inheritance of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. The little black snake arched its body and looked at Chongming Demon Monarch with its forked tongue. Chongming Demon Monarch sensed its gaze and turned around. Their eyes met. It felt like a needle meeting an awn. Could it be the black snake that Master talked about? Very powerful. Chongming Demon Monarch raised his brow and thought with squinted eyes. I must teach it a lesson in the future. The little black snake did not know what he was thinking but thought in his heart. This guy looks mighty and it's a bull demon. I will have another mount in the future. After Zhou Xuanji finished, the group sighed in amazement. Master is really fortunate to have gained something from a disaster. Huang Lianxin said with admiration, and so did the others. Zhou Xuanji said it casually, but everyone understood the difficulty. To defeat the Hegemon Sword Emperor, who was at the same stage, and to use his understanding of the way of the sword to convince the Hegemon Sword Emperor? In this world, who else could do it other than Zhou Xuanji? Daoya old man rubbed his chin and mumbled, "It shouldn't be. Xian Xianghua let you go. This is not like her. None of the men she captured survived." Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji's arm and said proudly, "Of course. Our Xuanji is so handsome, she must be moved." Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Bei Xiao Wangjian, and Han Ximbua heard her and burst into laughter. The little black snake came over and asked, How does that Su Xianqian look like? She is the top beauty in Great Shang. Are you moved? Zhou Xuanji glanced at it and said, Your rations for this month are gone. With this, the little black snake's expression changed. I was wrong. The little black snake quickly came over and begged pitifully. Zhou Xuanji ignored it. Jiang Shui snorted and stared at it, saying, Add another half a month. The little black snake felt as if it had been struck by lightning, instantly feeling extremely wronged. Zhou Xuanji passed a thunder core grass to Daoya Old Man and said, Old man, rest well. Daoya Old Man laughed and left with the thunder core grass. I've obtained quite a few sword techniques. Once I've mastered them, I'll give each of you a copy. Zhou Xuanji said to Xiao Jinghong and the others. He did not let them finish the Hegemon Sword Emperor's sword techniques, not because he was stingy, but because not everyone had the supreme legendary sword system like him. They would have to spend several years or even more just to practice a single sword technique. Giving them too many sword techniques at once would cause them to become lost. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Bei Xiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin were pleasantly surprised. Shortly after, Zhou Xuanji introduced Chongming Demon Monarch to them, and claimed that Chongming Demon Monarch would be the team's tank. The group became curious immediately. It was a little extravagant to use a 7th-ranked demon as a tank. Chongming Demon Monarch did not know what a tank was, but he still patted his chest and smiled. Don't worry, I will fulfill my duty as a tank. Many years later, he would deeply regret this promise. The group dispersed. Zhou Xuanji pulled Jiang Shui to a corner and whispered to her. When he was captured by Xian Xianghua, the person he thought about the most was Jiang Shui. In this world, in his heart, he could let go of anyone but Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui appeared to be very happy. She grabbed Zhou Xuanji and told him about what happened during this period of time. When Zhou Xuanji was away, some demons and cultivators passed by occasionally. Some demons even barged into the underground cave. But they were all dealt with by them. The two chatted for a long time until they were tired. Jiang Shui walked to the side to cultivate, while Zhou Xuanji began to inspect the Hegemon Sword Emperor's sword techniques. There were a total of 13 sword techniques and 3 cultivation techniques. He already had the Sword Qi Golden Body incantation, but he could not cultivate too many energy techniques. Otherwise, his spirit energy would become chaotic, and his golden core would shatter. The highest grade sword technique was Heaven Grade Low Tier. It was called the Sky Dominating Divine Sword. 5 of the remaining sword techniques were Earth Grade, while the rest were Black Grade sword techniques. Finally, a Heaven Grade sword technique. Zhou Xuanji delved his divine will into the scroll in his hand delightedly. Next, images appeared in his mind. It was a black shadow dancing with a sword. Its figure was exactly the same as the Hegemon Sword Emperor. The Sky-Dominating Divine Sword was all about domineering. A single slash could dominate everything and cut through the heavens. He had encountered this slash before in the examination. If not for his many legendary swords, he might not have been able to withstand it. The Sky-Dominating Divine Sword had a total of 109 sword moves. After mastering them, one could master the Sky-Dominating Divine Sword. Each of these sword moves could change the direction of the flow of spirit energy. After the 109 sword moves, the spirit energy would circulate in one's body for a full cycle, forming a domineering aura. He took out the chicken-slaying sword and began practicing. Seeing him practicing, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Bei Xiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin stopped and observed. After 100 times, Sky-Dominating Divine Sword reached small accomplishment. After 300 times, Sky-Dominating Divine Sword reached great accomplishment. After 500 times, Sky-Dominating Divine Sword reached sword will. Boom! The entire underground cave shook violently, and everyone turned to look. Zhou Xuanji stood still with the chicken-slaying sword in his hand. A layer of faint white radiance appeared around his body, as though a layer of flame aura was burning. His entire aura became incredibly powerful. Just by standing there, he gave off an indescribable domineering aura. Heaven Grade Sword Technique. Daoya Old Man opened his eyes wide and cried out in shock. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard this. Heaven Grade. No matter if it was a spell or an energy technique, once it reached Heaven Grade, the difficulty of cultivating it would increase tremendously. Most people who obtained a heaven-grade technique might not even be able to cultivate it successfully in their lifetime. How long did Zhou Xuanji take? Although they were already used to it, they were still shocked when they heard that it was a heaven-grade sword technique. Zhao Zongjian looked down at his hand and gritted his teeth. Comparing oneself to others is really infuriating. Zhou Xuanji continued to practice his sword technique. Top-tier earth-grade sword technique. Chilling wave sound wave. This sword technique was suitable for the heaven sound sword. After 500 times he easily formed the sword will. Xiao Jinghong and the others turned around and did not want to watch anymore. If they continued to watch, they were worried that they would develop inner demons. It was Chongming Demon Monarch's first time seeing Zhou Xuanji practicing his sword technique. He was petrified and stood rooted to the spot. This brat's talent. No wonder he could receive the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance. With such talent, he could dominate the northern wilderness region and defeat Xian Xianghua in just 1,000 years. He suddenly became excited. Only now did he truly feel that it was an opportunity to become Zhou Xuanji's disciple. A great opportunity. In just 10 days, Zhou Xuanji mastered all the sword techniques in the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance. Daoya Old Man channeled his energy to heal himself as he shook his head and said, "Freak! Freak!" Chapter 152. The more Daoya Old Man thought about it, the more unbalanced he felt. His qi and blood became chaotic and he coughed. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and looked at him. "Old man, can you do it? Is half of your body going to be buried?" Daoya Old Man stared at him and said, "I'm a land immortal. It's not a problem for me to live for another 3,000 years." Zhou Xuanji smiled and walked over. "How should I use the thunder core grass?" Now, he was willing to believe in Daoya Old Man. Although the old man was not always serious, he was not afraid of death for him. Zhou Xuanji was always grateful. "Take it out. I will boil it into a medicinal soup for you. Sit in the cauldron and activate your energy technique." Daoya Old Man got up and said. After that, he took out his giant cauldron. Zhou Xuanji took out 2 10,000-year-old thunder core grass and passed them to him. Daoya Old Man threw the thunder core grass into the cauldron straight away, then took out other spirit herbs and flowers and threw them in as well. The others came over. They wanted to see the effects of the thunder core grass. Daoya Old Man waved his right hand, and the lake water flew into the cauldron. A blue flame burned at the bottom of the cauldron, and he began to concoct the medicine easily. Jiang Shui asked worriedly, "Will it be very painful?" Looking at the boiling medicinal water, she was worried for Zhou Xuanji. "Of course it will be painful. It's the pain of millions of worms devouring your body," Daoya Old Man said matter-of-factly, which made Jiang Shui open her eyes wide. Beixiao Wangjian mumbled, "A 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. How powerful is the spiritual qi in it?" The others nodded and expressed their own opinions. Zhou Xuanji stared at them and said unpleasantly, "Are you trying to scare me? Do you think I'm afraid of pain?" Back then, when he used the Furious Ape Sword and the God Emperor Sword, the pain was excruciating. Daoya Old Man looked at Xiao Jinghong and the others and said, "When you are free, you can go out and collect herbs. During this period of time, the more medicinal effects he absorbs, the higher his cultivation will be." Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian and Beixiao Wangjian left immediately. Han Shimbua also left and dived into the lake. "From now on, if you want to go out, you can. Just don't go too far," Daoya Old Man continued to say, and the eyes of Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, and Big and Small Air brightened. It could be said that they were suffocated in the underground cave, especially a Big and Small Air. It had been a long time since they had flown freely. What if Lin Guanyu attacks again? Huang Lianxin asked hesitantly. Lin Guanyu was a powerful existence that could annihilate their entire team. Daoya Old Man waved his hand and said, he was already scared out of his wits by Xian Xianghua. After knowing that Xianji was captured by Xian Xianghua, why would he stay in Great Shang? Chongming Demon Monarch nodded and said, "That's right. You guys didn't see it. When Xian Xianghua told him to scram, he did. He was so cowardly. Unlike me, who was so arrogant and warned her not to harm my master." Everyone rolled their eyes. Over the past few days they had also gotten to know Chongming Demon Monarch. It was another little black snake. "All right, you can enter the cauldron now." Daoya old man reminded. Zhou Xuanji took off the white dragon golden robe and leaped into the cauldron with only a pair of pants on. As soon as he entered the cauldron, he felt as if his skin was about to explode. He subconsciously entered the Vajra invincibility state, and his entire body seemed to be gilded. Streaks of golden light emerged from the cauldron, incomparably resplendent. Jiang Shui was sitting not far away. She hugged her legs and looked at the cauldron quietly. Daoya old man walked to her side and sat down. I realize that you are very similar to his mother, he said with a smile. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes and said, Grandteacher, what do you mean? She had already become familiar with Daoya old man. To some extent, Daoya old man was already her teacher. Daoya old man often said that she was like Zhou Xuanji's mother. Initially, she did not mind, but after a while, she felt that something was not right. You guys are usually very quiet, but when you meet the man you love, your heart will be in a mess. Daoya old man sighed in amazement. His eyes were immersed in reminiscence. Back then, when Zhao Xian met Emperor Yan of Zhou, she was dead set on him. I could not persuade her no matter what. She even wanted to break off our master-disciple relationship. This is fate. Although I divined that it was an ill-fated relationship, I was soft-hearted and did not stop it completely. In the end she died, but I believe that she did not regret it. Jiang Shui thought about it and asked, was it because of Xuanji that she did not regret it? Daoya old man shook his head and smiled. No, Xuanji is only part of the reason. If you and Xuanji have a child in the future, which is more important, the child or Xuanji? Having heard this, Jiang Shui blushed immediately. She complained coquettishly, Grand teacher, what are you talking about? Ha ha ha. Daoya old man laughed heartily as he stroked his long beard. The old and the young talked about the past. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, was in torment and did not pay attention to his surroundings. Next, every day, Daoya old man would add water and herbs into the cauldron. His cultivation broke through consecutively, and he felt like he was soaring like a rocket. The thunder core grass contained a massive amount of lightning energy, which made his physical strength grow day by day. In the forest, Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Tsongjian chatted as they walked forward. Be careful when you swing your sword. The lighter, the better. This kind of sword technique is all about being casual. Xiao Jinghong reminded Zhao Tsongjian. Most of the time he was the one teaching Zhao Tsongjian. Until now he was already used to it and even enjoyed it. Seeing Zhao Tsongjian's growth gave him a sense of achievement. Zhao Tsongjian nodded and said, whatever. I feel that my mental state is still not good enough. I need to train it. Take it slow. More haste makes waste. Don't compare yourself to my revered teacher. Xiao Jinghong said with a smile. Zhao Tsongjian agreed with him. Ever since they followed Zhou Xuanji, the pride in their hearts was completely gone. Following Zhou Xuanji, they no longer felt that they were geniuses. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At this moment, the trees and bushes in front of them began to shake. A white wolf covered in blood walked out shakily. There was a young man on its back. The young man was wearing a blue shirt and had messy hair. He had already fainted on the wolf's back and was hugging the white wolf's neck tightly. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Tsongjian stopped and frowned. The white wolf walked up to them and collapsed on the ground. I beg you, save my young master. He is the prince of Great Chan. If you help him, the white wolf said weakly. Before it could finish its sentence, it breathed its last. Great Chan. Zhao Tsongjian frowned and looked terrible. There's an enemy, Xiao Jinghong said softly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Numerous darts flew out from the depths of the forest and cut the leaves. They were extremely fast. Xiao Jinghong drew his sword and swung, and all the darts fell to the ground. This is Haochi Alliance's business. I advise you to stay far away, or else you will die without a burial place. A cold voice rang out. Then dozens of black-clothed men appeared on the surrounding trees like night eagles. Zhao Tsongjian snorted coldly. The other party killed them straight away. They saw that they were not weak, so they threatened them. How could they let this go? Chapter 153. Are we going to fight? Zhao Tsongjian looked at Xiao Jinghong and asked softly. He did not take these people seriously at all. Xiao Jinghong nodded and said, leave that nascent soul fellow to me. I'll leave the others to you. Zhao Zongjian did not have any objections. The two of them disappeared almost at the same time. The battle broke out immediately. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the two of them returned to their original spot. The surrounding trees had fallen and there were bloodstains everywhere. The dozens of Haoqi Alliance cultivators had all died tragically in the forest. Their hands were full of storage rings and storage bags. Zhou Xuanji taught them well. They could not fight for nothing. They checked the items, then took out some cloth and wrapped them up. Should I save this prince of Great Chan? Zhao Zongjian asked. He frowned slightly. It was obvious that he did not want any trouble. Xiao Jinghong said expressionlessly, "We've already saved him. What else can we do? Go home." All right. The two of them hit it off and turned to leave. The blue-clothed youth lay motionless on the white wolf's back like a corpse. After returning to the underground cave, Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Yu told the others about this matter. They were not too surprised by the Prince of Great Chan. After all, there was a Prince of Great Zhou here. Let's talk about it after Xuanji finishes his breakthrough. If he can't even hold on for half a month, even if we save him, he will still die prematurely in the future. Daoya old man waved his sleeves, his face full of indifference. There were many matters of life and death in the world, but how many could they care about? They had already saved the Prince of Great Chan. The rest was up to his fate. No one had any objections. Zhou Xuanji, who was covered in gold, was still sitting in the cauldron. Steam was rising from his body and he frowned. The medicinal water around him was boiling and bubbling, which was intimidating. Another 10 days passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to Soul Fountain level 7. Congratulations, sword owner, for obtaining glorious gold hegemon Jiao. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, causing him to open his eyes. Then 3 lines of words appeared in front of him. Sword name, hegemon 9 level. Glorious gold description. The beloved sword of the hegemon sword emperor of the 9 emperors of the way of the sword. It is invincible in the mortal world and contains the power to destroy heaven and earth. It was the glorious gold divine sword. Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. No wonder the hegemon sword emperor was the most famous and the last ancient sword emperor. After him, no other sword cultivator was recognized as a sword emperor by heaven and earth. He didn't feel that the hegemon sword emperor was stronger than the sky-rending sword emperor. He only felt that the hegemon sword emperor was more generous. The sky-sundering emperor sword was definitely not the best treasure sword of the sky-sundering sword emperor. That fellow was extremely stingy, and that was why he was only able to learn 2 sword arts. The most outrageous thing was that sky-splitting sword emperor Wang Xiaofei had set up dozens of stages. Every time he thought about it, he couldn't help but despise Wang Xiaofei. He did not take out hegemon Jiao immediately. He had plenty of time in the future. He continued to cultivate and absorb the energy within the potion. Time continued to pass. 12 days later, he forcefully broke through to the first level of the nascent soul realm. Under his inner vision, a small nascent soul was condensed in his body. It had the same face as him. The spiritual chi in his muscles and bones surged into the nascent soul and condensed spiritual chi together with the golden core. His spiritual power began to skyrocket. Compared to the 10th level of the spirit spring stage, the spirit energy of the first level of the nascent soul stage was more than 10 times stronger. Analyze that the sword owner has reached the nascent soul realm. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Gold Great Dream Sword, Evil Revealing Mirror, and 10 stalks of Concealing Grass. Golden Divine Sword? Zhou Xuanji was indifferent, but he was more interested in the Evil Mirror and the Concealing Grass. Great Dream Sword's information appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Great Dream Sword grade gold description, made from an ancient bewildering rock. It can easily trap people in an illusion. Not bad. He liked to trap people in an illusion. Evil Revealing Mirror can reveal the true form of all evil spirits. Of course, if one's cultivation is too high, the mirror will not work. Concealing Grass can make one invisible and conceal one's aura for an hour. The sword spirit introduced to Zhou Xuanji, and he was satisfied. They all have their uses. It will be much more convenient for me to travel around the world in the future, especially the Concealing Grass, which can help me escape. Shortly after, he continued to realize the new stage. The effect of the potion had not ended yet, so he could continue to sit. Not far away, Daoya old man Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the rest gathered together. He really broke through to the astral infant stage. So fast. Xiao Jinghong mumbled to himself. His tone was filled with envy. Daoya old man chuckled. Don't even think about it. You are not physical cultivators, so you cannot withstand the overpowering effect of the thunder core grass. He endured a month of pain and suffering. Most people would not be able to endure it. The group nodded. Their hearts were filled with admiration. In this month they did not hear a single groan from Zhou Xuanji. His tenacity impressed them. The little black snake praised. You are indeed worthy of being the person that I like. Chongming Demon Monarch laughed with disdain. Master, you are wrong. You are not worthy to be with us. You? The little black snake trembled in anger. If not for its lack of power, it would have fought Chongming Demon Monarch to the death. Another 3 days passed. Zhou Xuanji leaped out from the cauldron. His body was golden, and bolts of lightning surrounded him. His eyes were filled with lightning, and he looked majestic. The muscles on his upper body were perfectly defined, and they were well proportioned without losing their beauty of power. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were mesmerized by him. He quickly leaped into the lake and prepared to take a bath. The lightning dispersed along with the lake water. A big and small heir, who were playing in the water, were electrocuted as well. They flew out of the lake immediately and crashed into the cave wall above, almost fainting. The group saw this and burst out in laughter. Daoya old man stroked his long beard and praised. The power of lightning. This kid is really talented in physical cultivation. He is indeed from the royal bloodline of Great Zhou. He has the demeanor of his father. Zhou Xuanji quickly walked out of the lake. With a shake of his body, the water on his body evaporated. I heard that Emperor Yan of Zhou was also a great accomplishment in physical cultivation. He could crush a mountain with a single palm strike. Xiao Jinghong said softly, and curiosity could be seen in his eyes. He really wanted to know how powerful Zhou Xuanji would be in the future. Would he be like the Hegemon Sword Emperor suppressing an era? Zhou Xuanji put on the white dragon golden robe and opened his right arm. Jiang Shui quickly leaped into his embrace, and the group jeered. Dog food again. Damn it. I'm not convinced. The little black snake complained, and he was sent flying away by Chongming Demon Monarch's kick. The meaning of dog food was taught to them by Zhou Xuanji. After following Zhou Xuanji for a long time, they learned many new terms from Earth. Zhou Xuanji stretched his neck and smiled. I feel good. Let's go. Let's roast some wild game and take out some good wine to celebrate. How about it? Sure. Beixiao Wangjian clapped his hands and agreed. He looked at Zhou Xuanji passionately, as though he was looking at a peerless beauty. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian and Huang Lianxin were the same. Zhou Xuanji had successfully broken through. Next he could teach them more powerful sword techniques. They were excited just thinking about it. The group packed up and left the cave quickly. After they came ashore, they saw a silhouette. 20 meters away, a young man in tattered blue clothes was washing his face. Zhou Xuanji and his companions suddenly barged in, and he fell to the ground out of fear. He stepped back in fear and cried out, Don't come over. I'm the Prince of Great Chan. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, So what if you're the Prince of Great Chan? I'm the Prince of Great Zhou. Yeah, I'm the Grand Teacher of the Prince of Great Zhou. Daoya old man said with a wicked smile. Chapter 154. Prince of Great Zhou? The young man in blue was stunned and stopped retreating. Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, and the rest dried their clothes with their spirit energy and did not walk toward him. He came back to his senses and said, This is Great Shang. How can there be a Prince of Great Zhou? Great Shang and Great Zhou were mortal enemies. They could not coexist. Did a Prince of Great Zhou come to Great Shang because he was tired of living? Zhou Xuanji put his arm on Jiang Shui's shoulder and snorted. What's wrong with you guys? There's someone nearby and you didn't even realize it. When the fire reaches your butts, will you still be sleeping? Whenever he had the chance, he would educate his disciples and sword slaves. He felt great about it. Zhao Tsongjian said shamefully. Actually, we noticed him long ago. We were the ones who saved him from Wuxia Alliance. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Wuxia Alliance? The young man in blue opened his eyes wide and cried out in excitement. You guys were the ones who saved him? He dashed toward Zhou Xuanji and the rest in surprise. That day when he woke up and saw the corpses around him, he was terrified. He was looking for his benefactor in the forest, but to no avail. After that, he hid in the forest. It was not because he was stupid but because he was too weak, he could not escape at all. There were too many powerful demons lurking around. He almost had a mental breakdown because he could survive until today. Xiao Jinghong drew his sword and pointed it at his throat. The young man was so frightened that he stopped immediately. What are you trying to do? Xiao Jinghong asked coldly without any expression. He was dressed in black and had a cold face. He looked so fierce and ferocious. The young man in blue trembled in fear and began to back away. He raised his hands and cried out in fear. I have no ill intentions. I just want to thank you. Chongming Demon Monarch snorted disdainfully. What do you have to thank me? Your flesh? After that, he suddenly turned into the head of a bull. He looked hideous and horrifying. His roar shook the forest. Ah! The young man in blue fell to the ground in fear. His pants were wet in an instant. Zhou Xuanji slapped Chongming Demon Monarch to the ground. He was so powerful now that Chongming Demon Monarch was caught off guard and fell to the ground. You want to roar us to death? Zhou Xuanji stared at him. Chongming Demon Monarch sat paralyzed on the ground and covered his face. At first glance she looked like a wild wife. The little black snake laid on top of Small Fool's head and laughed loudly. It was extremely excited. Even an old man like you would have such a day. Keep working. Learn from me, don't stop. Han Shenbua shook his head and sighed. A rank 7 great demon has no dignity at all. When Chongming Demon Monarch heard this, he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Daoya old man suddenly had a blade of grass in his mouth. He said carelessly, Are you going or not? Let's go to the top of the mountain and roast some wild game. Don't waste time. Zhou Xuanji nodded and flew on his sword with Jiang Shui in his arms. The others followed closely behind. The group quickly disappeared on the other side of the forest. The blue-clothed youth stood rooted to the spot, unable to come to his senses for a long time. Soon Zhou Xuanji and the others landed on a mountain. Chongming Demon Monarch chopped down pieces of rocks to make seats for everyone. Beixiao Wangjian and Zhao Tsongjian went hunting. Zhou Xuanji sat down, and Jiang Shui obediently sat beside him. The others also sat down one after another. Even the three-eyed drought rodent jumped out, looking very happy. Xiao Jinghong put down the sword in his hand and sighed in amazement. Actually, this kind of life is not bad. With the sword and all of you, there's no need for conflict. Huang Lianxin nodded. She was already used to the group. She might not be used to living alone. Daoya old man stroked his long beard and said with a smile, Cherish it. Such days will not last long. Where there are people, there will be conflict. Sometimes, even if you don't fight, there will be people who will fight you. In the cycle of the heavens, who can escape the fate of the human world? The group was in deep thought. These words made them feel sad and heavy. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, Bullsh *T. If someone fights you, it's you who deserves it. Daoya old man stared at him and scolded. Brat, show some respect. I risked my life to save you. The little black snake snorted. I don't like you either. You always pour cold water on me. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin covered their mouths and laughed out loud. Xiao Jinghong and Han Shenbua laughed as well. Chongming Demon Monarch nodded and said seriously, You're right. You too, it's over. Be careful when you sleep next time. Daoya old man's beard trembled in anger, and his face turned red. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, Conflict is nothing. As long as we work together, any enemy will be defeated by us. The group nodded and smiled confidently. Along the way, they had encountered many dangers, but they all overcame them. One day we will stand at the top of the world, and no one will dare to offend us. Zhou Xuanji's words made the group's blood boil. They all believed in this. Chongming Demon Monarch chuckled. If there's an opportunity, we must find Xian Xianghua to settle the score. That old demonic woman always scares us. Do you know that every time before she kills someone, she will make up a story? It's always when I was young. He began to talk incessantly, and the group cried out in shock from time to time. They did not expect Xian Xianghua to be so brutal. A while later, Zhao Zongjian and Beishao Wangjian returned with 3 wild rabbits and boars each. Huang Lianqin took out some firewood, while Jiang Shui cast a spell to start a fire. They began to roast the wild animals. The atmosphere was joyful and they talked and laughed. Zhou Xuanji took out some wine and bowls and chopsticks. Each of them had a bowl of wine, and they toasted each other. Unknowingly, Chongming Demon Monarch became one with them. Although he was often beaten up, he felt that it was not bad. At least he was not lonely. In the past, when he was in his own territory, he basically slept every day. Now that he was with Zhou Xuanji, he was forced to cultivate. In Zhou Xuanji's words, his life became more active. Just when the group was talking and laughing, the young man in blue climbed up the mountain carefully. Beishao Wangjian stared at him and said fiercely, "Why are you up here? Get lost." The young man in blue cried out in panic, "I know about the Tianxia map. If you send me back to Great Chan, I will tell you where it is." Han Shumbua, Chongming Demon Monarch, the little black snake, and Daoya Old Man were all shocked. Xiao Jinghong frowned and said, "Tianxia map? Isn't that a legend? How can you take it seriously?" Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Huang Lianqin, Zhao Zongjian, and Beishao Wangjian were all stunned. "Tianxia map? What's that?" "It's true. It's because I know the whereabouts of the Tianxia map that I ended up like this. Both the orthodox and evil sects are looking for the Tianxia map." The young man in blue was anxious and quickly explained. Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask, "What's the Tianxia map?" It sounded very powerful. Legend has it that a long time ago, even before the Hegemon Sword Emperor, the human ancestor created the Tianxia map, which could stabilize the fate of the entire human race. Whoever has the Tianxia map can rule the world. Daoya Old Man said, which made Zhou Xuanji roll his eyes. "Why does it sound so immature?" Han Shumbua said, "Every person who has the Tianxia map once unified the world. If a demon obtains it, the world will be called the Year of the Demon, and demons will bring disaster to all living beings. If a ghost obtains it, the world will be called the Year of the Ghost, like the Netherworld." Chapter 155. Could it be that demons and ghosts obtained the Tianxia map in the past and controlled the world from there? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. He suddenly felt that he should understand the history of this world. However, even if he wanted to understand it, it would be very difficult. Because the historical records from 10,000 years ago were very difficult to find, they were all sealed by the various dynasties and factions. Daoya Old Man stroked his beard, a look of reminiscence on his face. It was as if he had unlocked a long-sealed memory in his mind. He said faintly, "In ancient times, there were ghost emperors and demon emperors. During those chaotic times, the human race wasn't as prosperous as it is now. They were even food for the various races." Jiang Shui, Huang Lianqin, and Beishao Wangjian looked at him curiously, waiting for him to continue and unveil the mysterious veil of ancient history. However, Daoya Old Man did not continue speaking. Instead, he picked up a bowl of wine and gulped it down. "Mother curse say it." The little black snake cursed anxiously. Then Daoya Old Man struck down with a wind blade, almost cutting off the feathers on little Air's head. Zhou Xuanji saw through Daoya Old Man immediately and said unpleasantly, "It's not that he doesn't want to say, but that's all he knows." Everyone rolled their eyes when they heard this. They then turned their gazes towards the blue-clothed youth. "I'm not lying. You have to believe me. I can't even protect my life now. I don't want this world anymore. I just want to live." The blue-robed youth said seriously with a sincere look in his eyes. Chongming Demon Monarch glared at him and scolded, "You speak as if this world belongs to you." The blue-clothed youth was very afraid of this fellow. He was so scared that his neck shrunk back, and he was extremely nervous. Zhou Xuanji said, "We don't have time to send you back to Great Chan. But if you are willing to wait, we will be going to Great Chan in the future, and we can bring you along." He had promised Zhao Zongjian that if he were to go to Great Chan, he could send the young man in blue back, but not now. They still had to conserve their energy and cultivate diligently. When he was stronger, he would travel the world. As for how strong, strong enough to fight Lin Guanyu head-on. If one person couldn't beat him, then a group of people wouldn't be a bad idea either. The blue-robed youth nodded vigorously and said excitedly, I'm willing to wait. My name is Chan Bantan. I'll follow you guys from now on. Get lost. Who wants you to follow us? Stay in the forest by yourself. If you can survive until the day we leave, then you will be qualified to follow us. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and snorted. There was no way he could take advantage of them. Chun Banshan's face instantly fell. He gritted his teeth and said, As long as you let me follow you, I will do whatever you want me to do. Zhou Xuanji was indifferent. He picked up a rabbit leg and started munching on it. The aroma of barbecued meat wafted into Chun Banshan's nose, causing him to salivate. Daoya old man sized him up with a strange smile on his face. His anus tightened and his hair stood on end. I'll give you a mission. If you complete it, we'll take you in. Daoya old man said with a smile. The others couldn't help but feel curious. Chun Banshan's cultivation hadn't even reached the foundation establishment realm. He was a complete piece of trash, so what was the point of taking him in? Please speak. Chun Bantian replied with a nervous expression. I hope it won't be too difficult. Kill 10 rank 2 demonic beasts, no matter what method you use. Daoya old man said leisurely, causing Chun Banshan's expression to change drastically. Second-rank demonic beast. To Zhou Xuanji and the others this was nothing. But to Chun Bantian it was undoubtedly a gamble with his life. Daoya old man no longer paid attention to him, and the others chatted among themselves as if Chun Bantian did not exist. Gritting his teeth, Chun Bantian turned and left. But no matter what, this was his only option. He could only take the risk. After he entered the forest, the others stopped talking. They tracked Chun Bantian with their mind. They wanted to see what this kid would do. In the end they found this kid sleeping in the bushes. The group was speechless. Jiang Shui could not help but ask, Is that really it? I feel that he won't live for long. This kid's cultivation was weak and cowardly, just like a girl. Let's wait and see. Zhou Xuanji replied softly with a calm expression. Looking at Chun Bantian, he felt angry and amused at the same time. Go down the mountain to sleep? Such a strange thought process. It made him want to help this kid out somehow. Don't underestimate him. He has great potential. Daoya old man said with a mysterious smile. Chongming demon monarch said with disdain. His potential in sleeping is indeed great. As a prince of Great Chan, you are being hunted by Haoqi Alliance. Do you think it's as simple as the Tianxia map? Daoya old man shook his head and smiled. As he spoke he even touched his beard. Zhao Tsongjian asked. He did not say. Han Shumbua sighed. You're deliberately mystifying again. You keep us in suspense every time. So despicable. The others did not ask further, which made Daoya old man feel bored. They continued to drink and chat. Time passed quickly. Dusk came. The group returned to the underground cave. They planned to move out the next day. It was dark underground which could not be compared to the surface. The next day, they moved to a relatively spacious grassland in the forest. In less than half a day they had built 7 small pavilions. For the next period of time they continued to cultivate. Day after day. Occasionally, Chun Bantian would approach this place, but he was scared away by Chongming demon monarch. After that, this kid would hide nearby every night when he slept. It seemed that he would feel more secure when he was near Zhou Xuanji and the rest. During the day, he would try to find second-rank demons. As time passed, the group got used to his presence. On a mountain peak, a group of men in black stood there. There were about 100 of them. A tall man stood at the front. He had a full beard and wore a conical hat. His eyes were like an eagle's, and there was a tiny scar at the corner of his brow. He looked at the horizon and said, Have you found the whereabouts of Yellow Dragon's descendant? One of the men in black said respectfully, It should be in the forest 1,000 miles ahead. The bearded man nodded and did not speak anymore. He seemed to be thinking about something. The men in black behind him did not move either. They waited quietly for orders. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound came from the north. They looked back and saw a white-haired man flying toward them. He wore a green robe and had his hands behind his back. His face was indifferent, and he had the temperament of a powerful cultivator. Seeing him, the bearded man and the men in black all half knelt down and bowed to the white-haired man. "Greetings, Division Leader Wang," they cried out in unison. Their tone was filled with awe. The white-haired man was a division leader of Wuxia Alliance, Wang Qixiao. His cultivation was extremely high. Wang Qixiao flew up to them and said, "Have you caught Chen Bantian? Remember, he must be alive." "Not yet, but soon," the bearded man replied, not daring to look up at Wang Qixiao. However, Chen Bantian might have already received help from powerful cultivators. "The disciples we sent last time are all dead. Their jade medallions have dimmed." Speaking of this, he was still a little worried. If the other party dared to interfere in this matter, they must not be weak. "I will go with you. No matter who it is, I will kill them. We must act quickly." Last time Xian Xianghua attacked Chaoga Imperial City, causing chaos in Great Shang. This period of chaos is about to end. Once Great Shang discovers Chen Banshan's existence, the consequences will be unimaginable. The alliance between Wuxia Alliance and Great Shang might be broken because of this. Wang Qixiao instructed in a low voice. His eyes were filled with worry. The Tianxia map had appeared. If Wuxia Alliance could not grasp it, it would be snatched away by others. The situation of the world would change. Chapter 156. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. In the forest, Daoya old man sat cross-legged on the roof of a small pavilion. He suddenly opened his eyes and calculated with his fingers. His expression changed slightly. There's a murderous aura in the wind, and there's a baleful aura in the life diagram. This is an inauspicious sign. Could it be an enemy attack? He muttered to himself, his expression becoming solemn. After a moment of hesitation, he came to Zhou Xuanji's side and said softly, "Danger is coming. Should we run or prepare to fight?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, "How are the enemies compared to Lin Guanyu?" The current him was not weak, so there was no need for him to run everywhere. He didn't believe that the streets were full of people who were as strong as Lin Guanyu or stronger. Of course it can't be compared, but it won't be too weak either. However, I calculate that if we face it head-on, the disaster that follows will not be inferior to the threat of Lin Guanyu. Daoya old man said solemnly. Then he paused for a while and reminded them with a deeper meaning. If we avoid it, we still have to leave Chen Bantian behind. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "You and I have already promised him that if he can kill 10 second-rank demons, we will take him away. What's the point of abandoning him now?" He hated people who went back on their word the most, especially when it concerned his life. When he was captured by Xian Xianghua, he was very worried that she would go back on her word. If he hadn't said those words to Chen Bantian, he might have left right away. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. If you want to stay, then wait for the battle. As long as you think clearly and have no regrets in your heart, it's fine. Daoya old man nodded with a rare serious expression. Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched and said helplessly, "Can you not make it sound like love?" What did he mean by leaving as long as he had no regrets in his heart? "Yo, you know about love at such a young age?" Daoya old man laughed mockingly. Looking at Zhou Xuanji's handsome face, he felt a little absent-minded. It was as if he was looking at the young lady Zhao Xian. "Of course I know. I started raising a wife for myself when I was 2 years old. Are you better than me?" Zhou Xuanji said with disdain as he raised his brow. Jiang Shui, who was cultivating not far away, instantly blushed. The others all laughed loudly, and Huang Lianxin was laughing so hard that she was holding her stomach. She was the one who had followed Zhou Xuanji for the longest time and had watched them grow up. This sentence made her laugh too much. "Ah, heavens! Why wasn't I this smart when I was young?" Han Shimbua beat his chest and stamped his feet in frustration. "Then tell me, what is your view on love?" Daoya old man asked as he chuckled. Zhou Xuanji's pleased expression was exactly the same as when Lady Zhao Xian had introduced Emperor Yan of Zhou. "I'm lucky to have it, but I can't lose it," Zhou Xuanji replied. Everyone was speechless. Jiang Shui, on the other hand, was filled with sweetness. She kept her head lowered. Daoya old man was startled. He shook his head and smiled. How domineering. After that, he warned everyone that danger was coming, and told them to be prepared for battle at any time. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes, and the others stopped training or cultivating. What a powerful aura! The other party has definitely surpassed the nascent soul realm, probably a leaving aperture realm cultivator. Xiao Jinghong said. He immediately guessed that it was a powerful enemy from Haoqi Alliance. Saying so, he stood up, drew his sword, and flew into the air. Go and wake that kid up. The sun is shining on his butt, and he's still sleeping. Zhou Xuanji said with a deep voice. Next, Chongming Demon Monarch dashed into the bushes and picked up Chan Bantian as though he was carrying a chick. Seeing Chan Bantian's sleepy look, he was enraged. This kid claimed that he wanted to live, but judging from his look, he was already used to such a life. Usually he did not cultivate at all. Most of the time he was sleeping, and the time he slept was getting longer and longer. Today he slept all the way until noon. Why didn't he just fall asleep? The others were speechless too. This kid was really a weirdo. Daoya old man was in deep thought, and a tinge of surprise flashed in his eyes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of something piercing through the air could be heard. A powerful aura emanated from them aggressively. Haoqi Alliance's Wang Qixiao is here. Wang Qixiao's voice resounded across the sky. Next, he came up to Xiao Jinghong with his men. He looked down and saw Chan Bantian soon. Joy flashed in his eyes as he said with a deep voice. Hand him over, or I will kill all of you here. I finally found him. You want to kill us? Then you can stay. Zhou Xuanji said casually. Just when he finished speaking, Chongming Demon Monarch, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and Han Shimbua charged toward Wang Qixiao. He smiled disdainfully and waved his right palm. A gust of wind whizzed out and turned into numerous wind blades that swept toward them. Chongming Demon Monarch roared. His body turned into a muscular, domineering body of 30 meters. He was a 7th-rank demon, which was equivalent to astral projection. Together with Xiao Jinghong and the other two, it should not be difficult for them to defeat Wang Qixiao. The battle erupted. The men in black from Haoqi Alliance spread out. They wanted to attack from different directions to capture Chan Bantian. Chan Bantian was still in a daze and did not notice the enemy's appearance. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and numerous legendary swords appeared. He charged toward the Haoqi Alliance cultivators who came from all directions. These useless soldiers and crab generals could not withstand his legendary swords. They were stabbed consecutively, and some even died on the spot. Daoya old man shook his head and sighed. Another feud. Great Zhou Xinhao sect. Haoqi Alliance Lin Guanyu. TSK, they are even more troublemakers than Emperor Yan of Zhou back then. The student has surpassed the master. The little black snake stared at him and roared. Can you stop sighing? What are you waiting for? Daoya old man waved his sleeves and sent the snake flying before attacking the men in black around him. The battle did not last long. Soon, all of Wang Qixiao's subordinates were dead. He was at a complete disadvantage against Chongming Demon Monarch, Zhao Tsongjian, Xiao Jinghong and Han Shimbua. He could not retaliate at all. Actually, even without Xiao Jinghong and the other two, Chongming Demon Monarch alone could defeat him. Wang Qixiao gritted his teeth and quickly turned into a stream of golden light and fled far away. You have offended Haoqi Alliance. You will suffer. As he fled, he cursed and threatened Zhou Xuanji and the others. Swoosh! Before he could finish his words, Hegemonjo flew over and blasted him to death. Ranged sword propelling, killing someone from 100 miles away. Hegemonjo was a glorious gold legendary sword. It was not something that Wang Qixiao could defend against. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and Hegemonjo flew back to his hand. That is, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and Beixiao Wangjian were stunned. Such a domineering giant sword. Could that be the Hegemon sword Emperor's beloved sword? Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and said loudly, pick up the equipment, then pack up and head to Great Chan. Since they had already offended Haoqi Alliance, they should escape first. Haoqi Alliance was allied with Great Shang. Offending Haoqi Alliance was equivalent to offending Great Shang. Staying here would bring them endless trouble. The group had no objections and began to get busy. Zhou Xuanji walked up to Chan Bantian and kicked his butt. Are you a pig? He cursed. How much longer are you going to sleep? I'm the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. I'm the emperor of Great Chan. I'm the ruler of the world. Chan Bantian rolled over and lay on the ground. He scratched his butt and mumbled. Chapter 157. 2 hours later, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the rest had packed up everything. They surrounded Chan Bantian with strange expressions. Chan Bantian was still sleeping soundly on the ground, and he was even snoring. What's going on? He doesn't seem right. Northern Sword Valiant frowned and asked. No matter how much he loved to sleep, it was impossible for him to be like this. Could it be that this kid ate some poisonous fruit? The little black snake came over and used its tail to slap his face. After 10 slaps, his face swelled up like a pig's head, but he still hadn't woken up. He was still dreaming about being the ruler of the world. Zhou Xuanji kicked the little black snake away and asked Daoya, old man. Tell me what happened to him. The old man maintained his wretched smile. His expression seemed to be saying, hurry up and ask me, I know. Hearing this, Daoya, old man stroked his beard and shook his head, sighing. This kid has the royal bloodline of the yellow dragon. Very similar to your royal bloodline of the Great Zhou. Every dynasty has a royal bloodline. It is a talent that can only be born from the direct bloodline of the founding emperor. The Great Qin dynasty has existed for a very long time. Their ancestor was the reincarnation of the ancient yellow dragon. This brat is currently transforming into a yellow dragon. Of course, this process is very dangerous. He only has a 10% chance of success. If he dies, we'll be in even more trouble. Now that Chan Bantian was dead, Haoqi Alliance would completely shift their target to them. The temptation of the Tianxia map was too great. Daoya, old man, had lived for a long time, so he knew this very well. Zhou Xuanji said, Chongming, carry him. It's time for us to depart. If they die on the way, we will not go to Great Chan for now. We will find another place to cultivate. Everyone nodded and began to move forward. They did not forget to cultivate along the way, especially Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and Beixiao Wangjian. Zhou Xuanji asked them to practice their sword techniques as they walked. Just like that, as the group moved forward, there was a person on the left, right, and the back of the group. The scene was quite artistic. Outside of Great Shang, the skies were clear. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 19 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Amethyst Evil Song Sword, Silver Dog Culling Sword, Bronze 10,000 Firewood Sword. Zhou Xuanji, who was moving forward, heard the sword spirit's voice. The corner of his mouth curled up. Another Amethyst Godly Sword. It seemed that as his cultivation grew, so did his luck. Unfortunately, the current purple crystal was no longer at the level of the godly sword that he desired. He was looking forward to the heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, and even higher divine swords. Ordinary or iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, God-slaying Armageddon. Just thinking about it made him excited. At this moment, the information of the 3 divine swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Wicked Song Sword grade. Amethyst description. The Wicked Song Sword contains the Wicked Song array. Once activated, the Wicked Song can disturb the enemy's chi and blood during battle. Sword name, Dog Culling Sword level. Silver. Description. Killing a dog is as easy as plucking its fur. Sword name, 10,000 Firewood Sword level. Bronze description. Chopping firewood with this sword is like having the help of God. Zhou Xuanji blinked. The Wicked Song Sword was still fine. It was an amethyst legendary sword after all. But were the Dog Culling Sword and the 10,000 Firewood Sword serious? He was a little speechless. He felt that the supreme legendary sword system would always produce some strange swords. Unknowingly, there seemed to be a force controlling his fate, which made him not know whether to laugh or cry. He took out the 3 swords and examined them. At the same time, Daoya old man stood on Chongming Demon Monarch's back and observed Chan Bantian. Chan Bantian was lying on his back and snoring loudly. His mouth was drooling and his face looked hideous. I am the ruler of the world. You lowly servants dare to meddle in politics. I am invincible in the world. You should all submit to me. Come, bring me the Tianxia map. He mumbled something indistinctly, and he was immersed in his dreams every day. Daoya old man rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Interesting. It seems like he might really awaken the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. I wonder if this is a good or bad thing. He looked back at Zhou Xuanji instinctively. Zhou Xuanji was fiddling with the 3 new legendary swords and did not notice his gaze. The royal bloodlines clash with each other. But if one of the royal bloodlines submits, it can boost the fate of the other royal bloodline. He mumbled to himself and began divining with his fingers. He wanted to calculate Zhou Xuanji's fate in the future. He suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. The blood, along with his saliva, splattered on Chun Banshan's face and Chongming Demon Monarch's head. Damn you! What are you doing? Chongming Demon Monarch was furious. He stopped abruptly and shook Daoya Old Man and Chan Bantian down. He quickly transformed into his human form and wiped his head with a piece of cloth. His face was filled with anger and disgust, and he felt extremely disgusted. The others gathered around him. Daoya Old Man's cultivation was the highest among them. Why did he vomit blood suddenly? He got up from the ground and pointed at Zhou Xuanji with a trembling finger. You are in trouble. He cried out in fear. You are in big trouble. With this, everyone was shocked and felt a little horrified. It was their first time seeing Daoya Old Man so terrified. Even when facing Lin Guanyu, he could still look so calm. Zhou Xuanji was frustrated and asked, What did I do this time? Who would be happy when someone said that he was in big trouble for no reason? Moreover, the other party was his grand teacher. I divined your fate just now. Your fate was messed up, which caused me to suffer a backlash. I've encountered such a situation twice. Daoya Old Man tried his best to calm himself down, but the fear and worry in his eyes lingered for a long time. Xiao Jinghong asked with a frown. Who was it the last time? Dark North Monarch Tao. Daoya Old Man replied. He could not help but shudder when he said the name. Dark North Monarch Tao? What was that? The group was confused. Dark North Monarch Tao? You dared to divinate it. You are courting death. Chongming Demon Monarch cried out in shock as he wiped his head. His words made the group even more curious. Who was Dark North Monarch Tao? Zhou Xuanji was also curious. He sheathed his sword and walked toward Daoya Old Man. Boom. At this moment, the plane shook violently as though an earthquake had struck. Everyone turned their heads and saw dust billowing on the eastern horizon. The ground had split open, as if something huge was attacking them from underground with great momentum. Tank! Zhou Xuanji cried out immediately. Moo! Chongming Demon Monarch roared. His body grew to a height of hundreds of meters. His horns towered into the sky, and his fur was like flames. He looked like an evil demon that charged out from hell, and was extremely domineering. He punched toward the ground. Boom! The ground in front of him crumbled instantly. A horrifying force swept forward and clashed with the incoming mysterious being. Another earth-shaking explosion. A beam of black light shot out from underground like an arrow and penetrated Chongming Demon Monarch's chest. Blood splattered across the sky. Chapter 158. Seeing that Chongming Demon Monarch was severely injured, everyone's expression changed drastically. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. This guy was still not tough enough. Chongming Demon Monarch descended. The black light that pierced through him turned into a ball of black gas and floated in the air. It was impossible to identify the enemy hidden within. Zhou Xuanji immediately threw out the Wicked Song Sword and activated ranged sword propelling. The sword flew over Chongming Demon Monarch's head swiftly and toward the ball of black chi. The black gas was very fast and easily dodged the Wicked Song Sword. There was a loud bang. Chongming Demon Monarch fell to the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin hurried over. They did not want Chongming Demon Monarch to die just like that. May I know who you are? Daoya Old Man narrowed his eyes and asked. He did not expect Haoqi Alliance to act so quickly. Haoqi Alliance Right Envoy Feng Yuan. A cold voice resounded, and like a gust of cold wind, it caused the temperature of heaven and earth to plummet. Feng Yuan. Daoya Old Man raised his eyebrows and said, Haoqi Alliance directly sent out the right emissary. How generous. If you die here, will your alliance master die from anger? As the black gas dissipated, Feng Yuan's figure appeared. He was dressed in a black brocade robe. His figure was emaciated, and he looked like a bag of bones. His eyes were sunken and he had no eyebrows. There was also a scar on his forehead that extended into his hair. He stood in the air, looking down from above with an indifferent gaze. Daoya, old man, I was wondering who it was that dared to oppose my Haochi alliance. Fang Yuan said softly, his voice reverberating through the entire world. Chongming Demon Monarch covered his chest that was bleeding profusely. He gritted his teeth and said, Fang Yuan, we are in trouble now. The left and right envoys of Haochi alliance were among the top experts of Haochi alliance. The Haotian sect was so mighty in the past. Now it has split into the Xinhao sect and the Haochi alliance. Neither of them has the power to reach the top. Why should we be afraid? Daoya, old man said with a smile, causing Fang Yuan's face to darken. This matter was the common shame of Xinhao sect and Haochi alliance. After the split, they did not have the prestige of the Haotian sect in the past and became a laughingstock. Fang Yuan raised his right hand. Rumbling thunder clouds suddenly gathered, and thunder rumbled continuously. Bolts of lightning swept into his palm and condensed into a huge lightning sword. It was 100 feet long and shone brightly. An immense pressure wreaked havoc in the world, causing all living beings to feel suppressed. The wicked song sword flew to Zhou Xuanji's head, and he took out the God Emperor sword and Phoenix Emperor sword, preparing for battle. Let me do it. How dare this kid look down on me? I'll show you the power of an earth deity. Daoya, old man, smiled proudly. Then he walked up, ascending to the heavens step by step. Everyone looked at him expectantly. Daoya, old man, was able to stop Lin Guanyu and had the undying divine ability. In their hearts he had always been an unfathomable figure, including Zhou Xuanji. Fang Yuan swooped down with the lightning greatsword in his hand. It was like a bolt of lightning striking down, overbearing and domineering. Daoya, old man's speed suddenly increased, and he rose like a gust of wind. The two of them clashed in the air, and lightning scattered in all directions. Next, the two of them turned around and began to fight intensely in the air. They were incredibly fast and even Zhou Xuanji could not keep up. Chongming Demon Monarch sat cross-legged on the ground to recuperate. Looking at the battle in the sky, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Fortunately, when Daoya, old man, bullied him, he did not retaliate. Otherwise, he would have been in a miserable state. At this moment, Chan Bantian, who was lying on the ground, convulsed suddenly. Yellow scales grew on his face, which looked extremely strange. No one noticed his condition, as they were all watching the battle. Fang Yuan's aura was powerful. The lightning greatsword in his hand was extremely powerful. As he swung it, lightning dissipated, and visible ripples could be seen in the space around him. Daoya, old man, moved swiftly in the air like a phantom. Their bodies intertwined and weaved in an intense manner. All sorts of spells were cast, which dazzled the onlookers. Kill! A loud shout could be heard. Black clouds flew over from the horizon in all directions, and on them stood many Haochi alliance cultivators. At a glance, there were at least 100,000 of them. Their auras gathered together, causing the entire plain to tremble. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and all of the legendary swords appeared above his head. Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Wind Cutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Soaring Eagle Sword, Magnetic Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Book Cutter Sword, Sky Sundering Emperor Sword, Tempest Calmer, Living Snake Sword, Crazy Paralysis Sword, Falling Petal, Soft Velvety Sword, Divine Crane Sword, Phantom Sword, Hegemonjio, Big Dream Sword, Wicked Song Sword, Dog Culling Sword, and 10,000 Firewood Sword. The divine swords hummed, and it was a magnificent sight. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Bei Xiao Wangjian and the rest took out their weapons and prepared for battle. The little black snake laid on Little Fool's head and scolded. That brat is still sleeping, but we have to help him kill the enemy. What is this? I refuse to accept this. Everyone turned to look at Chan Bantian. The brat was lying on the ground, his body arched and twitching non-stop. His back was protruding and it was extremely strange. What happened to him? Huang Lianxin frowned and asked nervously. The others were confused too, but Haochi Alliance's army was already here, so they could not care so much. Screech! The two dragon eagles let out a long cry. They flapped their wings and soared up. The little black snake was thrown down by Little Fool and landed pathetically on the ground. He raised his head and cursed. Swoosh! A sharp arrow flew toward him, and the little black snake dodged instinctively. The arrow pierced into the ground and the shaft shook. 100,000 evil cultivators charged toward them. The group leaped up and charged in. Chongming Demon Monarch came to Chun Banshan's side and picked him up. Zhou Xuanji activated the 10,000 Sword Dragon incantation. Dozens of legendary swords shot out like meteors. Strands of Ghost Emperor Qi surrounded his body and formed the silhouette of the God Emperor on his body. He leaped up and charged toward the direction with the most people. He swung the God Emperor sword with his right hand, and the sword Qi of the heavenly lights shot out. He's the Phoenix Sword Emperor. Could this be the legendary ultimate sword technique? Heavenly lights. No, there are so many legendary swords. He's Sword God Zhou. Dodge quickly. The evil cultivators scattered in fear, but hundreds of them were struck by the heavenly lights and were sent flying backward while vomiting blood. The demonic cultivator at the very front was directly smashed into smithereens, his body exploding. Jiang Shui swung her flaming fan, and waves of flame swept toward the evil cultivators like walls of fire. Xiao Jinghong used the 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword. His sword technique was ever-changing as he weaved among the evil cultivators. Zhao Congjian used the vibrant raindrop sword, which was equally powerful. Huang Lianxin stood beside Chongming Demon Monarch to protect Chan Bantian. Although Chongming Demon Monarch was severely injured, he was more than enough to deal with these weak soldiers. Han Xianbo fought alongside the little black snake. Of course it was not his will. It was because the little black snake's tail was tightly wrapped around his arm. "Can you let go of me?" Han Xianbo cried out furiously as he fought. "I'm helping you." The little black snake's attitude became even worse. Chapter 159. With the God Emperor sword in his hand, Zhou Xuanji's aura was incredibly powerful. Before he reached Astral Infant, he could already use the God Emperor sword to fight against the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. Now he could only be more powerful. He tossed out the Phoenix Emperor sword and grabbed Hegemon Jiu with his left hand. The Hegemon 9 was a glorious gold divine sword that came from the Hegemon Sword Emperor, one of the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. It was recorded in the historical records as a divine weapon of the world. A layer of white light shone on the surface of Zhou Xuanji's body. It was attached to the monarch ghost Qi, which made him look even more oppressive. With the 2 glorious gold legendary swords in hand, Zhou Xuanji felt that everything in the world was so insignificant. Such powerful strength, Zhou Xuanji thought in fascination. He looked at the God Emperor sword and Hegemon Jiu, and a smile appeared on his face. Haoqi Alliance's evil cultivators swarmed toward Zhou Xuanji from all directions. All kinds of spells were cast toward Zhou Xuanji. He raised Hegemon Jiu and swept it around. All the spells exploded, and a strong gust of wind swept out, fearlessly domineering. Hundreds of demonic cultivators were sent flying. He raised his left hand and unleashed the sky-dominating divine sword. He slashed forward with his sword. The sword Qi was rampaging. It was hundreds of meters long and its speed was extremely fast. 1,000 demonic cultivators couldn't dodge in time and were directly swept by the sword Qi, turning into ashes on the spot. The sword Qi continued to fly forward and disappeared into the horizon. All the demonic cultivators were frightened and retreated. Because of this, Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others stopped fighting and could rest for a while. Numerous legendary swords levitated behind Zhou Xuanji. Together with the God Emperor on his body, the scene was incredibly majestic and shocking. The demonic cultivators were intimidated and did not dare to approach. "He is Sword God Zhou, the one who injured the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. It really is him. No wonder he dares to oppose our Haoqi Alliance. So strong, almost invincible. It feels like even Envoy Feng is no match for him. What do we do now?" The demonic cultivators tightly gripped their enchanted artifacts and spoke as they backed away from Zhou Xuanji. Feng Yuan, who was fighting against Daoya Old Man, noticed this scene. The sky-dominating divine sword from before made him tremble in fear. "I didn't expect Sword God Zhou to follow you. No wonder you're so fearless," Feng Yuan said coldly. There was no trace of fear in his voice. Daoya Old Man's palm shone with silver light as he laughed. What? Are you scared? He was also shocked. All the divine swords were unleashed at the same time. That kind of power was too terrifying. This kid might really have the power to fight against the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. And he might even be able to defeat the Sword Monarch. Feng Yuan did not answer and continued to fight with Daoya Old Man. Zhou Xuanji did not stop. His eyes focused, and all the divine swords behind him shot out like a group of meteors, sharp and powerful. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard continuously. The demonic cultivators were scared out of their wits and tried to dodge in panic. Unfortunately, the speed of the divine sword was even faster. The demonic cultivators screamed as their bodies were pierced by the divine swords, or their heads exploded. Blood rained down like a rain of blood. Incredible! Chongming Demon Monarch widened his eyes, swallowed his saliva and muttered to himself. It was the first time he had seen Zhou Xuanji use so many legendary swords. It was too domineering. If he were to go all out like this during the World Hero Conference, the duration of the conference would probably be reduced by half. No wonder he could pass the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance test. The others were extremely excited as they watched. They had watched Zhou Xuanji grow more powerful step by step, until today. Amazing! As expected of my master. The little black snake said excitedly. Han Shumbo wanted to pull it down but he could not. Instead his right arm was in pain. After Zhou Xuanji killed thousands of demonic cultivators, he turned to look at Feng Yuan, who was high up in the sky. Sensing his gaze, Feng Yuan's heart shuddered. This murderous aura without a word. He transformed into a ball of black qi and flew toward the horizon. Zhou Xuanji threw out the God Emperor sword, which flashed across the plain like a stream of black light. Ranged sword propelling. But this time his ranged sword propelling only brushed past Feng Yuan's shoulder. Feng Yuan's reaction was much faster than Wang Qixiao's. He quickly disappeared at the intersection of the heavens and the earth. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The other demonic cultivators from Haoqi Alliance also fled with all their might. They wished that their parents could give them another Dantian. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword, and the God Emperor dispersed. Not bad, not bad. Very powerful. Soon you will catch up to Emperor Yan of Zhou. Daoya Old Man flew to his side and patted his shoulder with a satisfied smile. Zhou Xuanji looked calm and said, "Go and see what's wrong with that guy." Chun Banshan's convulsions became more intense. He even let out beast-like growls. Apparently he was in great pain. The two landed quickly. Xiao Jinghong, Bei Xiao Wangjian, Han Shumbua, and Zhao Tsongjian began to clean up the battlefield and loot the enemy's treasures. Daoya Old Man squatted beside Chan Bantian and said with a frown, "He has entered the most crucial stage of awakening. If he can survive it, he will soar into the sky." The little black snake spat his forked tongue and smiled. "It feels like when I transformed into a dragon." "You are a dragon? Why do you look like an earthworm?" Chongming Demon Monarch asked curiously. His words were like a sharp sword that pierced the little black snake's heart. This bastard knew its identity, so he purposely stabbed it, piercing its heart. "He has the royal bloodline of Great Chan, and I have the royal bloodline of Great Zhou. Can I awaken?" Zhou Xuanji asked expectantly. "Wasn't Great Zhou very prestigious?" Daoya Old Man rolled his eyes at him and said, "Your bloodline leans toward your mother. It's hopeless. But that Zhou Yalong can awaken the bloodline talent of Great Zhou's ancestor." Zhou Yalong. Zhou Xuanji's expression turned cold immediately. Huang Lianxin's eyes were filled with hatred. After half an hour, Xiao Jinghong and the other three returned. They had collected more than 10,000 storage rings and bags. Adding up the wealth in them, they would surely take revenge. "Sister, you and Lianxin will be in charge of counting," Zhou Xuanji arranged. Women love to do such things. The two girls had no objections and nodded with a smile. He walked to Chongming Demon Monarch and took out some elixirs. "Heal your wounds. You are so useless. How can you be a tank like this? In the future you will spar with me. I will help you strengthen your physique." Chongming Demon Monarch felt wronged. It was not that he was not powerful enough, but he did not know that his opponent was Feng Yuan. After that, Chongming Demon Monarch carried Chan Bantian on his back. And the group continued their journey. 3 days later, a shocking news spread across Great Shang and the surrounding kingdoms. Haoqi Alliance put out a wanted order for Sword God Zhou and claimed that Sword God Zhou was the Phoenix Sword Emperor. As soon as the news came out, it shocked everyone. The Phoenix Sword Emperor was a sword cultivator who appeared out of nowhere in Great Shang recently. He was even recognized to be on par with Great Zhou's sword monarch. He was also targeted by the top evil cultivator. His reputation even surpassed Sword God Zhou. No one expected Sword God Zhou to be the Phoenix Sword Emperor. The news spread to Xinhao sect and Great Zhou quickly, which caused an even greater uproar. Countless people cried out in shock. How powerful was Sword God Zhou now? Even Haoqi Alliance's right emissary could not defeat him. The world was guessing how long Sword God Zhou could live after offending so many factions. Chapter 160. 1 month later, Zhou Xuanji and the others left Great Shang and entered Juema Wasteland again. The little black snake laid on Small Fool's head and said lazily, "Will we meet Lin Guanyu again?" Little Fool shook his head, wanting to shake it off, but to no avail. Northern Sword Valiant smiled proudly. "Master is so strong now, I think you can even fight against Lin Guanyu." A frog at the bottom of a well. Baba Blade Master's name isn't just for show. Daoya Old Man shook his head and laughed. After all, that was the man who defeated him. Chongming Demon Monarch said disdainfully, "Baba Blade Master is just a boast. You guys didn't see how pathetic he was in front of Xian Xianghua. He looked like he was about to pee his pants." He began to boast endlessly, causing Zhou Xuanji to roll his eyes. The unbearable one wasn't Lin Guanyu, but the old ox demon. In front of Xian Xianghua, he had never straightened his back. "Don't panic. When I become the emperor of Great Chan, Lin Guanyu will be nothing to me." Chan Bantian walked to the back of the crowd and smiled proudly. This brat was like a completely different person compared to before. He was full of vigor, and there was a yellow dragon imprint between his brows. It was extremely mystical. After awakening the royal bloodline of the yellow dragon, his physical body had grown even taller, and his cultivation had shot up to the 3rd level of the enlightening realm, which made others envious. Forget it. With your current appearance, even if you become the emperor, no one will respect you. Chongming Demon Monarch said in disdain. Chan Bantian was furious but did not dare to say anything. Ever since he had awakened, Chongming Demon Monarch continued to bully him. In fact, he was even more ruthless than before. Although he was indignant, he did not bear a grudge. After all, these people were his saviors, and he had to keep their kindness in his heart. At the center of the group, Zhou Xuanji was telling stories to Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin. In this way, Snow White and the 7 dwarves lived a happy life. Hearing this, Jiang Shui and Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Shui waved her fist and gritted her teeth. The crown prince is too hateful. He actually colluded with the empress. Fortunately, he was defeated by the 7 dwarfs. Huang Lianxin nodded and sighed. "You're right. The more handsome and noble a man is, the worse he is." Zhao Tsongjian shook his head. He felt that this story was ridiculous. How could there be an empress in the northern wilderness region who was jealous of the princess beauty? Xiao Jinghong flew back on his sword and landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. "Revered teacher, there are no traces of Xinhao sect's evil cultivators in Juema Wasteland. I asked around, and Baba Blade Master did not come to Juema Wasteland during this period of time." Zhou Xuanji nodded and began thinking while rubbing his chin. Now that Great Zhou, Xinhao sect and Haoqi Alliance were all after him, there would definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. After sending Chan Bantian to Great Chan, he still had to avenge Zhao Tsongjian. According to Daoya Old Man, Chan Bantian had awakened the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. As long as the Emperor of Great Chan knew about it, he would definitely become the heir apparent. If one of the princes of the Yellow Dragon royal bloodline appeared, Great Chan would be able to usher in a golden age. According to their current speed, it would take another 3 months to reach Great Chan. Another 2 hours passed. Suddenly, a group of monks came from the west. They were led by an old monk wearing an exquisite kasaya and holding a golden staff in his hand. Daoya Old Man's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed over. Zhou Xuanji and the others were shocked. What was going on? Daoya old man came up to the old monk and laughed. Old Baldy, long time no see. Seeing him, the old monk smiled and stroked his long beard. Ba. Old thief, long time no see. It must have been 20 years? He glanced at Zhou Xuanji and the others and chuckled. The recently famous sword god Zhou is here too. Why don't you introduce me to him? Daoya old man smiled proudly and waved at Zhou Xuanji and the others. A commotion broke out among the other monks. With regards to the recently famous sword god Zhou, no matter where they went, as long as there were people, they would hear about him. Soon Zhou Xuanji and the others walked over. This is Dongyuan Monastery's abbot Xuanhe. Daoya old man introduced Zhou Xuanji with a chuckle, and the old monk nodded with a smile. Dongyuan Monastery. Xiao Jinghong Han Shumbua, and the others' expressions changed drastically. This was a sanctum. Sword god Zhou, also my granddisciple Zhou Xuanji. Daoya old man hooked his arm around Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and said proudly. Xuanhe squinted his eyes and asked, "Is he Zhao Xian's son? He looks so much like her. No wonder Emperor Yan of Zhou only put you on the wanted list after you killed the Empress of Great Zhou. But he did not do it himself." Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. He did not like to hear people mention Emperor Yan of Zhou. The two old men began chatting. Turned out that they were good friends since they were young. They had been good friends for thousands of years. One became a land immortal, while the other became a highly respected abbot of a sanctum. This was a much-told story in the northern wilderness region. Xiao Jinghong Zhao Tsongjian, and the others were pleasantly surprised. They did not expect Daoya old man to have such a deep network. It was a pity that the two old men did not mention anything about Zhou Xuanji being hunted down. I will bring my disciples to Duantian Cliff to annihilate the remnants of Tanhua sect together with the other sections. Do you want to go together? If you participate, you can build a closer relationship with the righteous sections. In the future, it will be much easier to deal with Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance. Xuanhe looked at Zhou Xuanji and smiled as he stroked his long beard. As a sanctum, Dongyuan Monastery could not participate in worldly conflicts. This time it was related to Tanhua sect, so he came out. Remnants of Tanhua sect? Xian Xianghua is here too? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. This old demonic woman had such a day? Xuanhe nodded with a smile. Yes, she is here. This demonic woman just massacred a city. She obtained the soul-nurturing pearl from somewhere and wants to awaken her father, the ancient Diablo. Once she succeeds, the world will be in trouble. Ancient Diablo. This name was not simple at first glance. Zhou Xuanji and the others had a subtle expression. Zhou Xuanji obtained the soul-nurturing pearl with help. If this were to spread, they would be sinners. Xian Xianghua is the top evil cultivator. Aren't you courting death if you go? Chongming demon monarch mumbled. He had heard of Xuanhe's fame but did not know much about it. Daoya old man stared at him and cursed. This little brother of mine is the top monk in the northern wilderness region. Back then, the Fury Buddha sought him out for guidance. Do you think he can defeat Xian Xianghua? 1,000 years ago, if he did not injure Xian Xianghua severely, she would not have stayed quiet for so long. The top monk in the northern wilderness region. This title was very intimidating. Ba. It's just an empty title. Xuanhe shook his head and smiled. But why did his smile resemble Daoya old man's? So annoying. We will not get involved in this mess. We still have to go to Great Chan. You guys go ahead. Daoya old man chuckled. The soul-nurturing pearl was made by Zhou Xuanji. If they went to Duantian Cliff, Xian Xianghua would surely take it out. By then they would have nowhere to hide. Xuanhe nodded and did not insist. The group chatted for a while before they left. Zhou Xuanji glanced at the back of Xuanhe and asked curiously, "Can he really defeat Xian Xianghua?" In his heart, Xian Xianghua was already invincible and arrogant. Xuanhe looked amiable and approachable. He was not even comparable to the Fury Buddha. He might not be more powerful than Xian Xianghua, but at least he can put up a fight. Moreover, other than him there are other powerful cultivators. Tanhua sect is going to fall this time. Daoya old man smiled and sighed. Chapter 161. There were 8 sacred grounds in the northern wilderness region that were independent of the righteous and demonic sections. Dongyuan Temple and Merciful Melody Cliff were among them. Han Shumbua was also a disciple of a holy land called the Red Shore Valley. If a new dynasty wanted to be established, it had to be approved by the 8 great sacred grounds. Your little brother is the top monk in the northern wilderness region. What happened to you? Why are you so weak? He can fight Xian Xianghua head-on, but you can't even defeat Lin Guanyu? Zhou Xuanji said with disdain, which pulled Daoya old man back to reality. He glared at his grand-disciple and scolded. I'm weak? If I was weak, would you still be alive? You're heartless, just like your mother, and ingrate. He began to curse endlessly, his spittle flying straight at Zhou Xuanji's face. When Jiang Shui saw this, she hurriedly pulled Xianji back. The others couldn't help but laugh out loud. Among the group, only Daoya old man dared to argue with Zhou Xuanji like this, which made others not know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone continued moving forward. The Tanhua sect is so powerful that even the number 1 monk in the northern wilderness region is involved? Zhao Tsongjian asked curiously. He felt that he had come into contact with a whole new world. Daoya old man walked in front and shook his head with a smile. Back then, the Tanhua sect swept across the northern wilderness region, and the ancient Diablo was invincible. All the empires had to lower their heads to him. So awesome. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He did not sympathize with Xian Xianghua. It would be best if that old hag died at the Heaven's End cliff. Xian Xianghua's existence was a stain on his life. He had never been so cowardly. The current Tanhua sect is far from what it used to be. Apart from Xian Xianghua, the rest are all detested by everyone. Daoya old man chuckled, his tone filled with emotions. This was the human world. The wheel of fortune, the ups and downs, this was the secular world. Stop sighing. Don't tell me you still want to save that old witch? Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said unpleasantly. Although Xian Xianghua was charming, beautiful, and powerful, her mother was mentally ill. Even if this woman didn't die, she would be alone for the rest of her life. Who would dare to marry her? Who would marry her? Zhou Xuanji's imagination ran wild as he walked ahead. Next, they continued to advance. Along the way, they encountered many cultivators and demons. Those who recognized them either died tragically or fled. As long as they dared to attack, Zhou Xuanji and the others would not let them live. Other than that, they also heard that many cultivators were heading towards the Heaven's End cliff. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Zhou Xuanji cultivated along the way and reached Astral Infant Level 2. Ever since he broke through to the nascent soul realm, his cultivation speed had slowed down greatly. In fact, the growth of his spiritual power was even faster, but the higher his realm, the more spiritual energy he needed. On this day, they came to Great Chen's border and looked at the city walls from afar. Where is the Tianxia map? Northern Sword Valiant asked fiercely as he stared at Chan Bantian. Chan Bantian shouted, "Don't panic, wait for me to take it out." After saying that, he pulled open his clothes, took out a dagger, and slashed his chest. Blood splattered. This brat did not even frown. Ever since he had awakened, he had changed his cowardly nature. His potential was limitless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he took out a roll of parchment from his chest. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were disgusted. The others looked interested. This kid was very interesting. He actually hid the map under his skin. This is the map recorded in the Tianxia map. This is what Haoqi Alliance wants. Chan Banshan's face was distorted as he passed the map, which was covered in blood, to Northern Sword Valiant. Northern Sword Valiant's face turned green immediately. Chan Bantian quickly healed his wounds. As he did so, he said, "Everyone, do you want to return to Great Chun with me? Although you guys always bully me, I feel that your atmosphere is real and interesting. If I ascend the throne in the future, I will make all of you officials and nobles. Whatever you want, I will give it to you." His words were very sincere. Ever since he was young, he had been staying in the royal palace. This journey made him fearful and joyful at the same time. Zhou Xuanji's story, the little black snake's annoying behavior, Daoya old man's frivolity, and so on. Everyone had their own unique characteristics, which was really interesting. You must be bluffing. With your behavior, can you become the emperor without us? You will definitely be killed by those generals. Chongming Demon Monarch said with disdain. His words did not enrage Chan Bantian but warmed his heart. Zhou Xuanji looked at Chan Bantian and said, "How about we make a bet?" "What bet?" Chun Bantian asked curiously. He had always respected Zhou Xuanji. Let's see if I become the top cultivator first, or if you become the emperor of Great Chun first. If you win, I will give you a big gift. If you lose, you will give me one. How about it? Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. In the past half a year, this brat had been serving them tea and running errands for them. Seeing that he was often bullied, the group had a lot of fun. If he were to leave, it would be really worrying. This brat's temperament was not up to par. If he wanted to become the emperor of Great Chun, he could not rely solely on his bloodline talent. Okay, if I become the emperor, I will make you the sword emperor, and the people will learn from you. Chun Bantian grinned and said excitedly. Did Zhou Xuanji acknowledge him? After that, he bade farewell to everyone and ran toward the border of Great Chun. Let's find a place to rest and study the map before we decide. Zhou Xuanji looked around and muttered. The group had no objections and left. An hour later, they found a cave and went inside to rest. The sky darkened. Zhou Xuanji sat on a rock with a map in his hand. Jiang Shui sat beside him, tilting her head and looking at it curiously. I didn't expect Tianxia map to be hidden in Juedi Cliff. That's not a good place. Daoya old man frowned and muttered to himself. That's right. The place marked on the map was Juedi Cliff. Zhou Xuanji had already been to Juedi Cliff, and he did not expect to go there again. Chongming Demon Monarch said anxiously, let's not go. Xian Xianghua protected us last time, but there's no one now. Juedi Cliff was so terrifying that even the Hegemon Sword Sect, which was one of the top factions in the northern wilderness region, dared to enter. Moreover, according to his understanding, the inheritance of the Hegemon Sword Emperor was not in the depths of Juedi Cliff. I'm not human. Can't I protect you? Daoya old man was enraged. He gave Chongming Demon Monarch a kick, sending him crashing into the wall. The entire mountain shook and dust and sand fell. Zhou Xuanji cursed. Are you going to kick down the mountain and crush us to death? What's wrong? I do. Daoya old man crossed his arms and snorted in disdain. This old man was getting more and more active. He was even more mischievous than the little black snake. The group really wanted to beat him up. At this moment, footsteps came from the cave entrance. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Tsongjian immediately held their swords and walked to the front, preparing for battle. Daoya old man frowned slightly and scanned with his mind. In an instant he jumped up in fear. Oh no! He cried out softly, which made the others anxious. Chapter 162. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a man in purple with wounds all over his body rushed in. When he saw Zhou Xuanji and the others, he immediately stopped. Although his hair was messy, there was no fear on his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Tanhua Sect's thousand-hand devil Qin Gang. Daoya old man said in a deep voice, his face full of wariness. When the others heard that he was from the Tanhua sect, they became even more nervous. Chongming Demon Monarch mumbled, the Tanhua thousand-hand devil, the butcher of the northern wilderness. Han Shimbua, Xiao Jinghong, and the little black snake were also moved. The others might not have heard of Qin Gang's name, but he was from the Tanhua sect and was definitely not an ordinary person. Daoya old man. When Qin Gang saw Daoya old man, a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. He suddenly thought of something and glanced at the others. He gritted his teeth and asked, who is Sword God Zhou? Find Sword God Zhou? Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Tsongjian narrowed their eyes and took a step forward. I am, Zhou Xuanji said. His opponent was heavily injured, so he was not afraid. Hearing this, Qin Gang suddenly knelt down and said in a deep voice, Vice Sect Leader. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they were all stunned. Vice Sect Leader? Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, what do you mean? He instantly thought of something, and his expression became extremely ugly. The suzerain has ordered me to look for the vice suzerain, Sword God Zhou, since our sect is in danger of being destroyed. Qin Gang replied respectfully. What a vicious plan. He's trying to drag my granddisciple down with him. Daoya old man cursed. He was a smart person and instantly understood Xian Xianghua's intention. In the past few years, Sword God Zhou's reputation had grown tremendously. Once there was news that he was the vice suzerain of Tanhua sect, everyone would point their fingers at him. At that time, he would become the public enemy of the world. Our Xuanji will never become a vice sect leader. Jiang Shui snorted. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Qin Gang raised his head and said, "My sect leader did not mean that. She asked me to bring you to the old site of the Tanhua sect to obtain the ultimate divine technique and bring glory to the Tanhua sect. And she is trapped at the Heaven's End cliff, with only a slim chance of survival." At this point, he gritted his teeth, and his eyes burned with hatred. Everyone was stunned. Chongming Demon Monarch widened his eyes and cursed. There must be a scheme. Everyone else was on guard. Peerless divine art? Is it the celestial devil rebirth technique? Daoya Old Man asked curiously, his tone filled with excitement. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said to Qin Gang, "You can leave. I'm only interested in the sword. I'm not interested in the ultimate energy techniques of your evil sect, and I don't like the Tanhua sect either." He felt that Xian Xianghua would not do such a thing. Therefore, he did not want to go to the old site of the Tanhua sect. Moreover, he was about to search for the Tianxia map. The Tanhua sect was more powerful than the Tianxia map? Qin Gang panicked and hurriedly shouted, "The life and death of our Tanhua sect are all in your hands. Then go to hell." Zhou Xuanji said without holding back. He flipped his right hand and took out the God Emperor sword. The Tanhua sect was cruel and ruthless, even more so than the Xinhao sect. He had seen with his own eyes how Xian Xianghua killed people on a whim. She had the heart of an animal. If such a sect was destroyed, so be it. Just when Qin Gang wanted to continue speaking, Zhou Xuanji walked over with his sword, which frightened him so much that he immediately ran away. If he wasn't severely injured, he might not be afraid. But now he was definitely not a match for Zhou Xuanji. After Qin Gang left, the group heaved a sigh of relief. What is Xian Xianghua trying to do? Could it be that she really wants to hand the Tanhua sect over to our master? Even if it's true, she can't accept it. The Tanhua sect is an existence that the world cannot tolerate. Once she accepts it, even the gods cannot protect her. Do you think that Xian Xianghua will die just like that? It's hard to say. Isn't there a saying, "A scourge lives for 1,000 years"? The group began chatting, while Zhou Xuanji stored the God Emperor sword and sat on the ground in deep thought. He was worried that Xian Xianghua would tell the world that he was the vice suzerain. Even if there was no evidence, it would still arouse suspicion. Moreover, Great Zhou, Xinhao sect, and Haoqi alliance were still keeping an eye on him. Jiang Shui sat beside him and held his hand. She did not say a word and just accompanied him quietly. "Seems like we need to leave as soon as possible. It's best if we can find a place to continue our cultivation. This is just the beginning." Daoya Old Man walked up to Zhou Xuanji and sighed. He sighed in his heart. Everyone said that beauties were the source of trouble, and even heroes would attract trouble sometimes. Xian Xianghua had met so many people, and there must be people who were more powerful than Zhou Xuanji. Why did she keep an eye on him? She even instructed him in private. This must not be simple. "Let's go to Great Chen first. Tomorrow we will find a place to hide. I will bring Zhao Tsongjian into Great Chen." Zhou Xuanji muttered. Daoya Old Man nodded. He was confident that he could deal with Qin Gang. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji and the others came to a hidden valley. Daoya Old Man stood on the mountain wall. He was planting flags and preparing to set up a spell formation to conceal the valley. "You must come back as soon as possible. Understand?" Jiang Shui tidied Zhou Xuanji's clothes as she instructed him. Zhou Xuanji smiled. "Don't worry. Great Chen will not put me on the wanted list." Jiang Shui nodded. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, who was already half a head taller than her, her eyes were filled with affection. A while later, Zhou Xuanji left with Zhao Tsongjian. The two of them traveled quickly through the forest. Only after they left the forest did they fly toward Great Chen. "Are you still in love with her?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a teasing expression. It turned out that when Zhao Tsongjian was young, he lived with his mother in Great Chen. Back then he had a childhood friend, and the two of them stayed together for 8 years. Back then, he was already a famous genius in Great Chen. Because of his family, he had to return to Great Zhou. From then on, He appeared out of nowhere and reached Inner Pellet at 18 years old. He and his childhood friend often exchanged letters, but somehow they broke off. After that, his parents returned to Great Chun to visit their family. He asked his mother to find out about this, but his entire family died in Great Chun's territory. After this, his entire personality changed. A cultivator from his family escaped and found him. He said that although he did not know who the enemy was, the enemy claimed that he hated him and wanted him dead. The enemy warned him not to enter Great Chun again, or else he would be destroyed. Zhao Zongjian thought about it and felt that this could only be related to the person he cared about. After all, he had no friends or enemies in Great Chun. My heart is as calm as still water. I only want to know who the murderer is. Zhao Zongjian shook his head and said calmly. The two of them leaped over mountains and disappeared into the horizon. At this moment, a man in black appeared on the peak of a mountain. He took out a scroll and spread it open, letting it float in the air. He then drew on the scroll with his finger. Red words appeared on it. Sword God Zhou entered Great Chun without Daoya Old Man. After he finished writing, he kept the scroll and injected his spirit energy into it. The scroll turned into sparkles of light and dissipated in the air. He turned to look at the direction where Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui disappeared and mumbled, Sword God Zhou, Great Chun will be your downfall. Chapter 163. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Zongjian entered Great Chun with their real names. Great Chun's border customs entrance fee was slightly lower than Great Zhou's. The two of them flew into Great Chun's territory without any obstructions. The city they were heading to was near the imperial city of Great Chun, and it was called River Willow City. River Willow City had a population of several million and occupied a vast area. It was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and the river flowed through the center of the city. Countless creeks and streams were like the branches of trees, running through the entire city. The weather here was like spring all year round, and it was one of the more famous cities in Great Chun, as well as a trading center. Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji spent 4 days before arriving at full speed. Standing on the hill and looking at the majestic city in front of him, Zhao Zongjian was in a daze. After all, he had grown up here. No matter what the truth is, no matter what you want to do, don't hold back. I will support you, Zhou Xuanji said as he looked at River Willow City. Zhao Zongjian nodded and took a deep breath. Thank you, master. Let's enter the city. He had to get to the bottom of this blood feud. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to focus on it. The two quickly entered the city. After entering the city, Zhao Zongjian went to investigate alone, while Zhou Xuanji wandered around. He was prepared to buy some gifts for Jiang Shui, as well as wine, food, silk, and cloth. They spent most of their time in the wilderness and rarely entered the city. Once they entered the city, they would buy a lot of things. Right now, he was very rich, equivalent to the annual income of half a dynasty. The previous wave of Haochi Alliance's army had multiplied his wealth many times over. River Willow City was bustling. The streets were crisscrossed, and willows could be seen everywhere. By the river, at the corner of the walls, Zhou Xuanji somehow thought of the along the river during the Qingming festival painting. He became happy and wandered around. Young master, come in and play. That's right, that's right. Young master, the girls in our brothel are very beautiful. Come on. Handsome young man, have you ever tasted a woman? When he passed by a brothel, the common women at the entrance began to greet Zhou Xuanji passionately. Zhou Xuanji was a bit tempted, but he turned and left in the end. He had to keep himself clean. Meanwhile, Zhao Zongjian arrived in front of an abandoned mansion. Looking at the slanted signboard, he frowned slightly. Just as he was about to step in, an old man wearing shabby clothes walked out. The old man had a stooped figure, a head full of white hair, and a face full of vicissitudes of life. Master Li, Zhao Zongjian said. Hearing this, the old man froze and subconsciously raised his head. As soon as he saw Zhao Zongjian, his expression changed drastically. He quickly walked in front of Zhao Zongjian, grabbed his arms and asked nervously, Young master, why are you back? Didn't I tell you not to come back? Zhao Zongjian said expressionlessly, I came back to investigate what happened back then, and to take revenge. Master Li hurriedly pulled Zhao Zongjian into the mansion and closed the door. After entering the mansion, The two of them quickly entered the courtyard. Chiefly sighed and said, "Don't take revenge. You won't be able to. The person who destroyed our clan was the crown prince of Great Chan." Zhao Zongjian was not surprised. After all, his mother's family was not an ordinary family. His entire family was annihilated, but it did not cause any disturbance. The culprit must be a high-ranking official. Why is he targeting me? Is it because of Ming'er? Zhao Zongjian asked. His gaze was terrifyingly calm. He followed Zhou Xuanji and even killed the Empress of Great Zhou. Naturally, he did not take the crown prince seriously. Master Li sighed and said, "It's Miss Ming. She has already become the crown prince's concubine. If she didn't insist on protecting me in this residence, perhaps you wouldn't be able to see me." Zhao Zongjian frowned. His heart ached. It's not that Miss Ming'er is willing to marry him. It's because he is the current crown prince. With one sentence he can marry anyone he wants. Uncle Li explained. He felt sorry for this couple who were in love with each other. The affairs of the world are unpredictable, and there are many things that people can't control. I understand. I don't blame her, but I must take revenge. Zhao Zongjian nodded calmly and turned to leave. "Young master, you." Just as Uncle Li was about to persuade him, Zhao Zongjian disappeared with the 8-step sword steps. Next, Zhao Zongjian did not go straight to the crown prince's residence but to look for Zhou Xuanji. He was not a fool. If he wanted to kill the crown prince of the Great Chan, he alone would not be enough. He must ask Zhou Xuanji for help. However, River Willow City was so big, and it would take some time to find Zhou Xuanji. In a courtyard, a young man in a golden shirt was practicing his sword art. 6 ladies were chatting happily in the stone pavilion beside him. 3 of them were maidservants, and they were fanning their masters. At this moment, a soldier appeared out of nowhere. "Your Highness, I have a key to report." The soldier cupped his fist and said. He glanced at the stone pavilion beside him instinctively and quickly looked away. The young man in a golden shirt sheathed his sword and asked, "What's the matter?" The soldier was silent and did not reply. "Follow me," the young man in a golden shirt said. After that, he left with the soldier. Why did His Highness leave? In the stone pavilion, a pretty lady with an oval face curled her lips and asked. The quiet lady who sat in the middle frowned slightly and said, "It might be a military intelligence. Recently, the demons have been stirring up trouble in Great Chan. As the crown prince, he naturally has to worry about it." On the other side, the crown prince came to the side palace with his soldiers. He sat on the main seat and asked, "What's the matter?" "Someone is approaching the Lu clan's residence. It's the young master of the Zhao clan." The soldier replied respectfully. "Our men captured that old man and asked him. We learned that the young master of the Zhao clan is here to take revenge." "The young master of the Zhao clan?" The crown prince sneered and said. "He wants to take revenge on me? Interesting. I want to kill him. Let him come. If you find him in the city, don't stop him. I want him to see the woman he loves in my arms and then die with regret." As the crown prince, he would not allow his woman to have other men in her heart. "Yes," the soldier replied and was about to leave. "Where's the old man?" The crown prince seemed to have thought of something and asked. "He's dead," the soldier answered honestly. The crown prince nodded in satisfaction and continued to leave. After he left, the crown prince of the Great Chan slammed his palm on the table, shattering it into pieces. "It's that brat again. This time I'll make Ming'er give up completely," the crown prince said with his teeth clenched and a cruel smile appeared on his face. "Your Highness, bad news." At this moment, an old servant ran in with a face full of fear. The crown prince said impatiently, "What's the matter? Why are you making such a fuss?" The old servant knelt in front of him and said, "His Highness has returned. He has even awakened the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. His Majesty is very pleased and made him the heir apparent. He asked the imperial preceptor to teach him documents and the state general to teach him cultivation." Hearing this, the crown prince stood up. He roared angrily, "How is this possible? Why didn't you inform me? What does father mean? Is he going to skip me, the crown prince? Also, wasn't that brat captured by the Haochi alliance? Why is he back?" He has really awakened the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon? Chapter 164. I'm not sure. Eunuch Zhang from the palace is already here. He's waiting for you in the main hall. The old servant knelt on the ground and said as he trembled. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his servants and dogs rise to the heavens. If the status of the crown prince of the Great Chun dynasty were to fall, it would affect everyone in the crown prince's residence. The crown prince tried his best to calm himself down and walked out of the side hall. A huge storm was about to engulf Great Chun. Outside the royal capital of Great Chun, the sky was cloudless. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Congjian walked slowly. Someone followed behind them. It was Tanhua Sect's Thousand Hands devil Qin Gang. Vice Suzerain, why are you going to the Great Qin Empire? Qin Gang asked respectfully. This guy had mostly recovered from his injuries. Although he had changed into a white robe, it could not conceal his terrifying demonic aura. None of your business. Stay away from me. I'm not your vice suzerain. Zhou Xuanji said impatiently. Why was this guy like a glue that could not be shaken off? The suzerain asked me to follow you and protect you. We will rebuild Tanhua Sect together. Qin Gang said with a passionate look on his face. He suddenly cried out. Tanhua in the human world, Azura in Hades. Zhou Xuanji slapped him straight away, but he dodged it nimbly. What's wrong with you? Zhou Xuanji cursed. Your Tanhua Sect has become the target of scorn, and you still have the cheek to shout? You don't want to live? Qin Gang said seriously. Although Tanhua Sect has declined, we must not lose our pride. Vice Suzerain, you must do the same. Keep your pride and unyielding character. Lunatic. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. Is everyone in Tanhua Sect crazy? Zhao Congjian was speechless too. But he could not defeat Qin Gang, so he could only remain silent. I'm going to kill Great Qin's crown prince. If you follow me and are exposed, you will die in the royal capital. Zhou Xuanji tried his best to speak calmly. Having heard him, Qin Gang was fearless and said, I must protect the vice suzerain. Or else, if the suzerain dies at Duantian Cliff, I will not have the face to face the suzerain. Zhou Xuanji felt a headache. This guy looked serious, but why was he chattering like Xuanzang? He was just short of chanting scriptures. And so the three entered the royal capital together. After asking around, they headed towards the crown prince's residence. Along the way, they heard many rumors about the new crown prince Chan Bantian, the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. He had suddenly returned, become the heir apparent. Chan Bantian had become an influential figure in Great Chun, just like when Zhou Xuanji was in Great Zhou. Good lad, he might really become the emperor of Great Chun in the future. Zhao Congjian sighed. Thinking of the sleeping young man who used to follow behind them, he felt gratified and proud. Qin Gang asked curiously, Do you know the crown prince of Great Chun? The two did not reply. They had yet to acknowledge Qin Gang, so why would they say so much to him? 2 hours later, they found the crown prince's residence. The crown prince's residence was surrounded by a circle of soldiers, each of them dignified and fierce. The three of them stood at the corner of the street and observed silently. Let's go and seek justice. Zhou Xuanji took the lead and walked forward, followed by Zhao Congjian. Qin Gang wiped his face with his right hand and his face changed. He became ordinary and unremarkable. It would be hard to find him in a crowd. When they arrived at the gate, they were stopped by 2 soldiers. The crown prince's residence is not to be entered. One of the tall soldiers said with a deep voice. His face was filled with impatience. Recently, the crown prince's residence had become the joke of the entire Great Chun. As guards, they were embarrassed. Tell your crown prince that Zhao Congjian is looking for him. As long as you tell him his name, he will surely come out. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. He did not take out his legendary sword, nor was he afraid of blowing things up. According to his understanding, there was no particularly powerful person in Great Chun. The most powerful person was the Emperor of Great Chun. But with Chan Bantian it was not a problem. To put it bluntly, he did not take Great Chun seriously at all. How many wars had Great Chun bowed down to Great Zhou? Who do you think you are? You can meet the crown prince whenever you want? The tall soldier said impatiently. As he spoke, he was about to push Zhou Xuanji. I'm here. At this moment, The crown prince's voice came from the residence. He walked out with a group of soldiers with a majestic gait. He was still wearing his luxurious golden outfit and had a proud smile on his face. He walked to the gate and looked down at Zhou Xuanji and the other two from the stairs. You are Zhao Tsongjian, right? I didn't expect you to dare to come here. Do you want to accompany your dead family members? The crown prince laughed presumptuously. His words were filled with sarcasm. Zhao Tsongjian heard him and his face turned cold immediately. Before questioning, the other party admitted it directly. How could he not be angry? Or do you want to see Ming-er? Ming-er gave birth to 2 children for me. Are you envious? The crown prince asked provocatively, and the surrounding soldiers surrounded him. Do your 2 children look like Tsongjian? Zhou Xuanji asked with a raised brow. Having heard him, the crown prince's smile froze immediately. Qin Gang could not hold it and burst out laughing. You are seeking death. I will kill you first, then torture him slowly. Guards! Attack! The crown prince cried out furiously. The soldiers who were close to him drew their swords and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Swoosh! 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 Zhou Xuanji took a step forward. Numerous legendary swords appeared around him and charged toward the soldiers around him. These soldiers did not have high cultivation and could not withstand his legendary swords at all. Blood splattered. The soldiers' throats were slit by the legendary swords and fell to the ground. Your Highness, be careful. A black-robed old man behind the crown prince quickly pulled him back. At this moment, the hundreds of soldiers around him were all lying in a pool of blood. All the legendary swords turned around and pointed at the crown prince. You dare to attack under the emperor's feet. You are too arrogant. The crown prince of the Great Chun dynasty was frightened, and he roared angrily. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and the chicken-slaying sword appeared in his hand. He snorted coldly. Brat, you are in big trouble now. Today, I will let you taste the horror of death. He walked toward the crown prince with his sword. The black-robed old man dashed forward and slapped toward him with his right palm. Zhou Xuanji raised his left palm and met the old man's palm. The 2 palms met, and the 2 began to compete in spirit energy. The ground beneath their feet crumbled immediately. Boom! Zhou Xuanji took 4 steps back, while the black-robed old man took 1 step back. Humph! A mere astral infant cultivator wants to harm the crown prince? The black-robed old man said with disdain. He was at astral projection and had watched the crown prince grow up. Naturally, he had to attack. But Zhou Xuanji's sword shocked him. So many swords. Could it be impossible? How could sword god Zhou only be at astral infant? Zhou Xuanji smiled. All the legendary swords gathered above his head. An immense pressure exploded, shaking the crown prince's residence and the nearby streets. Stop him for me, Zhou Xuanji said. After that he walked forward. The black-robed old man slapped toward him again. At this moment Qin Gang moved. As though he teleported, he came to the black-robed old man's side. He swung his right arm and struck the old man's throat. Bomb! The horrifying force threw the black-robed old man onto the ground. His legs were facing the sky as he smashed onto the cracked ground. Chapter 165. The old man in the black robe was knocked to the ground by Qin Gang in one move. Several streets nearby trembled. The crown prince of the Great Chun was so frightened that he quickly retreated and wanted to escape into his residence. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji came up to the crown prince with the 8-step sword lunge. With the chicken-slaying sword in hand, he quickly executed the tri-source vein-severing sword. Great Chin's crown prince was also at astral infant, but it was a pity that he was facing Zhou Xuanji. Puchi! All the meridians of the crown prince of the Great Chun were instantly severed by the sword qi, and blood spurted from all over his body. Plop! He knelt in front of Zhou Xuanji, and his arms hung limply by his side. His face was horrified, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. Zhou Xuanji walked up and looked down at him. You are very arrogant. You wanted Songjian's woman and killed his entire family. Now you even want to kill us. Do you know that good will be rewarded and evil will be punished? The crown prince of Great Chun shouted in panic. I am the crown prince of Great Chun. If you kill me, you will not be able to leave. Let me go. I will pretend that nothing happened. I will not find trouble with Zhao Zongjian anymore. I can even return Ming-Er to him. At this moment he could no longer care about his face. All he wanted was to stay alive. All the meridians in his body were severed, causing him to be unable to muster the slightest bit of strength, let alone spiritual power. Zhou Xuanji swung the chicken-slaying sword. The sword flashed, and Great Chen's crown prince closed his eyes instinctively. Next he felt a piercing pain coming from below. Ah! He raised his head and screamed at the top of his lungs. Zhao Zongjian, who walked through the door, smiled. He knew how powerful the chicken-slaying sword was. Awesome! Awesome! He felt that the hatred that had accumulated in his heart for a long time had finally dispersed. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said, "You kill them. Be quick." He nodded, drew his sword, and walked in front of the Crown Prince of Great Chan. Due to the indescribable pain, the Crown Prince of the Great Chan laid on the ground with his forehead touching the ground. His face was contorted, and his body convulsed. Killing you 10,000 times won't be enough to satisfy my hatred. Zhao Zongjian looked down at the Crown Prince of Great Chan and said coldly. After saying that, he slashed down with his sword. Then a human head fell to the ground and rolled forward. The body of the Crown Prince of the Great Chan convulsed and then stopped moving, lying in a pool of blood. That's it? Zhou Xuanji asked with a raised brow. If it were him, he would not be able to vent his hatred even if he killed the Crown Prince of Great Chan. Zhao Zongjian nodded and said, Master always said, with the sword in your heart, the sword will embrace the world. I understand now. Zhou Xuanji was speechless and did not know how to explain. At the same time, Qin Gang carried the black-robed elder as if he was carrying a dead dog. Vice sect leader, are we going to leave or make a scene? Qin Gang asked respectfully. He was very powerful, or else Daoya old man would not have panicked so much back then. If he and Zhou Xuanji worked together, they were confident that they could come and go as they wished. I told you, I'm not your vice sect leader. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and berated him. At that moment, a group of women walked out of the mansion. When they saw the corpse of the Crown Prince of the Great Chan, they all screamed in fear. One of the quiet ladies stared at Zhao Zongjian in disbelief. Zhao Zongjian also noticed her gaze. He turned around and their eyes met. In an instant it was as if they were the only ones left in the world. Long time no see. I've come for revenge. Zhao Zongjian spoke. His tone was calm, without agitation or hatred. Back then he was ignorant and innocent. Now that they met again, the beautiful lady was already the wife of his enemy. There was nothing more tragic than this. Why are you so reckless? You killed him. Can you escape? The quiet lady asked as she gritted her teeth. Zhou Xuanji looked at them as though he was watching a show. Boom! A horrifying pressure came. Qin Gang broke the neck of the black-robed elder in his hand and threw him to the ground. He waved his right hand and a ball of green flame burned the elder into ashes. You dare to make a scene in Great Chan. None of you can leave today. A domineering and majestic voice came and shook the entire royal capital of Great Chan. The quiet lady's expression changed drastically. His Majesty is here. She cried out immediately. The Emperor of Great Chan. The most powerful cultivator in Great Chan. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, and so was Qin Gang. Zhao Zongjian took a deep breath and said to the quiet lady, Take care. A majestic silhouette descended from the sky and smashed into the high wall of the Crown Prince's residence. The door was smashed into pieces and dust swept up. Qin Gang charged straight into the dust. Clang! He was pushed back, and the Emperor of Great Chan was also sent flying away. The Emperor of Great Chan wore a royal robe embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon. He looked to be in his 40s and looked very majestic. Who are you? The Emperor stared at Qin Gang and asked with a deep voice. Qin Gang stood up slowly and said, Every debt has its debtor. Your son massacred an entire family for no reason. Today is revenge. As the Emperor of Great Chan, don't you know right from wrong? He was in disguise now. As long as he did not use his trump card, no one could recognize him. Zhou Xuanji said to Zhao Zongjian, Are we leaving? Zhao Zongjian nodded. The two of them turned around and prepared to leave. Wait! The quiet lady called out to Zhao Zongjian suddenly and asked with gritted teeth, Can you bring me along? Zhao Zongjin looked back at her and said, "Take care." After that, he leaped up and followed behind Zhou Xuanji. The two of them flew toward the outskirts of the royal capital. Qin Gang followed closely behind. The Emperor of Great Chun would not let them escape. Silhouettes flew up from every corner of the royal capital, like thousands of arrows shooting into the sky. It was a majestic sight. You dared to kill the Crown Prince of Great Chun, and you still want to leave? Stop him. Today we must kill them here. Or else Great Chun will lose its face. Presumptuous. Kill him. Spirit refinement cultivation? No wonder he is so arrogant. These people had high cultivations. Their auras gathered together, and the royal capital fell into silence. Zhou Xuanji looked around. There were at least 1,000 people, and the lowest cultivation was at Astral Infant. This showed how powerful Great Chun was. The Emperor of Great Chun flew up into the sky and stared at Qin Gang. With your cultivation you must not be a nobody. Tell me the truth. The northern wilderness region was vast, but Great Chun was relatively small. He was afraid of offending a power that was more powerful than Great Chun. Just when Qin Gang was about to speak, Zhou Xuanji spoke first. Your son massacred my sword slave's entire family. Killing him alone is already too easy for him. Zhou Xuanji stared at the Emperor of Great Chun and said. His tone was cold, but there was a hint of murderous intent in it. The Emperor of Great Chun frowned. Just when he was about to reprimand this nobody, his expression changed drastically in the next second. Numerous legendary swords appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Windcutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Falcon Sword, Magnetic Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Book Cutter Sword, Sky Sundering Emperor Sword, Stormcalmer Living Snake Sword, God Emperor Sword. Other than the chicken slaying sword in his hand, there were 33 legendary swords in total. Sword God Zhou. You are Sword God Zhou. The Emperor cried out in shock. With this, the 1,000 powerful cultivators in the sky above the royal capital were in an uproar. Chapter 166. Sword God Zhou? He is Sword God Zhou? Impossible. Why did Sword God Zhou come to Great Chun? That's right. Look at those swords. Only Sword God Zhou can control so many swords. Didn't you hear what he said? The Crown Prince killed the entire family of his sword slaves. With Sword God Zhou's personality, he would surely do so. He even dared to kill the Empress of Great Zhou, let alone our Crown Prince. The experts of Great Chun discussed among themselves, all of them feeling somewhat fearful. A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. In the current world, Sword God Zhou was definitely an influential figure. Great Zhou, Haoqi Alliance, Xinhao Sect, and Beyblade Saint all wanted to kill Sword God Zhou. Who succeeded? Great Chun was no match for these 4 behemoths. The Emperor of Great Chun had an ugly expression on his face. He was in a dilemma. If he let Zhou Xuanji and the other 2 go, how could he answer to the people of Great Chun? But if they didn't, would they be able to beat them? For a moment the atmosphere became heavy. Zhou Xuanji looked at the Emperor of Great Chun. All 33 legendary swords were pointed at him, which made him break out in a cold sweat. He might not even be able to deal with Qin Gang alone, let alone Sword God Zhou. Do you really want to fight to the death? Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. He raised his left hand and gripped the God Emperor sword. Following that, wisps of monarch ghost chi wrapped around his body. His aura began to soar, causing everyone to be moved. Father! At this time Chan Bantian suddenly flew over. He flew between Zhou Xuanji and the Emperor of Great Chun. He first bowed to Zhou Xuanji before saying to the Emperor, Father, Sword God Zhou is my benefactor. The reason why he offended Haoqi Alliance was to save me. They sent me to Great Chen's border custom and overcame all obstacles along the way. We cannot be ungrateful. The Emperor of Great Chun frowned when he heard that. He heaved a sigh of relief. The more he looked at Chan Bantian, the more he liked him. The way out came just in time. He took a deep breath and said, So that's how it is. Brother Zhou is a man of great benevolence and righteousness. It is I who did not teach my son well enough to raise such a useless person. I am truly ashamed. Since that's the case, the two matters cancel each other out. I don't care about it, so please don't take it to heart. How about I set up a banquet for you? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said. No need, let's go. With that, he left with Qin Gang and Zhao Tsongjian. No one dared to stop them. They could only watch as they left. In the royal city, countless people saw Zhou Xuanji flying with dozens of legendary swords, and they cried out in shock. It's really Sword God Zhou. Oh my god, I didn't expect Sword God Zhou to come to Great Chan. Such grace. He's a role model for our generation. I heard that the hegemon sword sect's exquisite sword Heart, Linchanga, and Sword God Zhou agreed to a duel. I wonder if it's true? In the northern wilderness region, Sword God Zhou's sword technique can be ranked in the top 3, but his cultivation is not the best. I have a feeling that Sword God Zhou is comparable to the ancient sword emperors. Within the royal capital of Great Chan, there were still many people who admired Zhou Xuanji. Even Zhou Xuanji had underestimated his reputation. Vice Sect Master is really famous. Qin Gang sighed in amazement. His eyes were burning with passion. Zhou Xuanji knew what he was thinking even without thinking. When the World Millennium Duel begins, you might be able to put up a fight. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Tsongjian were curious. What was the World Millennium Duel? Qin Gang saw their confusion and explained. The World Millennium Duel is a duel to determine the most powerful cultivators in the northern wilderness region. It's held once every 1,000 years. Our sect master has already won twice, which is why he is the top cultivator in the evil sections. There are still a few hundred years before the next World Millennium Duel. You still have time. The winner of the World Millennium Duel will become the most powerful cultivator in the past 1,000 years. There is no second place, only the most powerful. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Tsongjian were fascinated by the story, and their blood boiled. Which cultivator did not want to be the most powerful? The title of the most powerful cultivator in the world was enough for billions of people to fight for it. World Millennium Duel? That will be the moment I become the most powerful cultivator in the world. Zhou Xuanji smiled confidently, and Qin Gang chuckled at his words. Sword God Zhou was indeed famous now, but in the eyes of the truly powerful cultivators it was nothing. Even Xian Xianghua might not be able to win such a title, let alone Zhou Xuanji. Of course, he did not say anything to discourage Zhou Xuanji. This was his vice sect master after all. The three left quickly. At the same time, the Emperor of Great Chan summoned everyone to the main hall of the royal palace. Chan Bantian stood at the center of the hall and recounted what happened to him. He did not mention the Tianxia map, but only said that Haoqi Alliance was after him for some reason. It was not because he wanted to protect anyone. It was because the Tianxia map was of great importance. Once it was revealed, it could bring disaster to Great Chan. He was the future emperor, so he had to think carefully. After he finished, all the officials in the hall sighed in amazement. When Sword God Zhou first became famous, he was known for his unparalleled benevolence. Haoqi Alliance is too much. I think this is Great Shang's scheme. That's right. Now the other 6 empires are getting restless and preparing for a war between humans. Great Shang wants to take away our yellow dragon royal bloodline. What a pity. This is our chance to rope in Sword God Zhou. Hearing the discussions on both sides, Chan Bantian smiled. If he told them that Zhou Xuanji was a prince of Great Zhou, these people would not dare to recruit him anymore. The emperor looked up at Chan Bantian and said, "From today onwards, you are the crown prince. Work hard on your cultivation. The war is near, and you will lead the army in the future." The sun in front of him had already awakened the royal bloodline of the yellow dragon, which filled him with anticipation. He believed that with enough time, the yellow dragon would rule over the northern wilderness. "I will not disappoint you, father." Chan Bantian cupped his fist and said excitedly. He could not wait to become the emperor. 4 days later, Zhou Xuanji and the other 2 came to Great Chen's border custom. Just when they walked out, Qin Gang stopped them. "What's wrong?" Zhao Tsongjian asked with a frown. He looked ahead and saw a boundless plain. The horizon was filled with sand and wind, and there was no trace of people. Qin Gang said with a deep voice, "A powerful enemy is coming. We are in trouble. To be called a powerful enemy by him, the enemy must be very powerful. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and the glorious gold legendary sword, Hegemonjiu, appeared in his hand. Sword God Zhou, you killed the grandson of our sect leader. Today you must pay with your blood. A voice filled with a murderous aura came. Next, a sandstorm swept toward them from the horizon. The people inside and outside the border custom were stunned. The soldiers on the high walls were even more vigilant. At the same time they looked around curiously. Sword God Zhou is here? Soon everyone locked their eyes on Zhou Xuanji. Hegemonjiu's appearance was too eye-catching. It was hard not to notice. Xinhao sect, Huang Hantian. Qin Gang said with a gloomy face. A tinge of fear could be seen in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. Who is Huang Hantian? Is he related to Huang Ming? Huang Hantian, the second most powerful cultivator in Xinhao sect. His son Huang Ming is the top genius in Xinhao sect. He has the potential to become the sect leader. Qin Gang said with gritted teeth. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes at his words. The second most powerful cultivator in Xinhao sect? Chapter 167. Huang Ming has a father? Zhou Xuanji mumbled. From what Huang Ming had said, he had thought that the Ghost Emperor clan only had Huang Ming and Huang Lianxin. He did not expect there to be another Huang Hantian. Qin Gang sighed. Huang Hantian is very strong. I am no match for him. The sandstorm was unstoppable, and it was going to destroy Great Qin's border customs. Zhou Xuanji stepped forward and swung his sword fiercely. The sword qi transformed into the sun, moon and stars and swept out. The scene was spectacular, and countless people were in an uproar. The sun, moon and stars were majestic and extremely fast. They broke through the dust storm with the force of a dam bursting. What an exquisite sword technique. It looks like a single sword, but the sword moves are ever-changing. Qin Gang was secretly shocked. It seemed that the rumors in the outside world were true. Great Qin's soldiers and cultivators were also amazed by the sun, moon and stars. The sun, moon and stars blasted the rolling dust storm into two halves. Soon the sword qi dissipated without a trace. A figure flew out from the dust storm. He was clad in golden armor and had his hands spread out. Gusts of wind coiled around his body like a tornado. His white hair danced wildly in the wind. His face was hideous, as though it had been burned by fire. His snake-like eyes stared at Zhou Xuanji coldly. Huang Hantian, the second strongest in Xinhao sect. He was a demonic powerhouse who struck terror into the hearts of all living beings. Countless demonic cultivators from Xinhao sect flew out from the dust storm. They looked like demons descending into the world. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 200,000 of them, causing the people inside and outside of Great Qin's borders to tremble in fear. Quickly informed the imperial city and the nearby cities to send reinforcements. Xinhao sect is attacking. One of the generals guarding the pass shouted with all his might. He also took out his magical artifact and prepared to fight. Huang Hantian flew toward Zhou Xuanji and the others. Sword God Zhou, if I absorb your spirit energy, I might be able to break through to the great realization stage directly. His voice was extremely cold, causing those who heard it to feel terrified. Zhou Xuanji raised his left hand, and the God Emperor sword appeared. Then the other divine swords appeared behind him, each stirring up gusts of wind. Want to kill me? Who do you think you are? Zhou Xuanji said mockingly with a smile. Huang Hantian was indeed very strong, and he did not have the confidence to go against him. But he was not going to sit and wait for death. Qin Gang took a deep breath and raised both of his hands. Demonic qi seeped out of his body and condensed into a 100-foot-tall demonic shadow with 1,000 arms. It was a dazzling sight. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and was shocked in his heart. This fellow's aura was actually so powerful. He had truly underestimated him in the past. Thousand-hand devil. TSK. I didn't expect the great sword god Zhou to be with the remnants of Tanhua sect. Huang Hantian laughed coldly. He purposely raised his voice so that it reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing a commotion among the crowd. In the entire northern wilderness region, the most pathetic evil sect was the Tanhua sect. Everyone wanted to beat them up, and even the other evil sects could not tolerate them. No one expected Sword God Zhou to team up with the Tanhua sect. Could it be that Sword God Zhou was from Tanhua sect? Sword God Zhou had been famous for a long time, but no one knew where he came from. Zhou Xuanji sighed inwardly. This time, even if yellow mud fell into his pants, it was still shit. Humph. Qin Gang snorted coldly and rushed out first. He stomped on the ground with his right foot, and the ground beneath his feet crumbled immediately. He soared into the sky with the thousand-hand devil and swiftly flew above Huang Hantian's head. He slammed both of his palms toward Huang Hantian, and the thousand-hand devil behind him followed suit. 1,000 palms at the same time. How horrifying! Boom! 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 The demonic palms landed on Huang Hantian's body one after another, but were blocked by his demonic qi. Even so, the surrounding dust storm dispersed immediately. The ground collapsed and cracks appeared everywhere. The ground within a radius of 100 miles shook violently. A powerful gale swept toward all directions. Zhao Zongjian was forced to retreat. Zhou Xuanji charged forward with all his legendary swords. The God Emperor appeared on his body with 2 swords in his hands, and the other legendary swords shot out like sharp arrows. Zhou Xuanji stepped on the Windcutter sword and used the 8-step sword lunge. He leaped over the thousand-hand devil and slashed continuously toward Huang Hantian. Sky-dominating divine sword. The sword moves were domineering, the sword momentum was domineering, and the sword qi was even more domineering. The sword qi landed, and with a loud boom Huang Hantian was pressed downward. Huang Hantian's white hair danced wildly, and the ferocity of an unparalleled evil demon was fully displayed. Thousand-hand devil. Sword God Zhou. Very good. Today, I will show you why Xinhao sect can become the pillar of the evil sects. He laughed wildly and arrogantly. He pushed his palms upward forcefully. A wave of horrifying demonic qi pushed Zhou Xuanji away and forced Qin Gang to slide backward. This guy. I feel like he's much more powerful than the sword monarch of Great Zhou. Zhou Xuanji looked solemn. He did not know since when the sword monarch of Great Zhou had become his standard to measure the power of his enemies. At this moment, Huang Hantian disappeared suddenly. He transformed into a series of afterimages and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated 6-path sword shadow and Soul Eater slash. 18 streaks of black sword qi rampaged and destroyed all of Huang Hantian's afterimages. But Huang Hantian was even faster. He appeared behind Zhou Xuanji out of nowhere and lashed out with a leg that was like a whip. The kick sent Zhou Xuanji flying backward and vomiting blood. Qin Gang charged over with a furious roar. Thousand-hand devil's aura surged, and the heavens and earth shook. Zhou Xuanji stabilized his body and charged over again. The two of them fought Huang Hantian together. Boom! 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 The three of them intertwined with one another and fought back and forth. The impact caused the planes to explode and collapse, and dust billowed into the sky. Great Qin's soldiers at the border custom were dumbfounded. They felt as though they were witnessing a fight between immortals. Xinhao sect's Pope Hantian. So powerful. The three of them are all famous. Now that they are fighting outside Great Qin's borders, will they bring harm to Great Qin? Very likely. Look, those evil cultivators have not moved yet. I feel that Sword God Zhou cannot defeat him. Of course. Huang Hantian is an old devil who has lived for thousands of years. No matter how powerful Zhou Xuanji is, he cannot defeat him so quickly. A few years ago, Sword God Zhou was injured even when he fought an inner pellet cultivator. The soldiers cried out in shock and began discussing among themselves. Zhou Xuanji activated his dual sword wills, but he still could not defeat Huang Hantian. The difference in cultivation was too great. Even with 2 glorious gold legendary swords, he could barely hold his ground. Qin Gang gave it his all and cast all sorts of evil spells, but Huang Hantian broke them easily. Boom! Huang Hantian descended from the sky and stomped on the ground. The impact sent Zhou Xuanji and Qin Gang flying back as they vomited blood. The wasteland, which was already in ruins, collapsed again. The impact swept over 10,000 meters, and cracks appeared on the high walls of Great Qin's border custom. Zhao Zongjian was forced to fly up on his sword, far away from the ground. Before Qin Gang could stabilize himself, Huang Hantian grabbed his neck and lifted him high into the air. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and all the legendary swords above silver grade shot toward him. Huang Hantian did not even look at the legendary swords. He waved his left hand, and a stream of demonic qi in the shape of a dragon flew out from his sleeve and engulfed all the legendary swords. Zhou Xuanji was too close and could not dodge in time. He was sent flying backward immediately. Even his white dragon golden robe was cut by the legendary swords, and blood splattered. Bomb! Before he landed, Huang Hantian stomped on Zhou Xuanji's chest with Qin Gang in his hand. The stomp forced Zhou Xuanji straight down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn! Qin Gang gritted his teeth and felt terrible. Zhou Xuanji felt that all the bones in his body were broken. Pressed down by Huang Hantian, he could not move at all. Sword God Zhou, your sword techniques and swords are powerful. It's a pity that your cultivation is too low. Your body cannot withstand my attacks. Huang Hantian looked down at him and laughed mockingly. 1 against 2. The second most powerful cultivator in Xinhao sect. He lived up to his reputation. Zhou Xuanji stared at him fixedly and struggled with all his might. His body turned golden, and he could not stand up even with the golden invincibility. Let me absorb all of your spirit energy. Huang Hantian laughed wildly. As long as he absorbed Zhou Xuanji and Qin Gang's spirit energy, he could surpass Tatanchen and become the most powerful cultivator in Xinhao sect. Huang Hantian, you little kid, do you want to die? At this moment, a cold female voice resounded between the heavens and the earth. Huang Hantian's expression changed drastically, while Qin Gang was overjoyed. Chapter 168. Xian Xianghua? Huang Hantian shuddered and immediately left Qin Gang behind. He jumped away quickly and did not even care about Zhou Xuanji. He flew to the front of the demonic cultivator army of Xinhao sect and looked around nervously. Xian Xianghua, why are you here? He gritted his teeth and shouted. Facing Xian Xianghua, he did not even dare to take Qin Gang as a hostage. Back then, when he was still young and inexperienced, Xian Xianghua had already won a World Millennium Duel and became number 1 in the world. At that time, how arrogant was Xian Xianghua? She killed people and demons. She was the nightmare of their generation. Even though Huang Hantian had already become a top-notch expert, he still felt fear when facing Xian Xianghua. Sect leader. Qin Gang knelt on the ruins with a thud, unable to contain his excitement. Tanhua in the human world, Azura in hell. He roared as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Zhou Xuanji got up and patted the dust off his body. His face was unsightly, and he did not show any joy. This time it was really too embarrassing. Xian Xianghua's arrival made him feel complicated. This time he was really going to fall into the deep pit that was the Tanhua sect. How dare you call me by my name? Child, have you forgotten how lowly you were when you knelt before me and begged for mercy? Xian Xianghua's voice rang out again, and everyone turned to look. She came from the north, and the rolling sandstorm could not hide her demonic aura. A terrifying killing intent swept through Great Chen's border custom. Huang Hantian's face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. He was not embarrassed, only nervous. I can let Qin Gang go, but Sword God Zhou, you cannot interfere. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Even the way he addressed her had changed. Sword God Zhou is our Tanhua sect's vice suzerain. You are very daring. If you don't leave in 3 breaths' time, prepare to die. 3. Xian Xianghua's tone was filled with killing intent, scaring Huang Hantian so much that he turned around and fled. He didn't even care about his subordinates. The devil cultivators of Xinhao sect were not stupid. They ran away quickly. Soon the vast army disappeared into the horizon. Zhou Xuanji covered his forehead and looked up at the sky without tears. It's over. I knew this old witch was going to say that he was the vice sect leader. He sank into despair. At the side, Qin Gang was still kowtowing to Xian Xianghua like a fanatical believer. Zhou Xuanji kicked his butt in anger, but the guy did not stop kowtowing. Zhao Tsongjian flew over and asked about Zhou Xuanji's injuries. Zhou Xuanji shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Xian Xianghua arrived in front of them. This old witch wore a purple-patterned black robe and still wore a veil. She was mysterious and full of charm. She ignored Qin Gang and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. Little Phoenix, were you touched just now? If I'm in danger of death, I'll definitely hope that the person I love can arrive in time. Just thinking about it makes me happy. At this point, she even pretended to be bashful like a shy little woman. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. Even if he wanted to thank her, he could not say it now. Qin Gang raised his head and asked excitedly, "Sect leader, how did you escape?" Xian Xianghua walked up to Zhou Xuanji and put her hand on his shoulder. He wanted to dodge, but she pressed down so hard that he could not move. That bunch of trash wants to kill me? I left one of my puppets at the Heaven's End cliff, and they are still standing guard there, each more foolish than the last. She laughed disdainfully and instantly returned to her arrogant and unruly self. Okay, let's leave this place first. She let go of Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and flew toward the horizon. The others followed closely behind her. At the same time, Great Chen's border custom was in an uproar. Sword God Zhou is the vice suzerain of Tanhua sect? Yeah. Didn't that devil go to Great Shang to find Sword God Zhou? And he even injured the Emperor and Fury Buddha. This is an earth-shattering secret. How can it be? How can Sword God Zhou be an evil cultivator? Oh no, my faith has collapsed. Tanhua sect was the enemy of the entire northern wilderness region. Sword God Zhou joined Tanhua sect and instantly turned from a hero to an evil devil. Once this news spread, Zhou Xuanji would become the enemy of the world. At the same time, Huang Hantian and the evil cultivators were still fleeing. Something's not right. Huang Hantian stopped suddenly and mumbled with a frown. With her personality, she would not let me go. Could she be injured? His face turned hideous immediately. How dare you trick me? An evil cultivator beside him was enraged too. Vice-suzerain, shall we kill our way back? Kill my ass. Return to the sect. Huang Hantian snorted coldly and continued to flee. He had no confidence to face Xian Xianghua. What if Xian Xianghua really had the ability to kill him? The person he feared the most in his life was Xian Xianghua. 2 hours later, Xian Xianghua suddenly dove into the forest, and Zhou Xuanji followed her. She was holding onto the tree trunk with her left hand and clutching her chest with her right hand. She coughed up blood continuously. Qin Gang walked up to her and asked anxiously, "Suzerain, are you all right?" Xian Xianghua wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She walked to the side and sat down with her legs crossed to heal her injuries. Zhou Xuanji frowned and could not help but ask, "You are severely injured and you still want to come out? Aren't you afraid that Huang Hantian will kill you? This old demonic woman. That trash dares to kill me? Even if he guessed that I was severely injured, he would not dare to do it." Xian Xianghua said with disdain, but fatigue could be seen on her face. Zhou Xuanji sighed and did not speak further. He was still too weak. Don't be discouraged. You are already very powerful. If you can even defeat Huang Hantian, you can be listed in the Northern Wilderness Top 100. Although Xian Xianghua did not open her eyes, she could sense Zhou Xuanji's reluctance. Hearing her consolation, Zhou Xuanji did not feel good. He only shook his head and smiled. Top 100 of the Northern Wilderness? Zhao Zongjian asked curiously. He understood the meaning of the name, but he was curious about who would decide it. Qin Gang explained. The top 100 of the Northern Wilderness is listed by the sacred ground, the Songhai Ziggurat. The Songhai Ziggurat has the best information gathering ability in the Northern Wilderness region. The top 100 of the Northern Wilderness has been listed for 10,000 years. In the beginning it was not real enough, but today the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness definitely lives up to its name. The Northern Wilderness top 100 are all famous people, such as Emperor Yan of Zhou Lin Guanyu, Huang Hantian, Fury Buddha of Great Shang, Tanshan, etc. The Songhai Ziggurat will spare no effort to promote the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness, so that the whole world knows about them. Zhao Zongjian's eyes lit up and he felt his blood boiling. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Did the Sword Monarch enter the Northern Wilderness top 100? Qin Gang shook his head and said, "He is one of the people closest to the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness." So that was how it was. Zhou Xuanji was calm. It seemed that his defeat was not unjust. "I believe in you. Before the next World Millennium Duel, you will be able to enter the Northern Wilderness top 100. By then, you can witness how I become the top cultivator in the world again. Xian Xianghua smiled again. Her tone was as conceited as ever. Zhou Xuanji threw a white cloud at her and said unpleasantly, I'm going to be hated by everyone soon. I don't even know if I can live to that day. Soon, the whole world would know that he was the vice suzerain of Tanhua sect. Damn! Just thinking about it gave me a headache. Just Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance made him hide everywhere. And now he became the world's public enemy. Do you really want me to hide and cultivate for 500 years before I become the best in the world with my sword? Chapter 169. By the way, are there other regions besides the northern wilderness region in this world? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. North meant direction, so he had no choice but to guess. Qin Gang nodded and said, the northern wilderness region is surrounded by the boundless ocean. It's said that there's another world on the other side of the ocean, but those who go to the ocean rarely return. A look of yearning appeared on his face. Who wouldn't want to travel to every corner of the world? Wait until you become number one in the world like me? Then you can think about these things. Xian Xianghua snorted. Her smug tone was asking for a beating. We will never be able to reach sect master's height in our entire lives. Qin Gang's timely bootlicking made Zhou Xuanji roll his eyes. He patted Qin Gang's shoulder and sighed. Please don't be a bootlicker, okay? What is a sim? Qin Gang asked in confusion while Zhao Tsongjian held back his laughter. When you have nothing, you will understand. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. His expression was profound, which made Qin Gang even more confused. The four continued to rest in the forest. Xian Xianghua had saved the two of them, so they naturally had to protect her for a while so that she could recover. For hours later, dusk arrived. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Tsongjian bade farewell. My vice sect master, where do you think you're going? Although the northern wilderness region is huge, there is no place for you. Come with me, I will treat you well and treat you like a treasure. Xian Xianghua opened her eyes and said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, I'm already old. You are not a good person. We are not suitable. With that, he turned around and left. Zhao Tsongjian quickly followed. Xian Xianghua was startled, and her beautiful brows instantly furrowed. She said in a low voice, I will teach you a peerless divine art and make you invincible in the world. Are you really unwilling? Her eyes were cold. No one had ever dared to reject her. Those who had rejected her were all dead. Sooner or later, my sword will dominate the world. When 10,000 swords soar in the sky, it will be the time when I rule the world. Zhou Xuanji said without looking back and left quickly with Zhao Tsongjian. Qin Gang was stunned. He murmured, when 10,000 swords soar in the sky, a king descends upon the world. 10,000 swords, this kid, he was shocked. Zhou Xuanji's dozens of swords were already incredible. How powerful would 10,000 be? Xian Xianghua snorted and said, bragging in front of me? You're still far from that level. She looked in the direction that Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji had left and could not come back to her senses for a long time. Sect leader, you? Qin Gang wanted to say something but hesitated. He did not know if he should ask. Xian Xianghua glanced at him and said, I fell in love with him at first sight, can't I? Love at first sight? Qin Gang was stunned. It turned out that the sect leader liked this kind of thing. After leaving Xian Xianghua and Zhao Tsongjian, Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Tsongjian moved forward at full speed. They looked back occasionally, afraid that Xian Xianghua would follow them. Master, it's all my fault. It's because of me that you've caused such a disaster. Zhao Tsongjian's face turned pale as he blamed himself. In just a few days, the whole world would know that Zhou Xuanji was the vice sect lord of Tanhua sect. It was hard to imagine how they could survive in the world in the future. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, it's not your fault. The greater the pressure, the more powerful we can be. So what if the whole world hated him? As long as he was strong enough, everything was not a problem. Zhao Tsongjian took a deep breath, and his eyes became determined. He swore that he would cultivate hard and protect Zhou Xuanji with his life. The sun set and the moon rose. Late at night, the two returned to the valley. Sensing their aura, Daoya old man opened the spell formation and let them in. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui pounced on him and hugged him tightly. You are finally back. She did not cry, nor was she excited. She only whispered into his ear to express how much she missed him. Zhou Xuanji patted her back lightly and smiled. Of course I will come back. How can I bear to leave you behind? Eek! The group cheered together and felt extremely jealous. Xiao Jinghong looked at Zhao Congjian and asked, Did it go well? Zhao Congjian sighed and told him what happened. Even though he got his revenge, he was not happy at all. Instead, he was filled with worry. When Daoya old man heard that Huang Hantian blocked Zhou Xuanji and the other two, he opened his eyes wide and cried out in shock. Huang Hantian, how did he know that you are in Great Chan? That guy can compete with Lin Guanyu. How did you guys escape? Zhao Congjian continued to speak. After knowing that Xian Xianghua was involved, Daoya old man's face turned even uglier. After Zhao Congjian finished speaking, he let out a heavy sigh. Chongming Demon Monarch fell on the ground and landed on the little black snake, almost breaking it. It's over. It's over. Chongming Demon Monarch mumbled in despair. Joining Tanhua sect was equivalent to having 1 foot in the grave. The others looked terrible too. Just now the righteous and evil sects, as well as the sanctums, surrounded Tanhua sect. The commotion was so great that they felt despair just by thinking about it. Zhou Xuanji said, Tomorrow morning we will head to Juedi Cliff. Juedi Cliff was a dangerous place, and the chances of survival were slim. There were the least people there. The more dangerous the place, the safer it was. The group nodded and had no objections. Let's leave tonight while it's still dark, Daoya old man said with a deep voice. This place was too close to Great Chan, and Xinhao sect pursued them to this place. They had to leave. Then let's start packing, Zhou Xuanji instructed. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Han Shumbua, Chongming Demon Monarch, Bei Xiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin left immediately to pack their belongings. Jiang Shui stretched out her hand and placed it on Zhou Xuanji's waist. Xuanji, why does Xian Xianghua treat you so well? She asked with a smile that was as pretty as a flower. Maybe because she covets my handsomeness. Zhou Xuanji pretended to be deep in thought. Immediately, he felt a sharp pain on his waist, and he quickly begged for mercy. Humph! Jiang Shui snorted coldly before stepping on his foot and leaving. He sighed. When a girl grows up, she gets more and more jealous. After that, he smiled and caught up with her. He hooked his arm around Jiang Shui's neck and smiled. Don't worry. I don't like her. That old demonic woman has lived for so many years. She might look like a zombie. Half an hour later, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui sat on a big, while Huang Lianxin sat on small air. The 2 dragon eagles soared into the night sky and shook the forest. The others followed closely behind. The little black snake laid on small air's head and sighed. We have to run away again. Xiao Jinghong placed his hands behind his back. His long hair danced in the night wind. This time it's not considered running away. It's for serendipity. He smiled. The Tianxia map was hidden in Juedi Cliff. That was a supreme treasure that shook the world. Who wouldn't be curious about it? That's right. Once you get the serendipity, you can look down on the world. Xian Xianghua was like that back then. She viewed everyone as dogs, and that's why she's in such a predicament today. Daoya old man sat on Chongming Demon Monarch's back and chuckled. Bei Xiao Wangjian rolled his eyes at him and said, The first part is okay, but isn't the last part a killjoy? The others laughed. They had been growing stronger all along. Even when they faced a great crisis, they never panicked. They also believed that Zhou Xuanji could become the top cultivator in the world one day. Chapter 170. Sword God Zhou was Tanhua sect's vice suzerain. This news shocked Great Chan before spreading to the world. Both the righteous and evil sects, as well as the humans and demons, all received the news. The world was shocked. In the royal palace of Great Chan, Chan Bantian stood in the hall in astonishment. He knew that Zhou Xuanji was captured by Xian Xianghua, but he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to become Tanhua sect's vice suzerain. He could not help but worry for Zhou Xuanji. After all, Xian Xianghua risked her life to save Zhou Xuanji. Who would not overthink things? I didn't expect this. I should have stopped him back then. The Emperor of Great Chan sat on the dragon throne with a pained and regretful look on his face as he sighed. Chan Bantian felt disgusted, but he did not show it. This was his father after all, and he still wanted to inherit the throne. Father, something is wrong. Sword God Zhou did not make things difficult for us back then, and Xinhao sect actually appeared at the border of Great Chan. Don't you feel that something is wrong? Chen Bantian cupped his fist and said. The other officials spoke as well. Everyone knows about Sword God Zhou's benevolence. That's right. Tanhua sect must want to drag Sword God Zhou down with them. With such an overt plot, they will surely force Sword God Zhou to join Tanhua sect, which will make Tanhua sect even more powerful. Xinhao sect and Tanhua sect are not good people. Indeed. I feel that if we, Great Chan, stand up for Sword God Zhou, we might gain some fame. What do you think? Good idea. Let's write a story for Sword God Zhou and announce it to the world. The emperor heard and felt that it was reasonable. Although Sword God Zhou killed his eldest son, he did not take it to heart. After all, Sword God Zhou gave him a son with the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. Now that Great Chan was being eyed by the demons, he dared not to be careless. His personal feelings must be suppressed. This is really strange. But don't act in a hurry. We cannot be the first bird to stand out. The emperor muttered. Being cautious was his strength, but it was also his weakness. Great Shang. Yang Xindi rubbed his chin and thought. The state teacher Yang Zhongtian stood up and said, Your Majesty, this is obviously Xian Xianghua's scheme. She wanted to take Sword God Zhou away, but he escaped quietly. The other ministers and generals also nodded. Back when Zhou Xuanji had been drinking with them, he had been incredibly bold and had even dared to reject Yang Xindi's invitation. He was definitely not a coward from the Tanhua sect. The grandson of the Fury Buddha, Diyu, stood out and said, I believe in Sword God Zhou. Back then, during the World Hero Assembly, we all saw his bearing. Such a hero would join the Tanhua sect? Yang Xindi nodded and said, I don't suspect him either. It's just that it's such a coincidence that Xian Xianghua was able to arrive in time. Could she have colluded with Xinhao sect? He admired Zhou Xuanji. He could see the pride in Zhou Xuanji's bones. It was impossible for Zhou Xuanji to join the Tanhua sect, nor would he be forced to join. It must be slander. Your Majesty, Haoqi Alliance is also pursuing Sword God Zhou. Will the three factions work together? Back then, Lin Guanyu also ignored the might of Great Shang and barged into the country. Maybe he participated. A general stood out, cupped his fists and spoke in a low voice. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused the entire hall to discuss animatedly. Most people were doubting and a few people thought that Sword God Zhou was a demon. It was not everyone's opinion, but many people knew that Yang Xindi thought highly of Sword God Zhou. It's time for the alliance between Great Shang and Haoqi Alliance to end. Over the past 1,000 years, how many times has Great Shang cleaned up the mess of Haoqi Alliance? Yang Xindi snorted coldly. With these words, the hall was silent. Break off relations with Haoqi Alliance? In just 10 days, the news that Sword God Zhou was the vice suzerain of Tanhua sect spread like wildfire. At first, countless people cursed Sword God Zhou for being shameless. But some people who were saved by Sword God Zhou or witnessed his glory did not want to believe it. Until Great Shang's emperor said that Sword God Zhou would not join Tanhua sect, the public opinion changed immediately. Great Chen followed suit and said that it was impossible. Hanyin Divine Sect followed suit and said that it was nonsense. Sacred Ground Dongyuan Temple's Xuanhe Divine Monk said that he had seen Sword God Zhou, that he was a righteous person, that he was favored by the heavens, and that he would never join Tanhua sect. In an instant, the whole world stopped cursing Sword God Zhou. Everyone scolded Tanhua sect and Xinhao sect for being shameless, using such despicable methods to scheme against a hero. After all, ever since Sword God Zhou appeared, he had only done things to save the people and eliminate evil. No one had ever heard of Sword God Zhou taking the initiative to bully anyone. Soon Haoqi Alliance was scolded too. Haoqi Alliance's arrest warrant for Sword God Zhou was exposed. It turned out that Haoqi Alliance was trying to kill a prince of Great Chan. Sword God Zhou saw injustice and helped them, which infuriated Haoqi Alliance. Haoqi Alliance did not dare to retort, as they were afraid that the Tianxia map would be exposed. Even Great Zhou was scolded. The change in the public opinion made Tanhua sect, Xinhao sect, Haoqi Alliance and Great Zhou speechless. What was this? Within Great Zhou's territory, countless commoners begged the emperor to spare Sword God Zhou, or at least not to kill such a hero. Emperor Yan of Zhou did not hesitate and withdrew the arrest warrant, claiming that it was for the sake of the world. Because at this moment, Sword God Zhou became the most famous person in the entire northern wilderness region. In an inn in a desert, Sword God Zhou is definitely a hero. Tanhua sect is too despicable. Yeah. If a hero like us is wronged like this, is there still justice in the world? Tanhua sect is already at death's door, and they still want to drag our Sword God Zhou down with them. I have to say this time Great Shang and Great Chun are very responsible. They dared to stand up for Sword God Zhou at the risk of the world's justice. In the Empire I admire them. Forget it. Can they do it alone? It's all because of Sword God Zhou's generosity. Even Xuanhe Divine Monk said that he was favored by the heavens. The cultivators discussed excitedly. Every table was talking about Sword God Zhou. Zhou Xuanji listened with a weird expression. The others were the same. What happened? Did they hear wrongly? Isn't this a little weird? Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and mumbled to himself. Could it be because he was too handsome? Before he could refute, everyone in the world spoke up for him. Chongming Demon Monarch drank a bowl of wine and sighed. The heavens are unfair. He had been following Zhou Xuanji all along. They did not do anything and now he was cleared? What the hell? It was like a storytelling. Revered teacher's generosity is unparalleled. I'm in awe. Xiao Jinghong sighed in amazement. After that, he toasted Zhou Xuanji. Zhao Tsongjian, Bei Xiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin did the same. They toasted one after another and were all very excited. Daoya Old Man, Han Shumbua, and Chongming Demon Monarch began to drink to drown their sorrows. It was supposed to be a joyous occasion, but why did they feel a sense of sadness in their hearts? Even the wine was a little bitter. Seems like we don't have to be too careful. Zhou Xuanji grinned with a proud expression, which made Daoya Old Man want to beat him up. At this moment, a swordsman in black walked into the inn. He wore a silver mask, revealing only his eyes and mouth. Once he came in, a wave of coldness swept across the inn, and it became silent immediately. Chapter 171. The black-clothed swordsman swept his cold gaze over everyone in the inn. Seeing that the tables were already full, he asked, "Who is willing to share a table with me?" Silence. No one answered. He immediately walked to a table with only 3 people and sat down. His arrival made the atmosphere in the inn very oppressive. Northern Sword Valiant whispered, "This guy doesn't look simple." Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the rest did not speak. The black-clothed swordsman looked around and said, "Let's continue. Sword God Zhou is the person I admire the most in my life. In today's way of the sword, no one can compare to him. I like this topic." As soon as these words came out, the inn became lively once more. "Young hero, you have good taste." Indeed, Sword God Zhou's cultivation is not top-notch, but his sword technique is world-renowned. I like his sun, moon, and stars the most. That's nothing. The scene of dozens of treasured swords soaring in the air is truly spectacular. The revival of the sword's way will depend on Sword God Zhou. The black-robed swordsman soon started chatting with the other cultivators, causing Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the rest to look at each other. Chongming Demon Monarch covered his face and sighed. "I'm convinced." Zhou Xuanji smiled proudly and said, "Hurry up and eat. We will be on our way after eating. Beixiao, go and ask if our 20 roast ducks are ready." Being famous also had its troubles. Wherever he went, people would praise him. However, what he was bragging about was the truth. It was fine as long as he didn't stop. Zhang Shui supported her chin with her left hand and pinched Zhou Xuanji's cheek with her right hand. "How do you look like a righteous person? Although he is very handsome, he is also very wretched." Zhou Xuanji heard her and slapped her hand away lightly. "Jealous?" He snorted. After a while, everyone left with the 20 roast ducks wrapped in oiled paper. The black-clothed swordsman could not help but look at them. He had a feeling that these people had extraordinary origins. Little did he know that he had missed the greatest opportunity of his life. Not long after they left the desert inn, they found the little black snake and the 2 dragon eagles. "Did you bring me any delicious food?" The little black snake came over and asked with its forked tongue. "No, get lost." Chongming Demon Monarch stood in front of it and shouted. Then he kicked it away. You're going too far. Don't bully the flood dragon too much. The little black snake was furious. If it wasn't for the fact that it couldn't beat this big guy, it would have rushed up and bitten him. Are we still going to Juedi Cliff? Xiao Jinghong asked. Since the world was not going after Zhou Xuanji, they did not need to hide anymore. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, they dared to take the Tianxia map before Haoqi Alliance. If they dare to hunt us down, then let's make their efforts go to waste. No one had any objections. The group walked towards Juedi Cliff. As usual, they cultivated while walking. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Northern Valiant Sword, and Huang Lianxin were dancing with their swords at the front, back, left, and right respectively. This kind of sword training method could train their minds. Huang Lianxin stumbled at first, but she got used to it in less than half a day. Jiang Shui followed by Zhou Xuanji's side. Her hands continuously formed hand seals to cultivate spells. Han Shimbua humbly asked Daoya Old Man for guidance. Chongming Demon Monarch was still bullying the little black snake. A big and little air were howling in the sky. They were extremely handsome now. Their wings spanned 100 feet and were like two small mountains. Zhou Xuanji chewed on the spirit herbs as he walked. He was thinking about how to reach the 5th level of the Sword Qi Golden Body incantation, Flesh Sword. At the 5th level, the flesh would become a legendary sword. He was looking forward to the 5th level. He had a feeling that once he mastered the flesh sword, his power would increase tremendously. And so, 3 months passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji and the rest traveled leisurely. They toured during the day and cultivated at night. The journey was not boring at all. This made them quite a distance away from Juedi Cliff. This day they stopped suddenly. The three-eyed drought rodent smelled the scent of treasure again. Zhou Xuanji sent Zhao Congjian and Han Shimbua to chase after it. The rest rested where they were. How many powerful demons are there in the northern wilderness top 100? Zhou Xuanji asked Daoya Old Man. When he had nothing to do, he liked to ask about the northern wilderness region. Daoya Old Man drank a mouthful of water and smiled as he stroked his long beard. About 40%. Although their top-notch cultivators are not as powerful as the humans, the overall power of the demons is still stronger than the humans. Chongming Demon Monarch said proudly, we demons once dominated the world, even longer than you humans. It's just that we have declined now. The main characters of the world took turns and today the humans ruled. What's Xian Xianghua's ranking in the northern wilderness top 100? Jiang Shui asked curiously. Xian Xianghua was the top cultivator twice, but it was a pity that she was severely injured consecutively and could no longer hold on to the throne. Before the battle at Duantian Cliff, she could still be in the top 5. It's hard to say now because she needs time to recover from her injuries. Daoya Old Man muttered. The northern wilderness top 100 was a realm that even he could not reach. Who are the top 5? Huang Lianxin asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji was also interested. There was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. He had already set the world's top cultivator as his goal, so he naturally had to be concerned. Daoya Old Man introduced to the group with a look of admiration. The world's top cultivator Yang Di, the emperor of all times, dominating the past and present. The world's second Jihuang Demon Lord, the sovereign of the demons, unparalleled in the world. The world's third Zhang Wudi, reversing the yin and yang, wielding the Qilin Zither. The world's fourth Xian Xianghua, Tanhua in the human world, Azura in Hades. The world's fifth Huangquan Drake King, overlord of the ocean region, able to summon the wind and rain. The group was fascinated by these names. These were the people who held the highest authority in the northern wilderness region. Daoya Old Man chuckled and said, this Yang Di is incredible. He has been the world's top cultivator for 3 consecutive times, and is known as the great emperor of the Yang realm. Ever since he was born, he has never tasted defeat. Back then, he defeated Xian Xianghua and became the world's top cultivator. After that, Tanhua sect gradually declined. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and asked, are they all at great realization? It should be higher. No, they have surpassed great realization. The higher the ranking of the northern wilderness top 100, the greater the difference in cultivation. For example, Xian Xianghua could have ascended long ago with her cultivation and age, but she did not. She dominated the human world for thousands of years. Daoya old man shook his head. Speaking of these influential figures, he only felt admiration and yearning. At this moment, an arrogant voice came. This place belongs to me, the little evil lord. Get lost now, or I will turn your bones into ashes and feed them to the dogs. The group heard him and frowned slightly. Chongming Demon Monarch stood up immediately and cried out, "Oh no! It's the little evil lord. Could it be that Haochi Alliance is already here?" Zhou Xuanji stared at him and cursed. "What are you afraid of? Follow us and take a look." He got up and walked toward the direction of the voice. The others followed suit. A big and small heir spread their wings and flew over to support Zhao Zongjian and Han Shunbua. Little Evil Lord? Chapter 172. After passing through the forest, Zhou Xuanji and the others came to a lake. The water in the lake was clear, and many fish were fleeing in panic, creating ripples in the water. There was a small island in the middle of the lake, on which sat a huge tree. The roots of the tree were like coiling pythons, ancient and ancient. On the island, Zhao Zongjian and Han Shunbua were surrounded by a group of demonic cultivators, while a man in purple stood on a tree branch. This purple-robed man was the little evil prince, Haochi Alliance's young master. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji and the others and smiled. "Ho, you have reinforcements? No wonder he's so arrogant." The three-eyed drought rodent stuck its head out from Zhao Zongjian's bosom and bared its fangs at the little evil prince. Even though it was angry, it still looked adorable. The demonic cultivators turned to look as well. They were immediately attracted by Ada and little heir. The two dragon eagles hovered in the air, looking extremely majestic. Every time they flapped their wings, it was as if wind and thunder were surging. The expressions of the demonic cultivators changed. One of them leaped to the little evil lord's side and whispered, "Young master, dragon eagles, and two of them. Could they be Sword God Zhou's group?" Now everyone in the world knew that Sword God Zhou was traveling around the world with his sword slaves. The little evil lord frowned. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and the others, trying to determine who was Sword God Zhou. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and asked softly, "Are there any other powerful cultivators from Haochi Alliance nearby?" Daoya old man shook his head and said with a smile, "This little evil lord is already at the astral projection realm. He doesn't need anyone to protect him. Wouldn't that be a joke? No one to protect him?" Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said, "If so, what are you waiting for? Knock them down first, then reason with them." Xiao Jinghong, Chongming Demon Monarch, and Bei Xiao Wangjian immediately rushed out. Daoya old man shook his head and said, "You're too wretched, a classic example of bullying the weak." After saying that, he flew over obediently and arrived in front of the little evil lord in one step. The little evil lord subconsciously made a move, but Daoya old man quickly sealed his acupoints and sealed his spirit energy, rendering him immobile. Zhou Xuanji mumbled, "I'm not bullying the weak. I even dare to bully the strong. This old man. His mouth says no, but his body is very honest." Jiang Shui covered her mouth and laughed. "What are you talking about?" Then they flew towards the center of the lake with Huang Lianxin. As soon as they landed, all the demonic cultivators collapsed. "Where's the baby?" Zhou Xuanji asked without even looking at the little evil lord. Haochi Alliance was after him, so why would he be afraid of the little evil lord? Not executing him on the spot was already benevolent. Han Shunbua immediately flipped his hand, and a Ganoderma the size of a water basin appeared in his hand. This Ganoderma was colorful and emitted a rich spiritual energy that was visible to the naked eye. Such a gorgeous Lingji, could it be poisonous? Jiang Shui asked softly as she blinked her eyes. Daoya old man smiled and said, "It's not poisonous. Instead, it's a good herb." The three-eyed drought rodent jumped out from Zhao Zongjian's arms and onto Zhou Xuanji's shoulder, looking very happy. It preferred to stay on Zhou Xuanji's body because it felt more comfortable. Little evil prince stood still on the branch, his body stiff. His eyes were filled with terror and despair. It's over. If he encountered Sword God Zhou, could he survive? He couldn't help but think of Su Xianxian, the #1 beauty of Great Shang. He didn't even have the chance to kiss her before she died. He hated her. He had yet to become the Alliance Lord of Haochi Alliance, and he had yet to rule the world. He had too many regrets. He couldn't accept it. Zhou Xuanji suddenly looked at him. which frightened him so much that he averted his eyes. Cold sweat covered his body. Humph! Zhou Xuanji smiled with disdain and left. The others followed closely behind. The little black snake charged at the little evil lord suddenly. Its tail was like a metal whip and whipped the little evil lord's crotch. In that instant, the little evil lord's face turned green. "Hurry up, you shameless snake. Be careful, or we will roast you." Chongming Demon Monarch's voice came from the other side of the lake. The little black snake coiled around the little evil lord's neck and hissed. It looked like it was going to devour someone. Under the immense pain, the little evil lord's body trembled. The most important thing was, no matter how much hatred he had, he dared not to show his ferocity. "Let me teach you a lesson. If you see us in the future, take a detour or else," the little black snake said coldly. Its tongue landed on the little evil lord's face, which gave him goosebumps. It turned into a sharp arrow and flew away. In the forest, Chongming Demon Monarch could not help but ridicule. "This shameless snake is so venomous. He destroyed someone's treasure to carry on the family line. Who did he learn this from?" Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin blushed when they heard this. Daoya Old Man snorted. "Isn't it because of some brat's sword?" Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, "Blame me. Little Black's food for this month will be deducted. If you want to blame someone, blame this old man." The little black snake, who had just flown over, heard him and landed on the ground immediately. He almost broke down. He rolled on the ground and cried, "I'm not convinced. Didn't I do it for you? Didn't the old bull say that you have a relationship with the most beautiful woman in Great Shang? I'm helping you." Jiang Shui stared at him and snorted. "Another month." The little black snake broke down completely. He quickly came to Jiang Shui's feet and begged, "I was wrong. I treated him like this and he will surely be mentally twisted. He will not let his women live a good life. I'm helping you." The group did not know whether to cry or laugh. This little black snake was too good at ting. The little evil lord's acupoint was sealed, and he could not move for a while. If he was eaten by a demon, it would be his bad luck. For months later, Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, and the others finally came to the edge of Juadi Cliff. They stood in front of the cliff and gazed into the distance. In front of them was a wasteland that rose and fell in succession. Countless ravines and cliffs crisscrossed each other. There were also mountains that were like thorns that pierced the sky. Juadi Cliff. Thunderclouds covered the sky, making it seem extremely oppressive. Juadi Cliff, severing the life of a great monarch. 9 out of 10 people will die after entering. Without the protection of 4 God refinement cultivators, one will definitely die. Daoya Old Man sighed as he stroked his long beard. Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch could not help but think back to the past. Those people from the Hegemon Sword Sect were all at the Spirit Refinement Realm? If not for Xian Xianghua, it would have been a battle. However, without Xian Xianghua, they would not be able to go to Juadi Cliff. For now, I'll just cultivate in the surroundings. In any case, it's right in front of me. There's no hurry. Zhou Xuanji said. Ever since he consumed the Ganoderma, his qi and blood surged, and his spirit energy grew tremendously. His cultivation had already reached Astral Infant Level 3, but it was a pity that he had yet to break through to the 5th level of the Sword Qi Golden Body incantation. Everyone nodded in agreement and began to look around for a suitable place to cultivate. At the same time, 1,000 miles away, on the other side of Juadi Cliff, billowing black fog swept toward Juadi Cliff like a sandstorm that covered the entire sky. In the black fog, a silhouette could be vaguely seen. Juadi Cliff. All the great emperors of ancient times came here. What's their purpose? A cold voice came from within. There was a sense of inexplicable meaning in the voice. Roar. The roar of a dragon came from the black fog, and it sounded erratic. Soon, the black fog disappeared into the depths of Juadi Cliff. Thunder boomed suddenly and countless lightning bolts struck down into the black fog, as though a terrifying demon had appeared. Chapter 173. Please enter the text. Under the old tree, the little black snake was wrapped around a rock, shivering. Zhou Xuanji was tempering his body in the giant cauldron, while the others were cultivating. Chongming Demon Monarch was sparring with the 2 dragon eagles to train their physical bodies. Daoya old man sat cross-legged on the hill and looked towards the east. He frowned and muttered, "Why do I have a bad feeling?" At this moment he suddenly saw two figures walking out of the sandstorm, startling him so much that he hurriedly stood up. "Someone's coming!" he shouted in a deep voice, causing everyone to open their eyes. Chongming Demon Monarch used his nose to sniff, and his expression was instantly horrified. He shouted, "Why is that old demonic woman here?" It was Xian Xianghua and Qin Gang. TSK, our fate is really not shallow. Wherever I go, I can run into you, little phoenix." Xian Xianghua's voice came, and Zhou Xuanji, who was inside the cauldron, immediately frowned. "Old witch." He immediately flew out of the cauldron. The others took out their magic tools and prepared for battle. Soon Xian Xianghua and Qin Gang walked over. The others guessed Xian Xianghua's identity the moment they saw Qin Gang. Jiang Shui frowned, her eyes filled with vigilance. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a deep voice. It was not easy for him to clear his name. He did not want to be dragged into the muddy waters of the Tanhua sect again. Xian Xianghua walked over and glanced at Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin. She smiled at Zhou Xuanji and said, "There are countless treasures hidden in Juedi Cliff. Of course I came here to recuperate. If I want to revive Tanhua sect, I must recover to my peak power." Then she looked at Daoya old man, and her gaze instantly turned cold. Daoya old man smiled awkwardly and shrugged. "Xuanha targeting you has nothing to do with me. Who asked you to bully him back then?" "Bully?" Everyone was stunned. The image of the divine monk Xuanha's carefree attitude as an expert surfaced in their minds. He didn't expect Xian Xianghua to bully Xuanha divine monk as well. "Back then, when you were young and inexperienced, if I hadn't taught you how to behave, you might have died in the wilderness." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. How many people had this old witch bullied in the past? Why did it feel like all the great figures hated her to the bone? Qin Gang looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression and said, "I'm really convinced. You joined the Tanhua sect and the whole world protected you. What's the meaning of scolding us?" During this period of time, wherever there were people, there would be people scolding Tanhua sect and praising Sword God Zhou. This made him speechless. After all, they had helped Zhou Xuanji sincerely before. "There's nothing I can do about it. I'm upright and outspoken. I'm untainted by the mud. Everyone believes in me." Zhou Xuanji replied casually, which hurt Qin Gang even more. Shortly after, he looked at Xian Xianghua and said, "You two can go in. I hope you recover quickly." Xian Xianghua's eyes were full of smiles and she said, "I don't think we're in a hurry. Let's rest here for a while first. After all, it's very dangerous inside." She turned around and walked towards a hillside at the side while Qin Gang went in another direction to help her look for herbs. "She is the number one demonic cultivator?" Beixiao Wangjian asked curiously in a low voice. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Han Shimbua, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin were also curious. This lady looked so beautiful that it was hard to associate her with the cruel and heartless Tanhua sect leader. "It's okay. With her around we'll be safer." Daoya old man consoled the crowd. Even when facing the heavily injured Xian Xianghua, he did not dare to attack. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Xian Xianghua before turning around and walking toward the cauldron. When he passed by Jiang Shui, he said softly, "Don't worry, I'm here." Jiang Shui nodded and watched him enter the cauldron. In the following period of time, Xian Xianghua and Qin Gang did not disturb them. The two groups of people cultivated on their own. Days passed by. 2 months later. Roar. A dragon's roar came from the depths of Juedi Cliff. It was deafening and shook the mountains. Zhou Xuanji, Xian Xianghua, and the others all looked over. Daoya old man frowned and mumbled, "This voice. 8th level demon." A level 8 demon was equivalent to a spirit refinement realm cultivator. The little black snake shuddered and cried out, "Could it be the elders of my tribe?" His cultivation was only at 5th rank at his peak. Compared to the dragon, the difference was like heaven and earth. Chongming Demon Monarch stared at him and scolded, "You are just a shameless snake. Do you really think of yourself as a dragon?" The little black snake was enraged. "This is too much." The two demons began to quarrel. Xian Xianghua looked solemn and said softly, "Why is he here?" Qin Gang asked anxiously. Suzerain, who is he? Zhou Xuanji and the others turned to look at her. Someone whom Xian Xianghua could remember must be very powerful. Wanzong King's Spectre. He always has an 8th rank ghost dragon with him. Xian Xianghua replied. With this, Daoya Old Man and Qin Gang were both shocked. Wanzong King's Spectre. Why is he here? Daoya Old Man cried out in fear. His tone was filled with fear. Beixiao Wangjian asked. Who is he? What's his rank in the Northern Wilderness top 100? To be able to make Daoya Old Man so afraid, Wanzong King's Spectre must be someone in the Northern Wilderness top 100. He's ranked 58th. Great Realization Stage Cultivation. Daoya Old Man said with a solemn expression. Everyone took in a deep breath. Great Realization Stage. Huang Hantian was at the bottom of the Northern Wilderness top 100. Only a few of them had yet to break through to the Great Realization Stage. And Wanzong King's Spectre was a true Great Realization cultivator, just like Emperor Yan of Zhou. Could it be because? Huang Lianxin's expression changed as she mumbled softly. She did not finish her sentence, but the others already understood. Tianxia map. Daoya Old Man looked at Zhou Xuanji and said softly, let's give up. How could they win against Wanzong King's Spectre? Zhou Xuanji frowned. They came all the way here and waited for so long. How could they give up just like that? Do you know what he's looking for? Xian Xianghua's voice came. She stared at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, he's looking for the great emperor's inheritance. He would never reveal the whereabouts of the Tianxia map. If Xian Xianghua obtained the Tianxia map, what would happen? When this old demonic woman was the world's top cultivator, she massacred the world. If she obtained the Tianxia map, who knew what evil things she would do? Let's go and take a look. Xian Xianghua got up and flew toward the direction of the dragon's roar. Qin Gang followed closely behind her. After they disappeared into the depths of Juedi Cliff, Beixiao Wangjian asked, just like that. That was the Tianxia map. The owner of it could obtain the world. If Zhou Xuanji became the world's top cultivator, they would not have to worry about their enemies anymore. At the same time, they could learn some ultimate techniques from Zhou Xuanji. How could they not be tempted? Zhou Xuanji twisted his neck and smiled. If the Tianxia map is so easy to obtain, why would it not appear for 10,000 years? The others heard him and felt that it made sense. They did not leave but waited on the spot. Next, they heard the dragons roar from time to time. Sometimes it was painful, sometimes it was furious. Time passed quickly. This day, the sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 20 years old. Gotcha started. Chapter 174. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Gold Sword, Amethyst Bayou King Sword, Glorious Gold White Dragonbone Sword. 3 legendary swords. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. This time they were all legendary swords and they were increasing in grade. Interesting. The 3 legendary swords appeared before him out of nowhere. The Day Sword was on the left. Its blade was as wide as a meter, and there were intricate patterns on both edges that looked like snowflakes. It was silver in color. The Bayou King Sword was in the middle. Its blade was black and had many red patterns that looked like blazing flames. The White Dragonbone Sword was on the right. As the name suggested, it was a white bone sword, the longest of the 3. A white dragon coiled around the hilt. The dragon's body was curved, and its mouth was close to the blade. Next, the information of the 3 swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name. Day Sword grade. Gold description. Made from ancient Day metal. It contains the attributes of metal and wood. It can absorb the spiritual chi of wood, metal and stone to strengthen the legendary sword. Sword name. Bayou King Sword grade. Amethyst description. A sword from hell that slays evil spirits. The greater the evil spirit's karma, the more damage they can inflict. Sword name. White Dragonbone Sword grade. Glorious Gold description. Forged from the bones of a divine dragon. It contains the divine soul of a white dragon, and the divine power of the dragon race. It can suppress the souls of ordinary dragons. They all looked powerful. He now had 3 glorious gold legendary swords. White Dragonbone Sword, God Emperor Sword, and Hegemon Jiu. One could not blame him for being arrogant. After knowing about the new grades, he only cared about swords that were above glorious gold grade. Of course, he treasured the other legendary swords as well. He did not even dare to use the book-cutter sword, which was the most inferior, for fear that it would break. He gripped the white dragonbone sword and placed the day sword and Baiyu King sword into the supreme storage. Next, he took out the God Emperor sword. With 2 glorious gold legendary swords in hand, he got up slowly. Strands of God Emperor Chi flowed out of the God Emperor sword and enveloped his body, forming a God Emperor. It was 30 meters tall and had a powerful aura that shook the ground. Everyone looked over and saw a white dragon with extraordinary might rising from Zhou Xuanji's feet. It coiled around the God Emperor and landed on the God Emperor's shoulder, roaring toward the sky. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. It was more divine than the previous ghost flood dragon. Zhou Xuanji looked up at the white dragon beside him. The dragon's scales glinted with a cold light. They were like blades, cold and sharp, and could make one's heart tremble. So powerful. The power of the 2 glorious gold swords combined made him feel stronger than ever. Why didn't I feel this way when I held Hegemonjiu and the God Emperor sword? Hegemonjiu is the treasure sword of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. It wasn't created by the supreme legendary sword system, so it's impossible for legendary swords to resonate with each other. The sword spirit explained, which enlightened Zhou Xuanji. He felt that he was more than twice as strong as before. Of course, it could only shake a low-level spirit refinement cultivator at most. If he met Huang Hantian again, it would still be difficult for him to resist. After all, his cultivation realm was still there, and his spiritual power reserves were far from being comparable to these powerhouses. He immediately displayed the white crane sword technique with the dual sword style. Until today, he had not given up on the white crane sword technique. This was his first set of swordplay and it had feelings. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Huang Lianxin, and Beixiao Wangjian were fascinated by the set of sword techniques that were performed gracefully and domineeringly. Where did he get so many swords from? Han Ximbua mumbled. Why did he feel that the white dragonbone sword was not inferior to the Hegemon Sword Emperor's legendary sword? Daoya Old Man was thinking about it too. He had thought about it for a long time, but he could not figure it out if Zhou Xuanji did not tell him. Zhou Xuanji stored his swords and looked satisfied. He suddenly thought of something. Is an 8th rank flood dragon considered an ordinary dragon? He asked in his heart, and the sword spirit answered him quickly. Yes. His eyes brightened, and he immediately had an idea. He gathered everyone and told them about his plan to enter Juedi Cliff. Nonsense, it's dangerous inside. Daoya Old Man scolded. This brat was always adventurous. Zhou Xuanji said. If I cultivate here, how long will it take to reach astral projection? 5 years? 10 years? I want to become more powerful. The Tianxia map is an opportunity. While the enemy is only Wanzong King Spectre, I must enter first. Or else, if more powerful cultivators come, it will be troublesome. Don't worry, I will do what I can. Last time, when he was attacked by Huang Hantian, Xian Xianghua helped. What about next time? He did not want to let go of any opportunity to become more powerful quickly. Seeing how determined he was, the others could not persuade him otherwise. Zhou Xuanji decided to enter alone, while the others stayed here to cultivate. After all, other than Daoya Old Man and Chongming Demon Monarch, it was difficult for the others to help him. Soon, he took action and flew into Juedi Cliff on his sword. Jiang Shui looked at his back worriedly. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. Ever since they were young, he was the one who protected her. At first she enjoyed it, but now she felt even more guilt and reluctance. She wanted to protect him too. Don't worry. I have divined. He will not die here. Daoya Old Man comforted them and reassured them. In fact, he could not divine Zhou Xuanji at all. He suddenly thought of something and began divining with his fingers. The group left and continued to cultivate so that they could help Zhou Xuanji as soon as possible. We're almost there, Daoya Old Man mumbled to himself with a deep frown. He looked ahead. Emperor Yen of Zhou, ascension is your serendipity, but it's also your tribulation. I hope you are ready. After entering Juedi Cliff, Zhou Xuanji felt a sudden drop in temperature. The bone-chilling wind made him confused. He did not encounter such a situation when he came to Juadi Cliff previously. Could it be that the climate in Juadi Cliff was different? He was alarmed. Daoya old man once said that Juadi Cliff was filled with danger. There were many ancient traps and spell formations, and he could die if he was not careful. With the God Emperor and White Dragonbone sword in his hands, he stood on Hegemonjio. The 3 glorious gold legendary swords gave him a great sense of security. He realized that Wanzhong King Spectre's ghost dragon was no longer roaring. Could it have been killed by Xian Xianghua? If Xian Xianghua was at her peak, it would not be difficult for her to kill Wanzhong King Spectre. But now that she was severely injured, it would be difficult for her to defeat Wanzhong King Spectre. Tui, why am I worried about her? Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He let go of the White Dragonbone sword and let it levitate beside him. After that, he took out the map with his right hand. According to the map, the Tianxia map was hidden between 2 straight peaks. There was no specific indication of where it was. He looked up and saw mountains all around him. It was difficult to tell which one it was. But these mountains were not straight and he had to go deeper. After traveling for 2 hours, Zhou Xuanji realized that something was wrong. Why did he feel that he could not fly to the top? He was not slow and the surrounding temperature was getting lower. Snowflakes fell from the thunderclouds, and the ground below was gradually frozen. He suddenly stopped and locked his gaze in front of him. On the peak of a mountain in front of him, a silhouette stood. He held a gigantic saber in his hand. Both his body and saber were frozen, and no one could tell who he was. The 3rd update. Some friends realized that the pen name had changed and thought that it was written by someone else. Brothers, if you need a dream, you will be Renhua Shao. If you want a dream, you will be Renhua Shao. If you want a dream, you will be Renhua Shao. It's just like 2 QQs. When you guys are dating online, you should know this. A few days ago, I switched my legendary sword from my Smurf account to my main account. Such a coquettish style of writing. Do you think someone else has changed? Chapter 175. The snowstorm grew stronger, and the sky gradually darkened. Zhou Xuanji looked at the frozen figure in front of him and frowned. If he had known earlier, he would have brought the little black snake along. Let that fellow test the waters. To be on the safe side, he decided to take a detour. He didn't want to complicate matters. He continued to move forward at a moderate pace to avoid being ambushed. About an hour later, he saw another ice sculpture. The person in the ice sculpture held 2 swords and looked up at the sky, as if he was fighting. This sent a chill down his spine. He had a feeling that something was spying on him. He immediately accelerated and sprinted at full speed. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, he caught a glimpse of a figure in the canyon below and quickly stopped, because he knew that figure. Tanhua Sect Thousand Hands Devil Qin Gang. Qin Gang leaned against the mountain wall with his arms crossed and shivered. His entire body was covered in ice and snow, looking extremely afraid. What are you doing here? Zhou Xuanji asked. With Qin Gang's cultivation, would he be afraid of such a low temperature? Having heard him, Qin Gang raised his head. When he saw Zhou Xuanji, his expression changed immediately. Vice Suzerain, what are you doing here? Run. Run? Zhou Xuanji gripped his swords tightly and asked anxiously. What happened? Don't you need my help? After all, Qin Gang had helped him before. How could he leave him in the lurch? This place is the ancient soul-freezing grand spell formation. If you stay here for too long, your spiritual energy will be frozen, and you'll gradually lose consciousness. You'll never have a chance to transcend. I entered this place by mistake and was already affected. If you hurry up and leave, you'll still have a chance to survive. Qin Gang quickly explained. He was so cold that he could not even force a smile. Zhou Xuanji frowned and wondered if he should retreat. The Swordmaster can use the Frost Wave Sword and the Ghost Curse Sword to absorb the ancient soul cryostasis array. As long as you pour your spiritual energy into the 2 swords, you will be able to absorb it. The sword spirit suddenly reminded him, causing him to be stunned. These 2 swords had such an ability? He immediately took out the Frost Wave Sword and the Ghost Curse Sword. Run! Qin Gang gritted his teeth and his voice became weaker. This kind of cold was not only a torture to the body, but also a torment to the soul. Zhou Xuanji did not reply. He held his sword with both hands and raised it high. In an instant cold winds gathered, accompanied by ghostly wails and wolf howls. The cold wind drilled into the frost wave sword, while wisps of ghost chi flowed into the ghost curse sword. The frost wave sword was only bronze rank. The ghost curse sword was a gold divine sword, so its absorption speed was faster than the frost wave sword. After absorbing this formation, will the two swords level up? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously in his heart. Back then the bloodbath sword had been upgraded. Yes. The sword spirit's answer delighted him. Qin Gang was so frozen that he could not raise his head. His spirit energy was frozen, which made him unable to sense whether Zhou Xuanji had left or not. He could feel his vitality fading away. Sect leader. I'm sorry. I can't help you rebuild the Tanhua sect, he muttered to himself, his voice getting lower and lower as if he was about to fall asleep. After an unknown period of time, he gradually regained consciousness. The coldness on his body was dissipating, and he felt warm. He opened his eyes and looked up with difficulty. He saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. In the sky above the canyon, a figure covered in raging flame stood in the air like a god. He raised his two swords up high, and cold wind and ghost chi gathered around the two swords, forming an extremely spectacular tornado. Even the sky was affected by the tornado. That's an immortal, he muttered to himself in confusion and tried his best to stay awake. This immortal was Zhou Xuanji. To prevent him from freezing to death, Zhou Xuanji activated the sword will of the fiery sword technique. Flames wrapped around his body to provide him with warmth. I'm not an immortal. I'm your father. Zhou Xuanji's voice came down softly, which made Qin Gang feel lost. Dad? Father, am I dead? Good boy, you are not dead yet. I won't let you die. Father. As he spoke, Qin Gang suddenly felt that the spirit energy in his body was breaking free. His strength was recovering too. The ancient soul cryostasis formation was broken. As a powerful cultivator at the spirit refinement stage, his spirit energy and stamina began to recover rapidly. He looked up. The figure in the sky was not his father but Zhou Xuanji. You! Qin Gang was furious and shocked. He did not know what to say. It was Zhou Xuanji who saved him after all. Good boy. Wait for me to finish absorbing the ancient soul cryostasis formation, Zhou Xuanji said gently, which almost made Qin Gang vomit blood. Whose father is your mother? My father is already dead. Are you going to die too? He roared in his heart but did not dare to curse out loud. An hour later, the frost between the heavens and the earth had melted, and Qin Gang returned to normal. He flew up to Zhou Xuanji and looked at the frost wave sword and ghost curse sword curiously. Zhou Xuanji stored the two legendary swords into the supreme storage and waited for them to level up. Do you think I'm powerful? Zhou Xuanji asked with a raised brow. Qin Gang nodded. He was convinced that Zhou Xuanji could break the ancient soul cryostasis formation so easily. Tell me what's going on. Where's Xian Xianghua? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. There was no trace of Xian Xianghua nearby. That old demonic woman was severely injured. Where could she have gone? Qin Gang took a deep breath and said, The suzerain is recovering in a cave. I came out to help her find some rare resources, but I encountered Wanzong King Spectre. I was not powerful enough and was forced into the ancient soul cryostasis formation. This formation is active in Juadi Cliff. When I realized it, it was already too late. His eyes were burning with fury. Wanzong King Spectre, I must kill you. I met two people who were sealed in ice. Did that happen recently? Zhou Xuanji asked closely. His expression became a little complicated. Once the ancient soul cryostasis formation was broken, would the two people come back to life? That's right. Qin Gang was a little stunned. Next, his expression became horrified. Run! He cried out loudly. After that, he grabbed Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and flew far away. Boom! Behind them, a world-shaking explosion came from dozens of miles away, along with a horrifying murderous aura. Who are they? Zhou Xuanji asked anxiously. Qin Gang was at spirit refinement. Enemies that even he was afraid of might be more powerful than Huang Hantian. One must know that he dared to fight Huang Hantian. They are the Huangquan twin devils. They are extremely powerful and are the subordinates of the Huangquan Drake King, who is ranked 5th in the world. The Sword Monarch's revered teacher was tortured to death by them. Qin Gang gnashed his teeth as he explained. He increased his speed to the maximum and shuttled between the mountains. Huangquan Twin Devils. Zhou Xuanji frowned and did not ask further, so as not to disturb Qin Gang. After flying for 2 hours, the two of them hid in a cave. Qin Gang cast a spell at the entrance of the cave, which turned into a mountain wall and concealed their aura at the same time. After doing all this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He sat on the ground and wiped his sweat. The Huangquan Twin Devils have been searching for the Tianxia map. Why did they come to Juedi Cliff? Qin Gang muttered. His face was full of shock and fear. These two demons were at the great realization stage. Chapter 176. The Huangquan Twin Devils were looking for the Tianxia map? Zhou Xuanji frowned. So Haoqi Alliance was not the only one who knew about the Tianxia map. Haoqi Alliance was able to find out about Chunban Tian. So it was not surprising that other forces had also obtained information. Now there was trouble. He was going to compete with 3 terrifying experts from the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness? How were they supposed to play? The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. He punched the ground, creating a small pit. Don't move, they're coming. Hold your breath and focus. Lower your aura to the lowest possible level. Qin Gang cried out softly. Having heard him, Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the qi-obscuring incantation. The pitch-black cave fell into silence. Rumble, the mountain they were on began to shake violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. The two of them were so nervous that they were sweating profusely. Where did Thousand Hands Demon and that kid go? A cold, hoarse voice rang out, causing their scalps to go numb. Let's keep looking. They were able to break the ancient soul-freezing grand spell formation, so they definitely have precious treasures on them. Let's extract their souls and take their treasures. Another strange laughter rang out. Just the tone alone made one feel that it was very cruel. Soon the Huangquan Twin Devils' voices disappeared, and the mountain stopped shaking. Zhou Xuanji was still holding his breath and concentrating, and so was Qin Gang. Both of them were very cautious, afraid that the Huangquan Twin Devils were up to no good. 6 hours later, Qin Gang let out a sigh of relief and muttered, "There should be no danger now." Zhou Xuanji asked softly, "They are both demons. Why is the Thousand Hands Devil so afraid of the Huangquan Twin Devils?" Qin Gang. This stab rendered him speechless. Tell me about the Huangquan Twin Devils, including how they tortured the Sword Monarch's master. Zhou Xuanji asked softly. He always had special feelings for the Sword Monarch. He became famous because of his battle with the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. However, at that time, the Sword Monarch did not dare to use his full strength because of his reputation. After he injured the Sword Monarch, he used his words to force the Sword Monarch off the stage, and he quickly left. Ever since then, the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou became his standard to measure his strength. Stronger than the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. He was truly stronger. If he was weaker than the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, then he was just SOSO. His love for the Sword Monarch was very deep. Therefore, he decided that he would defeat the Sword Monarch fair and square in the future and drag him down from his pedestal. The Huangquan Twin Devils have been famous for a long time. A long time ago, they were not subordinates of the Huangquan Drake King until he defeated and subdued them. Since then they changed their names to Huangquan and specialized in gathering intelligence and assassinating enemies for the Drake King. The previous emperor of Great Zhou was killed by them. At that time, the master of the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou brought the Sword Monarch to Great Zhou to help out. However, he was defeated by the Huangquan Twin Devils and was sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts. The Huangquan Twin Devils kept cutting his flesh for 7 days and 7 nights until he bled to death. His soul was also taken away by the Twin Devils. Qin Gang's tone remained calm. Although the Huangquan Twin Devils were cruel, it was nothing to him. After all, he was the Thousand Hands Devil. If the Huangquan Twin Devils worked together, I'm afraid that even Wanzong King Spectre might not be able to defeat them. We need to find the sect master quickly and help her recover, Qin Gang said in a low voice. Then he walked towards the entrance of the cave. Zhou Xuanji sighed. If he knew this, he would not have come in. Wanzong King Spectre was still manageable. But with the Huangquan twin devils, it was impossible. They are already far away. Come with me. Qin Gang waved his hand at the entrance of the cave, and Zhou Xuanji followed immediately. The two left quickly. Next, they were extremely careful not to bump into the Huangquan twin devils. According to Qin Gang, they would rather bump into Wanzong King Spectre than Huangquan twin devils. Although facing the former would still result in death, it would not be too painful. Half a day later, they finally came to the cave where Xian Xianghua was. Xian Xianghua was still channeling her energy to heal herself. Looking at her rosy complexion, it was obvious that she was not attacked. Little Phoenix, you are here too. It seems like you are worried about me. Xian Xianghua opened her eyes and said with a smile. Her enchanting eyes were like two crescent moons, which dazzled Zhou Xuanji. He immediately came to his senses and thought to himself, such a domineering demonic technique. It was a demonic technique. He snorted coldly and found a corner to sit down, away from Xian Xianghua. Xian Xianghua's smile became even more radiant. Qin Gang walked up to her and half knelt before her. He told her about what happened earlier. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji absorbed the ancient soul cryostasis formation, she glanced at him in astonishment. He pretended that he did not see anything and continued to cultivate. A while later, Xian Xianghua squinted her eyes and said coldly, I did not expect the old Dragon King to send the twin devils. It seems like the Tianxia map is in Juedi Cliff. The great emperors in the past all came to look for the Tianxia map, including the Hegemon Sword Emperor. Some died and some escaped. This should be the reason why Juedi Cliff was born. Qin Gang nodded and asked, what should we do? Retreat? Xian Xianghua shook her head. The whole world was after them. Where could they retreat to? She glanced at Zhou Xuanji and asked, do you want the Tianxia map? Qin Gang was stunned. He was dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said unpleasantly, I want it. Will you help me find it? This old demonic woman liked to tease him. Was it fun? If you want it, I will help you find it. Xian Xianghua said with a smile. Her eyes were filled with cunning. I want it. Zhou Xuanji said without holding back. He knew where the Tianxia map was, so he did it out of spite. Xian Xianghua got up slowly and said, let's go and find the Tianxia map. The earlier we find it, we can leave. Or else more powerful cultivators will come. Although Qin Gang was confused, he still nodded. In his memory, it was the first time that Xian Xianghua treated a man so generously. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji. Other than being more handsome than me, what else does this guy have? Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a while before taking out the map and said, this is the map of the Tianxia map. Bring me there. It was too dangerous to search blindly with Xian Xianghua. Even if Xian Xianghua went back on her words after this, he did not mind. It was best to leave as soon as possible. Once the Huangquan twin devils arrived, even Xian Xianghua would have to kneel. It was more important to stay alive. There were so many opportunities to become more powerful. I can't be reckless, I can't be reckless. He comforted himself in his heart. Recalling his determination before entering Juedi Cliff, he felt that he had slapped himself in the face again. Xian Xianghua and Qin Gang were stunned. This guy has the map of the Tianxia map? So you came here to look for the Tianxia map and not for me? Xian Xianghua asked. With a wave of her right hand, the map landed in her hand. Zhou Xuanji did not reply. This was a suicidal question. Xian Xianghua glanced at the map and walked out of the cave. Zhou Xuanji and Qin Gang followed behind her. Next, they rode on the demonic clouds and advanced. Zhou Xuanji asked, aren't you heavily injured? Why are you so ostentatious? Xian Xianghua said coldly, how long ago was that? When have I ever been afraid of anyone? Such a bad temper? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked no more, in case the old demonic woman exploded and hurt him. Frost Wave Sword and Ghost Curse Sword have successfully leveled up. At this moment, the sword spirit's voice resounded in his mind, causing him to reveal a look of anticipation. The ancient soul cryostasis formation could even freeze the Huangquan twin devils in Qin Gang. What level would the two swords reach? Chapter 177. Congratulations, sword owner. The Frost Wave Sword has been upgraded from bronze to amethyst. The ghost curse sword has been upgraded from gold to amethyst. After hearing the sword spirit, Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Why were they all purple crystals? The ancient soul cryostasis formation is dominated by cold qi. The ghost qi is relatively thin. The sword spirit explained, which enlightened Zhou Xuanji. 2 more amethyst godly swords, not bad. His mood became joyful, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. What are you laughing at? Xian Xianghua's voice drifted over. He looked up and saw that this old demonic woman's back was clearly facing him. Could it be that she had eyes in the back of her head? He replied. I'm happy when I think about you giving me the Tianxia map. Humph. Xian Xianghua snorted coldly and fell silent again. Zhou Xuanji curled his lip. Is this old demonic woman on her period? She has such a weird temper. The demonic cloud advanced at high speed. On the way, Zhou Xuanji asked Qin Gang about the history of Juedi Cliff and the various dangers. Daoya old man once said that there were many ancient formations and natural restrictions in Juedi Cliff, and one could easily die if they were not careful. However, apart from the ancient soul cryostasis formation, he hadn't encountered any other formations along the way. Moreover, why did he feel that Juedi Cliff was not that dangerous? Qin Gang explained patiently, claiming that the most dangerous part of Juedi Cliff was not entering, but exiting. Once most people entered, they would not be able to find their way out. Their senses would be confused by all sorts of arrays and restrictions, and there were even ancient dead souls obstructing them. Juedi Cliff had existed for more than 100,000 years. It was older than all the dynasties. 10,000 years ago, those who could be called emperors were all beings who had surpassed the Mahayana realm. At that time, he would not be able to proclaim himself as emperor, or he would suffer the wrath of the heavens. The Hegemon Sword Emperor was the last thearch to be recognized by the heavens, and he was one of the 9 thearchs of the Sword Tao. It was said that more than 10 great emperors had fallen at Juedi Cliff. It was said that the great emperors had lost their lives. They traveled for about the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. The demonic cloud landed. In front of them was a mountain. Xian Xianghua said in a low voice, "Restrain your aura and don't speak." After saying that, she walked to the top of the hill and looked down. Zhou Xuanji and Qin Gang came to her side carefully. In front of them was a boundless wasteland. 2 perfectly straight mountain peaks stood there, as if they wanted to divide the world into 2. Between the 2 mountains, there was a black flood dragon that was hundreds of meters tall. Its entire body was shrouded in ghostly aura, and its head was ferocious. Its dragon scales were as sharp as blades. Wanzong King's specter? Zhou Xuanji thought in confusion. It seemed that Xian Xianghua was still wary of Wanzong King's specter, or else she would have charged straight at him. He did not expect Wanzong King's specter to have found the location of the Tianxia map. He was attacked by the Huangquan twin devils and was heavily injured. We still have a chance. Let's wait for now in case the Huangquan twin devils are hiding nearby. Xian Xianghua sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji, and he nodded. It seemed like Xian Xianghua was just bragging. Why would he need to wait for an opportunity when facing the heavily injured Wanzong King specter? They began to wait for the right time. After a long while, xiao, xiao, swoosh ear-piercing sounds came from the west, and Zhou Xuanji and the others turned to look and saw 4 cultivators quickly flying over. These 4 people were dressed in gorgeous golden clothes, and behind them was accompanied by golden light. It was as if gods had arrived, and their auras were very strong. They quickly flew to the 2 mountains. Wanzong King's specter? I'm sorry, but our Hunyuan Empire has taken a liking to this place. Hurry up and leave. One of them shouted loudly. His figure was tall and sturdy with a large dragon crown on his head. His face was dignified, his eyes glaring, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Hunyuan Empire. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. He had heard of the Hunyuan Empire before. There were 7 empires in the northern wilderness region, but he did not know much about the Hunyuan Empire. It was said that the Hunyuan Empire was the most powerful empire. The 4 legendary generals of the Hunyuan Empire, Chen, Tang, Xian and Wang. They are all at the Great Realization stage, and each of them commands an army of 1,000,000 soldiers. I did not expect Hunyuan's emperor to send them here. It seems like he is determined to get the Tianxia map. The Hunyuan Empire is the only one that has the potential to become a great fate empire. Becoming a great fate empire is equivalent to a celestial kingdom, and it will rule over the entire human world. Xian Xianghua introduced to him telepathically. Her tone was a little complicated. Great fate empire. Celestial kingdom? Zhou Xuanji was curious, but it was not the time to ask, because Wanzong King Spectre was already fighting with the 4 legendary generals. Boom! 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 Explosions resounded continuously, and the 2 mountains shook violently. The ghost dragon roared continuously as its body slammed into the 2 mountains, sweeping up clouds of dust. A stream of black light soared into the sky. As the ghost chi dissipated, Wanzong King Spectre's silhouette appeared. He wore a loose black robe with many skulls on it. His white hair danced in the wind like withered grass, and his skin was shriveled. He looked like an old man at the end of his lifespan, just like his name King Spectre. Chun Tang Xian and Wang. You are too overbearing. I'm recuperating here. What right do you have to chase me away? He asked coldly as blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. In response, the 4 legendary generals surrounded him. As for the ghost dragon, it was already covered in blood and writhing on the ground. Its aura grew weaker and weaker. Suzerain, let's retreat, Qin Gang said softly. His voice was as soft as a mosquito. Chan, Tang, and Xian kings were the pillars of the Hunyuan Empire. They were extremely powerful. They were no match for them at all. Moreover, the Huangquan twin devils could come at any time. Xian Xianghua shook her head and stared ahead. Wanzong King Spectre was brutally beaten up by Chan, Tang, and Xian kings. He fell to the ground, crashed into the mountain, and was sent flying into the sky. If this continued, he would be beaten to death by Chan, Tang, and Xian kings soon. Soon, Wanzong King Spectre admitted defeat and fled with the ghost dragon. Chan, Tang, and Xian kings did not pursue him and allowed him to escape. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. When he first came in, he treated Wanzong King Spectre as his greatest enemy. But now someone even more powerful appeared. He could not be offended. I will hold them back. You two go and find the Tianxia map, Xian Xianghua said, which made Qin Gang open his eyes wide. He became anxious immediately and said softly, Suzerain, you are injured. Xian Xianghua shook her head and glanced at Zhou Xuanji, saying, I have done everything I can. Whether you can get the Tianxia map or not is up to you. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Xian Xianghua immediately got up and was prepared to fly out. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji held her hand and asked, Why? All along, he felt that Xian Xianghua had an ulterior motive for treating him so well. Who asked this old demonic woman to give him such a bad first impression? Because you are my vice suzerain. Xian Xianghua smiled. Then she pulled her hand out and flew toward the 2 peaks in front of her. For scumbags from the Hunyuan Empire, I have my eyes on this place. Get lost now, or else I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. She regained her maniacal demeanor. Her laughter was filled with madness and cruelty. Zhou Xuanji felt complicated. Thousands of words turned into a mumble. Are you Long Outyen? Who is Long Outyen? Qin Gang asked in confusion. How come he had never heard of this name? An invincible powerful cultivator. Long Outyen. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. He paused for a moment before continuing. How are we going to act? Chapter 178. Xian Xianghua opened her arms and walked in the air. Vast demonic qi surrounded her body like a tornado, and her momentum was great. The Chan, Tang, Xian, and Wang generals turned their heads in unison. When they saw Xian Xianghua, their expressions changed drastically. Divine General Chan said in a low voice, Xian Xianghua, the entire world is hunting you right now. Are you sure you still want to provoke our Hunyuan Empire? Facing Xian Xianghua, they did not immediately attack. In terms of aura, it was clearly weaker. Humph! Since you dare to threaten this seat, then all of you can go and die. Xian Xianghua's eyes were cold. She waved her right hand, and the surging demonic aura turned into a giant hand that slammed toward the 2 mountains. The 4 divine generals hurriedly dodged. There was a loud bang. An earth-shattering explosion. The 2 mountains were smashed into pieces, and countless gravel shot in all directions like cannonballs. A violent gale blew, which frightened Zhou Xuanji and Qin Gang so much that they quickly lowered their heads. "Isn't she injured?" Zhou Xuanji asked with gritted teeth. "He looks so ferocious, how did he look like he was injured?" Qin Gang replied, "If he wasn't injured, it would be even more exaggerated." Rumble. The mountain they were on shook violently after being smashed by a piece of rock. The mountain would collapse at any moment. Xian Xianghua leaped up and charged toward Chen, Tang and Xian Wang, scaring the four godly generals into hiding. After all, Xian Xianghua was the fourth most powerful cultivator in the world and had once been the #1 cultivator in the world. How could they not fear her? The five of them fought fiercely in the sky. Xian Xianghua was fighting the four godly generals alone, and she actually had the upper hand. "Go!" Qin Gang said in a deep voice and quickly dived into the billowing dust. Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind. The area within a radius of 10,000 meters was filled with sand and dust, just enough to conceal their movements. Chen, Tang, and King Xian were all focused on Xian Xianghua and did not notice them. Facing the #1 demonic cultivator, they did not dare to be distracted. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji and Qin Gang came to the ruins to look for the Tianxia map. "How are we going to find them?" Qin Gang asked in a deep voice. There were broken rocks everywhere and they couldn't even find a cave. "It should be underground," Zhou Xuanji said. Upon hearing this, Qin Gang grabbed his shoulder with his right hand. He cast a spell and drilled into the ground. Boom! As soon as they dove underground, a divine general fell to the ground. "If I was still in my peak state, I could kill one with a slap and all of you in 2 or 3 moves." Xian Xianghua's cold and arrogant voice rang out again, humiliating the 4 great generals. Divine General Tang held a dazzling spear in his hand and roared, "Demon King! Don't humiliate us. We'll fight it out with you." After he finished speaking, he stabbed out with his spear. Wind, rain, and thunder rumbled, and his momentum was like a rainbow. Even the thunder clouds in the sky were blown away. The scene was extremely shocking. Xian Xianghua waved her right hand, and demonic energy swept out like waves, covering the sky and covering the sun. Underground, Qin Gang grabbed Zhou Xuanji and moved forward quickly. They wandered around within a radius of 1,000 meters. The map was marked between 2 mountains, so the Tianxia map must be nearby. The 2 of them searched quickly, their divine senses constantly sweeping the surroundings. Even though they were underground, they could feel the intensity of the battle. The surrounding rocks and soil kept pressing against them. Fortunately, Qin Gang's demonic aura was strong enough. Where is this place?" Qin Gang said in surprise. Next, Zhou Xuanji's vision blurred. In the next second, they arrived at an underground space. The place was dimly lit. Countless green flames floated in the air, illuminating the underground space. After the 2 landed, their eyes were attracted by a stone door. The stone door was 6 meters tall. There were 2 stone statues with dragon heads and human bodies in front of it. They looked majestic and mighty. There was a wooden stake inside the stone door. A piece of white skin the size of a palm levitated above the stake. The 2 of them walked over and looked at the white skin with excitement in their eyes. "Could that be the Tianxia map? My mind can't even detect it." Qin Gang cried out in surprise. His eyes were burning with passion. He suppressed his emotions well and did not show it. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Vice Suzerain, what are you waiting for?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. "Really? I must obey the suzerain's order," Qin Gang said seriously, which made Zhou Xuanji shake his head. What kind of magic potion did that old demonic woman cast on this guy? He immediately walked over, but he kept an eye on him. He remembered Daoya old man's words. The person who obtained the Tianxia map would obtain the world. Which man did not want to control the world? Qin Gang looked at him quietly with a look of struggle in his eyes. After coming to the stone door, Zhou Xuanji's eyes fell on the white skin. At first glance, it looked like a thin piece of flour without a single word on it. "Who lost their face here?" Zhou Xuanji mumbled. He took out the Frostwave sword and poked the white skin lightly. Next, the flames in the entire underground space disappeared. The white skin fell down and landed on the wooden stake. He stretched out his hand and held the white skin in his hand. As soon as he touched it, He felt a chill in his heart. How is it? Qin Gang asked anxiously. This was the legendary Tianxia map. It might be dangerous. Or else, why did no one obtain the Tianxia map in the past 10,000 years? It's okay. This might not be the Tianxia map. Zhou Xuanji replied. At this moment, the white skin melted into his palm, which frightened him so much that he quickly shook his hand. This frightened Qin Gang. Are you okay? He asked carefully. Under his gaze, Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped moving. Vice Suzerain, are you okay? Qin Gang took a step forward and asked. If anything happened to Zhou Xuanji, Xian Xianghua would hack him into pieces. Two legendary swords appeared in Zhou Xuanji's hands. The God Emperor sword and the White Dragonbone sword. He turned around slowly and looked at Qin Gang. Qin Gang opened his eyes wide and took a step back instinctively. Zhou Xuanji's face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot, as though he was possessed by a ferocious ghost. Vice Suzerain, don't scare me. Qin Gang swallowed his saliva and cried out softly. Numerous legendary swords appeared around Zhou Xuanji and pointed at Qin Gang. I'm bewitched? Qin Gang was covered in cold sweat. It's over. If Xian Xianghua knew about this, he would be dead for sure. Boom! Zhou Xuanji took a step forward forcefully, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. He charged toward Qin Gang with his sword. At the edge of Juedi Cliff, Jiang Shui stood on the hill and paced back and forth. She looked at Juedi Cliff occasionally. Daoya Old Man walked up and chuckled. Why? Are you still worried about Xuanji? He walked to the top of the hill and looked toward Juedi Cliff. Thunderclouds billowed over there, and it was extremely oppressive like hell. Yeah, Grand Teacher. Do you think Xuanji will be in danger? My eyelids have been twitching for the past 2 days. Jiang Shui sighed and asked with a worried tone. Don't worry. This brat's life is tough. Daoya Old Man shook his head and said with a smile, but there was a tinge of worry in his eyes. Grand Teacher, what's the most dangerous thing in Juedi Cliff? Jiang Shui turned around and asked anxiously. The most dangerous? It should be the Emperor's hatred demon. Daoya Old Man muttered. The Emperor's hatred demon is a person who was demonized by the great Emperor's resentment. They will become ferocious beasts that only know how to kill. They will not rest until they die in battle. Chapter 179. Emperor's Resentment Demon? Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide and asked cautiously, will Xuanji encounter the Emperor's Resentment Demon? Also, will he become the Emperor's Resentment Demon? Daoya Old Man laughed. He shook his head and said, Little girl, the Emperor's Resentment Demon is not something that can be transformed easily. Unless you stay in Juedi Cliff for a few years, or even decades, it is very difficult to transform. Those who went missing in Juedi Cliff were either killed by the Emperor's Resentment Demon or transformed into the Emperor's Resentment Demon. They would never be able to make a comeback. Don't worry. There aren't many Emperor's Resentment Demons in Juedi Cliff. After all, very few humans and demons enter Juedi Cliff. After they transform into Emperor's Resentment Demons, they don't know how to cultivate and will eventually exhaust themselves to death. Juedi Cliff is so big. It is very difficult to bump into the Emperor's Resentment Demon in just a few days. It is as difficult as picking up a level 7 Dharma artifact on the street. Daoya Old Man chuckled, letting Jiang Shui relax. The little black snake jumped up and said, This old man feels that this matter is not that simple. Daoya Old Man turned to look at it and asked with a smile, How so? Jiang Shui glared at it. What kind of demoralizing words did this fellow want to say? Wanzong King Spectre Xian Xianghua, what kind of people are they? They've been in there for so long, yet they still haven't come out. That ghost flood dragon hasn't called out for a long time. Don't you think something's wrong? The little black snake spat out its forked tongue and said in a solemn tone. Jiang Shui guessed. Maybe they've both suffered heavy injuries? The little black snake did not reply and rolled its eyes at her. Daoya Old Man pinched his fingers to calculate, and his expression suddenly changed. Boom! Immortal General Xian was forced to kneel on the ground by a demonic palm. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face was filled with pain. Other than Immortal General Wang, who was still fighting, the other 2 immortal generals were also lying on the ground, suffering. Xian Xianghua floated in the air, surrounded by demonic qi. No matter how Divine General Wang attacked, He couldn't hurt her. You're too weak, yet you still dare to compete with me. Xian Xianghua laughed disdainfully. The #1 expert in the world seemed to have returned. Divine General Wang's face was covered in blood. He gritted his teeth and said, Xian Xianghua, you're too arrogant. There will be retribution sooner or later. As he spoke, he raised his saber high and slashed out furiously. A terrifying saber chi that was hundreds of meters long swept out, scattering the wind and waves as if it wanted to cut the world in half. Xian Xianghua raised her right hand and flicked her index finger. The demonic aura transformed into black arrows that shot out and dispersed the saber aura. A strong wind howled through the earth, sweeping up countless sand and stones. I am indeed condescending. What can you do to me? Xian Xianghua smiled, completely disregarding Divine General Wang. At this moment, the ruins below suddenly exploded, and a 1,000-armed devil shadow rushed out of the ground, instantly attracting the attention of Xian Xianghua, Chen Tang and Xian Wang. A black shadow rushed out from the dust, chasing after the 1,000-hand shadow. It was Zhou Xuanji. Roar! A deafening dragon roar rang out. Zhou Xuanji was possessed by the God Emperor. White dragons coiled around his body, and dozens of legendary swords followed behind him. His eyes were blood-red as he stepped on the wind-cutter sword and executed the 8-step sword lunge. He appeared in front of Qin Gang and brandished the God Emperor sword and the white dragon bone sword. Twin swords like the wind. Unstoppable. Qin Gang blocked the swords clumsily with 2 metal rods in his hands. Is this brat really at Astral Infant? He was shocked. Zhou Xuanji's aura made him shudder. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji had already turned into a killing machine. He had lost his rationality and unleashed his full power, which was even more powerful than usual. All sorts of sword techniques were used instinctively, and Qin Gang could only defend. Of course, Qin Gang was confident that he could defeat Zhou Xuanji. But Zhou Xuanji was Xian Xianghua's baby. How could he dare to injure him? What happened? Xian Xianghua frowned. A murderous intent beamed out of her eyes as she asked with a deep voice. Suzerain. He's bewitched. He turned into the Emperor's hatred demon. Qin Gang cried out in shock. He did not understand the situation either, but this was the only explanation. Having heard him, Xian Xianghua immediately dashed toward him. The 4 divine generals of Chen, Tang, Xian, and Wang gathered together. Could he be Sword God Zhou? Legendary General Tang said with a frown. With so many legendary swords and someone related to Xian Xianghua, anyone would think of Sword God Zhou. They really are in cahoots. Divine General Wang said with gritted teeth. When he returned, he would surely announce this to the world. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji's aura grew more and more violent. Each legendary sword unleashed its full power. The Frost Wave sword was enveloped in a cold chi, which froze the wind in waves. The Ghost Curse sword let out countless ghostly cries and wolf howls. The Hell King sword materialized the Hell King sword and attached itself to the blade. The Wicked Song sword and Heaven Sound sword let out a strange sound, which disturbed everyone's mind. Crimson Dragon Soul, Thunderous Thunder, Howling Wind, and so on. All the legendary swords charged toward Qin Gang, which made his expression change drastically. He immediately used his full power to block the legendary swords. The 1,000-hand shadow slammed its palms crazily, and the legendary swords fell one after another. Zhou Xuanji tossed out Hegemon Jiao. Ranged sword propelling. The sword pierced through the 1,000-hand shadow and flew 10,000 meters away, collapsing a tall mountain. This brat already has the power to fight against a spirit refinement cultivator. Why do I feel that he has become more powerful than when he faced Huang Hantian? Qin Gang thought in fear. Even with his full power, he could not gain the upper hand. Xian Xianghua stopped, and her eyes were filled with astonishment. She was also shocked by Zhou Xuanji's power. Zhou Xuanji, who was bedeviled, unleashed his battle instincts completely. He attacked the 1,000-hand shadow like a ferocious devil, and the dozens of legendary swords were also fighting for themselves. Clang! The ordinary or grade bookcutter sword broke suddenly and disappeared into thin air. It was stored into the supreme storage by the sword spirit. Zhou Xuanji used the sky-dominating divine sword and slashed with both swords. A domineering sword chi blasted out. The heavens and earth changed color. The 4 legendary generals were shocked. They saw the thousand-hand shadow being shattered by Zhou Xuanji's sword qi. The resulting violent gale swept across the surroundings. What sword technique is this? Legendary General Xian cried out in shock. That slash just now looked ordinary, but its lethality was too domineering. Most importantly, this brat was only at Astral Infant level 3. Could it be? Xian Xianghua opened her eyes wide as well. She thought of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. How long has it been? Zhou Xuanji even learned the Hegemon Sword Emperor's ultimate technique? She had lived for 10,000 years and had witnessed the Hegemon Sword Emperor's prowess. An ordinary slash had the power to destroy the world. This was the way of the Hegemon sword. The swordplay was not flashy, but it was domineering. With a slash of the sword, all living things were terrifying and all techniques could be destroyed. Zhou Xuanji once again swung his sword, unleashing the sky-dominating divine sword. He slashed out 4 times in a row, and this was completed in the blink of an eye. Qin Gang instinctively dodged, but he was still hit by a sky-dominating sword qi. Uft! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell like a meteor smashing into the ground. Zhou Xuanji suddenly turned around and looked at Xian Xianghua. His eyes were blood-red and his pupils could not be seen. His face was savage and looked incredibly horrifying. Without any hesitation, he charged towards Xian Xianghua. 1,000 meters away, 2 figures were strolling over. They were the twin devils of Huang Quan. Emperor's resentment demon? Perfect, I can refine him into a corpse puppet. One of the men, who was holding a broadsword, grinned cruelly. He saw Zhou Xuanji as his prey. Chapter 180. The Huangquan twin devils stared at Zhou Xuanji as they walked toward him, talking and laughing. Chan Tang Xian and Wang noticed the arrival of Huangquan twin devils. They could not help but frown. What should we do now? General Tang said with a deep voice. With Xian Xianghua above, the Huangquan twin devils came again. With their injuries, they were in a precarious situation. Zhou Xuanji was already in front of Xian Xianghua, but he could not break through the demonic qi to hurt Xian Xianghua despite his frenzy. Having lost his mind, he did not know how to retreat. Xian Xianghua saw the Huangquan twin devils and immediately wrapped Zhou Xuanji with her demonic qi, sealing him into a black ball. She retreated with Zhou Xuanji, and Qin Gang, who was far away, quickly followed. Chan Tang and Xin Wang did not pursue. They left in another direction. Both parties did not mention the Tianxia map, as though it was not their goal. The Huangquan twin devils looked at each other and followed the 4 legendary generals silently. General Chun noticed their actions and cursed softly. You think we are pushovers? Would the 4 legendary generals be afraid of the Huangquan twin devils? Let them follow and find an opportunity to kill them later. If we kill the Huangquan twin devils, the reputation of our Chan Tang and Xian Wang will be even greater. General Xian said coldly. His eyes sparkled as he began to plan. The other 3 legendary generals nodded. Reputation was very important to them as it could increase their fate. The stronger their fate, the shorter the time for the Hunyuan Empire to become a great fate empire. On the other side, Xian Xianghua brought Zhou Xuanji to a valley. There were few plants in Juadi Cliff. The walls of the valley were barren and filled with skeletons. Qin Gang landed and walked up to Xian Xianghua. He knelt down and said with gritted teeth, I'm useless. I failed to protect the vice suzerain. Bomb! A wave of demonic qi hit him and sent him flying. He smashed into the wall and shook the valley. Xian Xianghua stared at Zhou Xuanji, who was shrouded in demonic qi. Zhou Xuanji's limbs and neck were shrouded in demonic qi. His legendary swords were trembling as well, trying to break free from the demonic qi. What happened? Why did he become the Emperor's hatred demon? It shouldn't be. To become an Emperor's hatred demon, one had to stay in Juadi Cliff for years or even decades. How long had Zhou Xuanji been here? Could it be related to the Tianxia map? She raised her right hand and sucked in the air. Qin Gang flew to her. Hurry up and say it. Xian Xianghua's eyes were cold as she spoke in a low voice. Qin Gang did not dare to hide anything and told him everything in detail. After hearing this, Xian Xianghua grabbed his neck and said, Are you really loyal? Or do you have other intentions? How can you obtain a treasure like the Tianxia map so easily? Qin Gang's face turned red from being pinched. he said with difficulty. His cultivation base is not weak either. I really don't dare to get my hands on the Tianxia map. I'm afraid I'll have evil intentions. Xian Xianghua put him down and looked at Zhou Xuanji again. Qin Gang asked cautiously, Sect leader, what should we do next? She answered, what else can we do? The great emperor's resentment in Juedi Cliff is unsolvable. We can only wait for him to wake up or die of exhaustion. Hearing this, Qin Gang broke out in cold sweat. If Zhou Xuanji died, he would not survive either. The two of them meditated in front of the ball of demonic qi and did not speak. They were both thinking of ways to save Zhou Xuanji. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Old demon Xian, so you are here. Tisk tsk. This old demonic woman's flesh must be very nutritious. The Huangquan twin devil's voice came suddenly. Xian Xianghua and Qin Gang looked up and saw that they were standing on the mountaintop and looking down. Their faces were hideous, like demons looking at their prey. After saying this, Xian Xianghua flew up and said, look after him. Her demonic qi formed into 2 black fans. She waved them quickly and billowing black flames swept out like waves. The Huangquan twin devils leaped up into the sky and dodged the black flames. One of the Huangquan fiends who was holding 2 swords laughed coldly. Xian Xianghua, you are no longer at your pinnacle. If we can kill you here today, our names will shake the world and strengthen the name of Huangquan. After that he swung his swords. His sword qi turned into countless red flowers and fell down like a downpour. The other Huangquan fiend slashed with his blade. The 2 of them were extremely imposing, as though they were going to flatten all the mountains around them. Xian Xianghua's eyes were cold. The demonic qi around her exploded and spread out, blocking the Huangquan twin devil's attack. After that she pushed upward. She waved her fans and 2 waves of black flames swept out like dragons, forcing the Huangquan twin devils to back off. And so Xian Xianghua forced the Huangquan twin devils to back off forcefully and shifted the battlefield far away. Qin Gang was worried about her injuries, but he was not powerful enough. Even if he joined the battle, he would not be of much help. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji, who was still struggling in the demonic qi. It seemed like he would struggle for a long time. Loud rumbling sounds echoed from afar. The chaotic battle between the 3 top powerhouses of the demonic path was simply too great. Even though they were far away, the ground still trembled. At this moment, streaks of white light shot out from the ball of demonic qi, and Zhou Xuanji's deep roar came from within. Tianxia map. Slaughter all living beings. Qin Gang opened his eyes wide and stepped back instinctively. Boom! The sword qi destroyed the ball of demonic qi. Zhou Xuanji charged out like a ferocious beast, and the 2 glorious gold legendary swords slashed toward Qin Gang with unstoppable force. Qin Gang instinctively conjured the 1,000-hand shadow to block. However, just when the 1,000-hand shadow appeared, it was slashed into pieces by the 2 swords. The God Emperor sword followed the momentum and cut off his right arm. Blood splattered. Qin Gang opened his eyes wide and were filled with disbelief. How did he become so much more powerful? He was appalled in his heart and immediately escaped with his earth-tunneling spell. Zhou Xuanji, who was bedeviled, could not use his mind. He looked around for the aura of living beings. Soon he flew toward another direction. Xian Xianghua, who was fighting with the Huangquan twin devils, frowned slightly. She had already sensed that Zhou Xuanji had escaped, but she had no time to deal with him. She could only think of a way to defeat the Huangquan twin devils first. 100 miles away, Qin Gang crawled out from the ground. He leaned against a giant rock and began to heal his wounds. The pain of losing his arm made his forehead covered in cold sweat. But he did not panic, because it was not the first time he suffered such an injury. Tianxia map. Slaughter all living beings. That thing is really the Tianxia map. Qin Gang mumbled to himself. He suddenly remembered some legends about the Tianxia map, and he looked terrified. On the other side of Juedi Cliff, on the top of a small mountain, 7 men were resting. 5 of them were men and 2 of them were women. One of them wore a luxurious red robe and had an imposing appearance. He shook his wine gourd and asked with a chuckle, Yalong, Great Zhou's reputation is not good recently. Will it affect your ascension to the throne? Zhou Yalong, the crown prince of Great Zhou. He had a handsome face and was dressed in a tight-fitting black shirt. Although the accessories on his body were not extravagant, he gave off a noble aura. He said softly, "Of course not. But for Great Zhou, I must fight for the Tianxia map." Chapter 181. Tianxia map. When Zhou Yalong mentioned this name, the eyes of the other 6 people flickered. They were the successors of the dynasties and the successors of the sacred grounds. Their cultivation bases were all at the spirit refinement realm. They came today because they had obtained the map of the Tianxia map. No one could resist the temptation of the Tianxia map, even the Son of Heaven. However, it would be difficult for them to obtain the Tianxia map with their abilities. Thus, they decided to work together to obtain the Tianxia map and share it. They all knew that it was impossible for them to share the Tianxia map. Once they succeeded, a fierce battle was bound to erupt among the 7 of them. Zhou Yalong looked at the man in red and said with a smile, "Brother Liang, you are also the crown prince of Donghan and are 300 years older than me. This trip to Juedi Cliff will depend on you." Liang Yu was the heir apparent of the Donghan Empire. His reputation was not inferior to Zhou Yalong's. Faced with Zhou Yalong's flattery, Liang Yu smiled and said, well said. I can't do it alone. We have to work together to obtain the Tianxia map. Once we succeed, we will be in the limelight." Everyone smiled, but in their hearts they didn't think much of it. Who would spread the news after obtaining the Tianxia map? Wasn't he just looking for trouble for himself? Whoosh! Right at this moment, the sound of tearing through the air sounded out. It was Zhou Xuanji. With the God Emperor sword and the white dragonbone sword in his hands, and dozens of divine swords behind him, he roared and charged at Zhou Yalong, Liang Yu and the rest. The 7 of them quickly got up in shock. What a terrifying killing intent! One of them, a woman in a green dress, exclaimed. Her pretty face was filled with fear. Liang Yu took out a 4-foot-long silver sword and slashed. The crescent-shaped sword qi was hundreds of meters long and slammed into Zhou Xuanji with extreme speed. The white dragon wrapped around the God Emperor sword bit the sword qi in half in an overbearing manner. Liang Yu's expression changed drastically, and so did the others. Zhou Xuanji stepped on the windcutter sword and used the 8-step sword lunge. He came to the top of the 7 people's heads with a single step and used the Soul Eater slash. The sword qi descended, and the 7 people dodged immediately, but some were still injured. Boom! The hill they were on collapsed. The crazed Zhou Xuanji's eyes became even bigger than before. They were completely blood-red in color, almost to the point of solidifying into a red glow. He unleashed all sorts of sword techniques, madly chasing after Zhou Yalong and the others. Liang Yu closed in on Zhou Xuanji, intending to suppress him. However, now that Zhou Xuanji had the Tianxia map's power, he was able to send him flying back and vomiting blood in less than 3 strikes. The others were shocked to the core. Where did this guy come from? Someone exclaimed. They were all at the spirit refinement realm. Could it be that this person was a Mahayana cultivator? However, there were only so many Mahayana realm cultivators in the northern wilderness region, and they could basically recognize all of them. Zhou Yalong quickly dodged and distanced himself from Zhou Xuanji. Why does this guy feel so familiar? Zhou Yalong frowned and thought. He came to Juedi Cliff for the Tianxia map, not to fight to the death with the demons. He immediately arrived before Liang Yu, grabbed his shoulder and left swiftly. The others also fled one after another. Perhaps they could not defeat Zhou Xuanji, but they all had their own ways of escaping. Soon they all disappeared without a trace. Zhou Xuanji also stood where he was and looked around. Just as he was about to move, all the divine swords suddenly revolved around him at high speed, forming a strong gust of wind. His face was ferocious, and his blood-red eyes were faintly discernible. "Aye!" He gritted his teeth, and it was obvious that he was struggling. At this moment there were 2 voices fighting in his mind. With the Tianxia map, the world will be yours. All lives will be ants in your palm. Warning, sword owner. An evil spirit is trying to possess your body. The Tianxia map is a rare opportunity that can conquer the world. Warning, sword owner. An evil spirit is trying to possess your body. Zhou Xuanji's consciousness was struggling like never before. Countless complicated memories flashed across his mind. There were memories of his past life and his current life. The legendary swords around him flew faster and faster. They gathered the spiritual chi of the world and channeled it into his body. The legendary swords were protecting their master. The God Emperor on his body roared into the sky, and its might shook the heavens. The white dragon was also moving swiftly, as though it was swimming in the ocean. Sometime later, Zhou Xuanji landed slowly under the protection of the legendary swords. He opened his eyes. The blood-red color in his eyes receded quickly, revealing his pupils. He regained his consciousness. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji frowned and mumbled to himself. The voice in his mind was still ringing, tempting him to control the Tianxia map. An evil spirit is in the Tianxia map. It is trying to possess the sword owner's body. The sword spirit reminded, which made him break out in a cold sweat. Could the Tianxia map be a lie? He immediately looked into his body and tried to find the Tianxia map in his body. However, the Tianxia map seemed to have vanished into thin air. The Tianxia map has merged with the sword owner. The sword spirit is trying to kill the evil spirit. Please wait patiently. The sword owner can also help the sword spirit to kill the evil spirit. The sword spirit spoke again. His tone was still emotionless. How can I help? Train with the sword. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Could training with the sword strengthen the sword spirit? He took up the 2 glorious gold legendary swords and began to perform the vibrant raindrop sword and 36 paths jade shao sword on the spot. After performing the sword techniques again and again, his consciousness became clearer. He Geminjiu swung his sword in the air. It was the white crane sword technique. The white crane sword technique was the sword technique that Zhou Xuanji had practiced for the longest time. With the guidance of his consciousness, he could use the white crane sword technique, even without holding the legendary swords. Next, the Hell King sword began to move as well. It was using the Trisource Vein Severing sword. With the Tianxia map you can obtain. The voice in his mind grew weaker and weaker. Zhou Xuanji became more clear-headed and refreshed. You want to possess me? Go to hell. Zhou Xuanji thought fiercely. He swung his sword even faster. The sand and rocks around him were swept up by the wind generated by his sword. It was a spectacular sight. After a few hundred rounds of sword techniques. Who are you? You can counterattack the old ancestor. An insidious and panic-stricken voice resounded in his mind. After that it stopped. The evil spirit has been successfully killed. The sword spirit's voice came, which made Zhou Xuanji heave a sigh of relief. He immediately sheathed his sword. At this moment he felt a burning sensation in his right palm. He immediately put down the God Emperor sword and looked at his palm. Thin lines of ink appeared on his palm, drawing a magnificent picture of mountains and rivers. Tianxia map. Zhou Xuanji's eyes focused. When he focused on the Tianxia map, his consciousness suddenly exploded. Next, he felt that the world around him was spinning, and the world around him disappeared. At the same time, he closed his eyes slowly. He sat down with his legs crossed and began to meditate. His consciousness came to another scene. He stood above the clouds and looked down at the world. Below him was a wasteland. Countless soldiers knelt on the wasteland. They were densely packed and occupied a radius of 100 miles. They were all worshipping one person. That person stood on the top of the mountain and sat on the throne. He wore an emperor's robe and a crown. Behind him was a 5-clawed golden dragon, which was extraordinarily majestic. He smiled proudly and said, "The world is in my hands. Who can stand against me?" Chapter 182. This is. Zhou Xuanji looked quite confused. His gaze locked onto the great emperor who was wildly laughing below, and his mind wandered. Could this be the memory of the owner of the Tianxia map? The 5-clawed golden dragon roared into the sky. The great monarch slowly stood up. He raised his right hand, and a scroll flew out from his palm. It unfurled, and a phantom image appeared from the scroll. Magnificent mountains and rivers appeared above the great emperor's head. He looked down at the billions of people kneeling before him and said with a smile, "This is the Tianxia map. If you obtain it, you can obtain the world. I will grant you eternal life." As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory image of the mountains and rivers above his head suddenly burst forth with 7-colored light. The soldiers kneeling on the wasteland were all sucked into the air, and quickly swept towards the illusionary mountains and rivers. Once they got close to the illusionary mountains and rivers, their bodies quickly shrunk to the size of rice grains and were sucked into the Tianxia map. What is this? Your Majesty, please let us go. Help! Why are you doing this? We are your soldiers. Damn it! Supremacy, you will die a horrible death. Countless curses and cries resounded, and it was like purgatory on earth. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He felt quite disgusted with this great emperor for treating his subordinates like this. Could it be that the evil spirit in the Tianxia map was this great emperor? At this moment, heaven and earth spun again. Next, Zhou Xuanji appeared under the thunderclouds. Below him, the ocean surged with destructive waves, and numerous mountain peaks appeared. The sea drowns the heavens and earth. On one of the mountain peaks, an elder in a tattered gray robe stood. He raised his arms, and the Tianxia map floated above his head. His face was full of all kinds of black scars, and he had a crazy smile on his face. Tianxia map. I got the Tianxia map. This world belongs to me. Ha ha ha. He laughed maniacally, causing thunder to rumble. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. This was crazy. Was the Tianxia map that good? At this moment the surroundings changed again. Then, he saw many scenes of people controlling the Tianxia map. Those great emperors and old ancestors were all in a frenzied state. They even massacred the common people. Apart from madness, he also felt something else. The one who obtained the Tianxia map would obtain the world. This was not a false statement. The experts who owned the Tianxia map all had the strength to look down on the world. All living beings are enemies, and all living beings are not enemies. He treated all living beings as his enemies, but all living beings were not qualified to be his enemies. Zhou Xuanji had an indescribable epiphany. However, his temperament had also transformed because of this. He understood what it meant to be invincible in the world. The number one in the world was just the strongest. To be invincible in the world was to be the strongest. Even if the entire human world joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to match him. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes. The sky was already dark, and thunder clouds were rolling above him. Boundless spiritual energy gathered from all directions and poured into his body. This is... He was stunned because he was still in a cultivation posture. He clearly did not have this consciousness. Was it the sword spirit or the Tianxia map? Then his expression suddenly changed. This cultivation speed was more than 10 times faster than his usual speed. He subconsciously looked down at his right palm. The Tianxia map was faintly discernible. How do I control it? Zhou Xuanji was confused. In the illusion he saw those powerful cultivators look so majestic with the Tianxia map. He also wanted to use it that way. But it was a pity that no matter what he did, he could not draw the Tianxia map out of his palm. The Tianxia map possesses power that transcends the mortal realm. The sword owner's cultivation is too weak, so you cannot use it now. However, this treasure can help the sword owner in his cultivation. When the sword owner is in danger, it will protect the sword owner. The sword spirit explained in his mind, which made him feel a little regretful. At this moment, his cultivation broke through suddenly. Astral Infant Level 4. I broke through just like that? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and felt the surging spirit energy in his body. He was a little dissatisfied. It was an ultimate treasure in the world after all. It should at least help him break through to astral projection, right? He shook his head and stored all the legendary swords around him into the supreme storage. At this moment he felt that he was in his best condition. He even felt that his potential had been stimulated. Now, he might have the power to fight against the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou and Huang Hantian. No, the Sword Monarch was nothing. Huang Hantian was someone who could fight against Lin Guanyu. Their cultivation might be similar, but there was a huge difference in their battle prowess. This was normal. Everyone's talent in battle was different. For example, Zhou Xuanji could already fight against a spirit refinement cultivator when he was at the astral infant stage. The day he reached astral projection would be the day he would rule over Great Zhou and take revenge for Huang Lianqin. After the thought, he began to regulate his qi flow. Half an hour later, he got up slowly with a smile on his face. He experimented just now. Once he started cultivating, the Tianxia map would take effect and increase his internalization of qi by 10 times. It felt good. His cultivation speed was already fast, and with the help of the Tianxia map, it felt even better. He left on his sword to look for Xian Xianghua. Xian Xianghua was being harassed by the Huangquan twin devils, so he could not leave just like that. If not for Xian Xianghua, he would not have gotten the Tianxia map. Piff! Xian Xianghua vomited a mouthful of blood and almost blew off her veil. She covered her abdomen with her right hand and held a black fan with her left. Around her was a pile of rubble, and dust was rising like smoke. 100 meters away, the Huangquan twin devils were severely injured as well. One of them was lying on the ground, while the other lost his left arm. They were still staring at Xian Xianghua fiercely. Xian Xianghua, you deserve this. If you continue to fight like this, we will exhaust you to death. One of the devils stabilized his body with the saber in his hand. He grinned sinisterly as if he was going to eat Xian Xianghua alive. Xian Xianghua's eyes were cold. You want to kill me? Even your master, the Huangquan Drake King, does not dare to speak so arrogantly. When the Huangquan Drake King knelt before me and begged for mercy, did you see it? The Huangquan twin devils' faces turned ugly when they heard that. This was Xian Xianghua. Not only did she have to defeat her opponent, but she also had to scold them. She was ruthless and talkative. Far away, Qin Gang lay on the mountain top with a look of despair. He mumbled, "It's over, it's over." If Xian Xianghua died, the Tanhua sect would cease to exist. He was loyal to the Tanhua sect and was ready to die. Xian Xianghua, no one can save you today. Not even the Tanhua sect worm over there. The Huangquan twin devils stood up and walked toward Xian Xianghua. Xian Xianghua took a deep breath, and her eyes gradually turned purple. Who said that no one can save you? At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the heavens and earth. With the God Emperor sword and white dragonbone sword in his hands, he flew over on He Geminjiu. The God Emperor Qi wrapped around his body and coalesced into the God Emperor. A divine white dragon coiled around the God Emperor and looked extremely imposing. Seeing him, Xian Xianghua was stunned, and Qin Gang was even more stunned. The Huangquan twin devils frowned. Isn't this guy the Emperor's hatred demon? Why can he speak? Numerous legendary swords appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. He looked at Xian Xianghua and smiled. Are you in a good mood now? Chapter 183. Facing Zhou Xuanji's question, Xian Xianghua smiled. Back then at Great Chen's border custom, when she saved Zhou Xuanji, she had said these words. Kid, you want to be a hero and save the beauty? Why don't you measure your own strength first? The blade-wielding Huangquan demon laughed disdainfully, and immediately walked toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smiled and came to the Huangquan twin devils' heads with the 8-step sword lunge. The two swords slashed down furiously. Sky-dominating divine sword. Tyrannical sword Qi. The Huangquan twin devils' expressions changed drastically, and they immediately dodged. There was a loud bang. A huge crack that was hundreds of meters long and several meters wide appeared on the ground. If it was a little deeper, it would have formed a canyon. Xian Xianghua frowned and murmured, "How did this brat become stronger again?" She could tell that although Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had only increased by 1 level, his power had doubled. Did this brat already control the Tianxia map? After the Huangquan twin devils landed, they looked at Zhou Xuanji with a dark expression. They had battled with Xian Xianghua for a long time and had used up most of their spirit energy. They were also injured. Although they were confident that they could defeat Zhou Xuanji, Chen, Tang, Xianwang, and Wanzong King Spectre were still in Jueti Cliff. The two of them looked at each other and saw through each other's thoughts. Sword God Zhou, the hatred between you and Huangquan has been established. With that, the Huangquan twin devils left, disappearing from where they stood. In the next second, they appeared behind Qin Gang. Qin Gang turned around instinctively, but his vision went black as he was knocked out by the Huangquan twin devils. Xian Xianghua, Thousand Hands Devil has been taken away by us. If you want to save him, bring the Tianxia map to us. The longer it drags on, the more painful it will be for him. In 10 years at most, we'll kill him. The Huangquan twin devil's voice rang out again, but it didn't cause the expression in Xian Xianghua's eyes to change. She slowly sat down and began to heal. Zhou Xuanji could no longer track the Huangquan twin devil's aura. He landed in front of Xian Xianghua and asked, "What should we do?" He had a good impression of Qin Gang. Although this guy was from the evil path in terms of loyalty, not many people could compare to him even among the people of the righteous path. Let me recover first. Even if she wanted to save Qin Gang now, she would not be able to. Zhou Xuanji frowned but did not say anything. He could only mourn for Qin Gang. Blue sky and white clouds. In a forest, an old man in a Taoist robe was slowly moving forward. He held a compass in his hand. His hair was white and he was tall and sturdy. He had thick eyebrows and eagle-like eyes. There was a black grain of sand between his eyebrows. With every step he took, he covered a distance of 10 feet. It had the wondrous effect of shrinking the ground into inches. When the fallen leaves touched him, they fell to the ground as if they had touched a shadow. The Tianxia map has an owner? How is this possible? He frowned and muttered to himself. His expression was a little ugly. The compass in his hand emitted a burst of golden light, and the needle inside spun rapidly. He immediately stopped and sat down on the ground. It has only been a few years since I released the map, and someone has already obtained the Tianxia map? That shouldn't be the case. Even if they find the Tianxia map, the great emperor's soul inside will devour their souls. It's impossible for the Tianxia map to recognize them as its owner. He muttered to himself with an anxious look on his face. After thinking for a moment, he closed his eyes and began to calculate with his fingers. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, his forehead sweating. He took a deep breath and murmured, 10,000 swords in the sky, number 1 in the world. Who is he? No, I must go to Juedi Cliff. He immediately got up and disappeared on the spot. At Juedi Cliff, an hour after the Huangquan twin devils left, Xian Xianghua's injuries finally recovered a little. She opened her eyes and asked, "You have already obtained the Tianxia map?" Having heard her, Zhou Xuanji, who was standing guard nearby, turned around and replied, "Yes." Xian Xianghua squinted her eyes. Zhou Xuanji looked at her quietly and thought to himself, "This old demonic woman won't go back on her words, right?" She continued to speak. "Let's go. It's time to leave. The Tianxia map is just a trap. If it's only you, it might be a serendipity. But the Huangquan twin devils and Wanzong King Spectre are here. Along the way, I saw others searching for the Tianxia map. This is not a good thing." After that, she waved her right hand. Demonic qi rose from the ground and swept Zhou Xuanji away. Within the demonic qi, Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, "Aren't you looking for healing medicine? And Qin Gang, are you not going to save him?" Xian Xianghua said calmly, "It's better to leave as soon as possible. The Huangquan twin devils are sly and cunning. They captured Qin Gang because they wanted to leave. Do you think the 10-year period is limited to Juedi Cliff?" Zhou Xuanji's frown deepened. Even the top evil cultivator, the Huangquan twin devils, retreated. Who was the one who set this up? Using the Tianxia map as a chess piece, what was the person trying to do? Could it be to attract all the powerful cultivators in the world to feed the evil spirit? You obtained the Tianxia map and solved the trap. But you also created a huge disaster. The person who dared to set up this trap must be an ancient monster. Be careful in the future. Xian Xianghua reminded him. The other party could find the Tianxia map and even use it. His cultivation was definitely not simple. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He understood. But he had enough enemies and he was used to it. Next, he needed to focus on his cultivation and study the Tianxia map. Half an hour later, Zhou Xuanji landed, and the demonic qi dissipated. They landed on a hill. Looking down, they could see Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others. The group saw them too and immediately rushed up with cheers. Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji and even picked him up, spinning him around on the spot. "Did you obtain the Tianxia map?" Daoya old man asked. Zhou Xuanji pressed down on Jiang Shui's head and smiled. "Yes." Seeing how intimate they were, Xian Xianghua, who was not far away, snorted softly and walked down the hill. The others began to ask questions all at once. Zhou Xuanji told them everything he knew. Knowing that so many powerful cultivators were searching for the Tianxia map, everyone became anxious. "Let's run quickly," the little black snake urged anxiously. It looked back occasionally, fearing that the Huangquan twin devils would come after them. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Pack up and leave quickly. Soon." Everyone packed up and the group quickly flew away. Obtaining the Tianxia map from this trip to Juedi Cliff was already their biggest gain. During their flight, Daoya Old Man came to a big side and said to Zhou Xuanji, who was on its back, Emperor Yan of Zhou is about to ascend. I calculated the time. His end should be in 3 years. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and asked back, What does that have to do with me? Jiang Shui nodded and said, Xuanji doesn't want to be the emperor. If he ascends, then so be it. Daoya Old Man shook his head and smiled bitterly. Did this kid really not understand, or was he pretending not to? What he means is very simple. The Great Zhou dynasty is a dynasty of fortune. Once Zhou Yalong ascends to the throne, the fortune of the nation will pour into him, and his cultivation will skyrocket. At that time, he will use all the power of the dynasty to hunt you down. Xian Xianghua's voice rang out, her tone filled with disdain. It was just the Great Zhou dynasty. Daoya Old Man could hear the disdain in her voice. He curled his lips and did not reply. Perhaps in 3 years, I will be able to charge into the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With the Tianxia map, he could cultivate for 3 years, which was equivalent to 30 years of cultivation before. As long as he reached the leaving aperture realm, he was confident that he would be able to sweep through the entire Spirit Ascension realm. Perhaps it could even contend against low-level Mahayana stage beings. Chapter 184. Half a month later, Zhou Xuanji and the others came to a waterfall and settled down. The surrounding 100 miles were surrounded by forests, and the scenery was beautiful. Beixiao Wangjian, Han Shanbua, and Xiao Jinghong went to build the wooden houses. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin also began to choose suitable places to settle down. Zhou Xuanji looked at Xian Xianghua and said, All right, we're even now. It's time for you to leave. He had saved Xian Xianghua and did not want to have anything to do with her anymore. Xian Xianghua stared at him and faintly said, Do you really want me to leave? Yes, Zhou Xuanji said straightforwardly. With Xian Xianghua by his side, the others felt quite unnatural. Moreover, this fellow's hatred was simply too great, and who knew when enemies would attack? Hearing that, Xian Xianghua snorted and said, Then I won't leave. Unless you come with me, I will impart the Tanhua sect's ultimate technique to you, allowing you to be invincible in the world for 1,000 years, and even giving you the position of the sect master in the future. These words were enough to move most people. After all, the Tanhua sect was once in existence that dominated the northern wilderness region. It had a deep foundation and could be ranked in the top 5 among the countless forces in the northern wilderness region. Haha, are you thinking of luring me over so that the ancient Diablo can possess me? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Ever since he was possessed by the evil spirit in the Tianxia map, he had become extremely sensitive to this matter. He didn't want to become the tragic main character in some kind of plot, allowing some expert to be reborn and rule over the world, living a happy life. Xian Xianghua looked at him deeply, causing his heart to palpitate. Holy shit! Could it be that he had guessed her thoughts? He immediately became alert and prepared to fight at any time. Xian Xianghua didn't say anything. She turned around and quickly disappeared into the forest. Daoya Old Man appeared beside Zhou Xuanji and said in amazement, You are the first person who dared to speak to her like this and is still alive. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, It's my honor. He then asked, How much do you know about her? Can you tell me about it? Xian Xianghua seemed to have a good impression of him, but he felt that it was unreal. The dignified number 1 person of the demonic path, someone who had lived for over 10,000 years, would fall in love with him? I don't even dare to write that, okay? Daoya Old Man immediately told him what he knew about Xian Xianghua. 10,000 years ago, the ancient Diablo fought with the Hegemon Sword Emperor, and was defeated time and time again. When he finally reached his peak, the Hegemon Sword Emperor had already ascended, and he became the number 1 in the world. He was a playboy by nature and had many wives and concubines. He had many children, and Xian Xianghua was one of them. The ancient Diablo king was very harsh to his children. Many of his children died suddenly while cultivating, and Xian Xianghua was one of the few who survived. The cruelest thing was that the ancient evil king forced each of his children to personally kill their own mothers before they ventured into the world and cast away the last shred of compassion in their hearts. Since then, a few more demons appeared in the northern wilderness region. Later on, the Holy Lands worked together to kill the ancient Diablo, returning peace to the northern wilderness region. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. In less than 2,000 years, Xian Xianghua's demonic technique was mastered, and she dominated the world, leading the Tanhua sect to new heights. She was even more cruel and tyrannical than the ancient Diablo. She brought disaster to the world and plunged the people into misery and suffering. Even the demon race had to avoid her. After that, it was the legend of Xian Xianghua's invincibility. Zhou Xuanji understood now. No wonder Xian Xianghua loved to make up stories about killing her parents. This old demonic woman's childhood must have been filled with trauma. Somehow, he felt a little sad for Xian Xianghua. This old demonic woman had never shown weakness before him. Even when she was severely injured, she was still arrogant. Behind her power, countless tears and blood were piled up. He quickly adjusted his emotions and said, "Let's be careful during this period of time. What if she sets a trap for us?" He was afraid that Xian Xianghua would lure a group of powerful cultivators from the righteous sects here. Moreover, he was the vice suzerain of the Tanhua sect, and if that happened, he would not be able to clear his name. Daoya old man nodded and said, "There are few people around here. You can focus on your cultivation." Zhou Xuanji had always wanted to focus on cultivation, but the world was unpredictable. There were always some things that changed his plans. After that, Zhou Xuanji walked to the lakeside and sat down. He gathered the ink for the Tianxia map in his right hand and began internalizing qi. He cultivated along the way. In half a month, he discovered another use of the Tianxia map. That was to store spirit energy. Zhou Xuanji could channel his spirit energy into the Tianxia map. If he expended too much spirit energy during a battle, the Tianxia map could provide him with spirit energy at any time. If he could store it every day, one day, he would have unlimited spirit energy. Now, he could rely on his many legendary swords to fight those at a higher stage than him. However, he did not have enough spirit energy, so he could not last long. The Tianxia map could solve this problem. No wonder the Tianxia map is so attractive. This is only one of its uses. Fiskate. Zhou Xuanji thought happily. This risk was worth it. In the following period of time, the group stayed at the same place. Daoya old man began to patrol Chongming demon monarch, the little black snake, a big, small heir, and the three-eyed drought rodent. Their happy days had come to an end. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Bei Xiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin also began to cultivate diligently. Zhou Xuanji taught each of them a different sword technique. With his personal guidance, the speed at which the four of them improved their sword techniques greatly. Under Zhou Xuanji's forceful invitation, Jiang Shui cultivated with him every day. Because of the Tianxia map, her cultivation speed also increased. Although it was not as fast as Zhou Xuanji's 10 times increase, it was at least 3 times faster. Han Shimbua's cultivation had been completely restored, and he was now beginning to break through to a higher realm. The atmosphere of the whole team was very positive. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to Astral Infant Level 5. After Xian Xianghua left, she never returned. Every half a month, Zhou Xuanji would send Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and Han Ximbua out to gather information. 6,000 li away, there was a city that did not belong to any dynasty or empire. It was under the protection of a sect, and from there, one could understand the situation of the world. Currently, the 2 hottest topics were Emperor Yan of Zhou's ascension and Juedi Cliff. The matter regarding the Tianxia map was exposed. Now that the entire world knew that the Tianxia map was hidden in Juedi Cliff, many first-rate experts flocked to Juedi Cliff. After Zhou Xuanji knew about it, he rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he escaped quickly. In addition, Xian Xianghua disappeared without a trace, and there was no more news about her. Time continued to pass. More than 3 months passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to Astral Infant Level 6, which made the others envious. The Tianxia map was indeed powerful. They were not jealous because Zhou Xuanji treated them really well after all. Whatever sword techniques they wanted to learn, Zhou Xuanji would not be stingy. However, before they learned a sword technique, they could not learn more. This day, Daoya old man suddenly sat down beside Zhou Xuanji and said softly, "I feel that something is wrong. When I divined your fates just now, I sense someone else's divine will. Someone is watching you. Chapter 185. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and glanced at him with a strange expression. Isn't this normal? He had so many enemies. Was there something wrong with divining him? Daoya old man frowned and said, that divine sense is very powerful. There are not many people who can surpass me in the northern wilderness region. They are all powerful hermits or old immortals. No matter who they are, once they set their eyes on us, we will be at a disadvantage. Zhou Xuanji could hear his worry and comforted him. Don't worry. If they can divine us, we will be found no matter where we go. It's better to focus on cultivation and increase our power. Daoya old man thought about it and nodded. But he was still worried, so he got up and left. He was prepared to set up a barrier around the area to block divine senses. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile and continued to cultivate. All he wanted now was to break through to astral projection as soon as possible. When that time came, he would no longer have to hide. Jiang Shui walked over with a grilled fish and sat beside him. Xuanji, eat some first, she said. With their cultivation, they could already abstain from food and did not need to eat. But they still loved the taste of food and could not give it up. Zhou Xuanji took the grilled fish and asked, how's your cultivation going? He took a bite. The fish skin was fragrant and crispy, and the meat was tender and smooth. The texture was excellent. This girl's cooking was getting better. Jiang Shui tucked her hair behind her ear and said, the wood rejuvenation technique is a little difficult, but I'm confident that I can master it. When that time comes, I can heal you guys even faster. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily and patted her head. You are already a qualified nanny. Jiang Shui blushed and stared at him. I'm still a virgin. Don't talk nonsense. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with a tinge of resentment. Why? Are you in a hurry to marry me? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked. Their relationship was already clear, but they had not broken through that barrier. After all, they were not married yet. Now that they were homeless, Zhou Xuanji did not dare to marry her. It was not that he was worried, but after marriage the responsibilities and mentality would change. Moreover, they were still young. Cultivators pursued the path of immortality, but unlike mortals, they did not give birth to children and end their lives. Humph, just you wait. Jiang Shui snorted. After that, she grabbed Zhou Xuanji's face and pulled it. Stop fooling around. What if I get stuck by a fishbone? A nascent soul realm cultivator was killed by a fishbone? Nonsense. The world is so big that nothing is too strange. You only know how to quibble. The two of them fooled around for a while, and only after Zhou Xuanji finished eating did Jiang Shui leave. She was prepared to roast some other wild game. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and created the Tianxia map again. He continued to study it. Every day he would spend time studying the Tianxia map. The Tianxia map should not only be a support-type treasure. He hoped to discover its attacking methods. Spring passed and autumn came. For months passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to Astral Infant level 7. At this rate, he would definitely be able to break through to the astral projection realm before Emperor Yan of Zhou ascended. Han Ximbua and Xiao Jinghong had also begun pushing for a breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm, and the others had also made some progress in their cultivation. Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin and Beixiao Wangjian were getting closer and closer to the Spirit Spring stage. With the three-eyed drought rodent around, they could always find all kinds of natural treasures. Coupled with the resources they obtained from the enemies, their cultivation speed was naturally fast. On this day, Zhou Xuanji began to break through to the 5th level of the Sword Qi Golden Body Incantation. Flesh Sword. Daoya old man took out a giant cauldron and placed many spirit herbs into it. At the same time, he set up a formation around the cauldron to gather spiritual qi from the heavens and the earth. The others stopped their cultivation and came over to watch. So many herbs. Can our master handle it? Beixiao Wangjian asked worriedly. Just by looking at the natural treasures in the cauldron, his scalp felt numb. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and asked, I can't. He immediately gave in and cried out, You can definitely do it. The others burst out in laughter. They were not worried about Zhou Xuanji. His endurance was unparalleled. Despite the severe injuries he suffered previously, he still managed to pull through. Moreover, he had the Tianxia map in his hand. Soon the cauldron boiled. Zhou Xuanji leaped into it and turned into a golden man instantly. Daoya old man stroked his long beard and muttered. This time, he should be able to form a flesh sword. So many treasures are great nourishment. Even the princes of the empire cannot afford to enjoy them. Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji worriedly but did not speak. Great Zhou, the main hall of the royal palace. Zhou Yalong knelt on the ground with an ugly expression. Do you know your mistake? A majestic voice came from the front. A middle-aged man wearing a black dragon robe sat on the throne. He was handsome and had an indifferent look in his eyes. It was Emperor Yan of Zhou, the Emperor of Great Zhou. He was also the most powerful cultivator in Great Zhou. Facing his question, Zhou Yalong gritted his teeth and said, I know my mistake. This time, he went to Juedi Cliff without telling Emperor Yan of Zhou. In the end, he returned empty-handed, and 4 of his companions died. It must be known that those people were the successors of the empires or sanctums. He could not deny that he had something to do with their deaths. We will ascend soon. By then you will be the emperor of Great Zhou. If Great Zhou dies in your hands, how will you face your ancestors? With Great Zhou's fate, you might not even have a good reincarnation. Everything must be done through your brain. Do you understand? Emperor Yan of Zhou tapped his finger on the armrest and said with a stern tone. Zhou Yalong took a deep breath and said, I will remember father's teachings. Great Shang severed ties with Haoqi alliance, and the little evil lord lost his manhood. We personally went to the Hanin divine sect, and they have agreed to marry Su Xianxian to you. She will be the empress of Great Zhou, and the day of your marriage will be the day of our ascension. Emperor Yan of Zhou continued to speak, and Zhou Yalong raised his head. He wanted to retort, but the words were stuck in his throat. He understood what Emperor Yan of Zhou meant. Great Zhou needed a backer. In Great Zhou, only the Sword Monarch and Shitan Changsha are powerful enough. But they are not enough. Su Xianxian is the disciple of the sect lord of the Hanin divine sect. If you treat her well, the Hanin divine sect will not mistreat you. You can have many women, but the position of empress must be of great help to you. Emperor Yan of Zhou stared at Zhou Yalong and said seriously. Zhou Yalong felt bitter in his heart and thought, back then you married my mother for this purpose? Cultivate well and don't go out during this period of time. The Qilance tendon will be sent to your residence soon. On the day of your ascension, Great Zhou will undergo a tribulation. As the crown prince, your burden is not light, Emperor Yan of Zhou said earnestly. Zhou Yalong could only nod in agreement. After he left, Shitan Changsha entered the palace. Your Majesty, according to our investigations, Sword God Zhou and Xian Xianghua appeared at Juedi Cliff and fought with the Huangquan twin devils in Chan, Tang and Xian Wang. Shitan Changsha knelt on the ground and said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with shock. In just a few years, Zhou Xuanji had grown to such a stage? Emperor Yan of Zhou squinted his eyes and said, Do you still remember what we ordered you to do? Chapter 186. This subordinate will always remember. Shitan Changsha cupped his fist and replied respectfully. He had followed Emperor Yan of Zhou for thousands of years and was extremely loyal. Emperor Yan of Zhou sighed and said, We no longer have any attachments in the mortal world. If Great Zhou stabilizes, you should ascend soon. We will wait for you in the upper realm. Shitan Changsha looked up at him with a complicated expression. The ruler and the minister looked at each other. Everything was understood without words. The winter snow danced in the air, covering the forest with a layer of silver. It was sad, beautiful, and full of vicissitudes. By the lake, Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, Xiao Jinghong, and the rest stood in a row, gazing at the vast snowy landscape. They could not help but sigh. Another year of snow. Unknowingly, Xuanji is almost 21. We passed another year in peace. Ha ha ha, there might be some rare treasures on such a snowy day. Emperor Yan of Zhou still has 2 years to ascend. Do you think Master will go? Everyone was talking and laughing, and behind them, Zhou Xuanji was still lying in the cauldron. At this moment, the surface of Zhou Xuanji's body was alternating between gold and silver. Hot air emanated from his body, making it so that the snow could not land on him. Daoya old man stood in front of the cauldron, playing with the three-eyed drought rodent in his hand. What kind of cultivation technique is this kid practicing? He has absorbed so many herbs, but he still hasn't broken through? He muttered with a curious look on his face. There were too many mysteries about Zhou Xuanji that he wanted to know. Unfortunately, this brat refused to say anything. Even Jiang Shui didn't know much. It made him feel as if his heart was being scratched by a cat. Half a month had passed since he entered the cauldron, and Zhou Xuanji had yet to come out. That was all. Another 3 days passed. Zhou Xuanji finally had a chance to break through. The mortal body divine sword was to refine the mortal body into a sword. He crossed his arms in a circle, and the Tianxia map in his right palm was faintly discernible. It attracted the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and formed a cyclone above the cauldron. My body is a sword, my heart is a sword, my eyes are a sword, my hair is a sword. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. Sword qi filled every part of his body. In terms of modern biology, if the sword qi turned into cells, he could form a fleshly legendary sword. Once he mastered it, every part of his body would become a sharp sword. Just a little more. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and roared. Boom! Spiritual energy violently surged into his body, causing the cauldron to shake violently. Everyone turned their heads to look, and all of them became excited. Master is going to succeed? Huang Lianxin cried out in surprise. They immediately walked over. Wait! Stay away from him. Daoya old man raised his hand and shouted with a nervous expression. Hearing this, everyone stopped in their tracks. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! Strands of sword qi flew out from the cauldron and soared into the sky like fireworks. It was an extremely magnificent sight. Such a powerful sword qi! Zhao Tsongjian exclaimed with a look of admiration. There was a loud bang. The huge cauldron exploded, and countless amounts of medicinal liquid splattered everywhere. Zhou Xuanji leaped up. His body was radiating with gold and silver radiance, and his sword qi was like a tornado that surrounded his body. Children, watch carefully. Today, I'll show you what it means to be a sword, and a sword is a man. I want to transform into a sword, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. His eyes shone with a silver light, and he looked like he would disappear at any moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly soared into the sky. His body was enveloped by the silver radiance, and he turned into a silver rainbow that spiraled rapidly in the sky. The snow was swept up and turned into gusts of cold wind. Everyone was looking forward to it anxiously and expectantly. After the silver radiance dissipated, Zhou Xuanji disappeared and was replaced by a silver long sword. The blade was snow-white and was engraved with all sorts of patterns. There were dragon scales, flames, demons, eagles, and so on. The two ends of the crossguard were dragon heads, and the end of the hilt was an emperor's crown. The entire sword looked majestic and was clearly a legendary sword. The long sword spiraled in the sky, and everyone was dumbfounded. Did Zhou Xuanji really turn into a sword? Swoosh! The long sword dived down and quickly transformed into Zhou Xuanji's figure, landing in front of them. Sword Qi Golden Body Incantation Level 5. Flesh Legendary Sword. Completed. Zhou Xuanji could sense the immense power in his body, and could not help but let out a long cry. His physical strength grew tremendously, and it could no longer be measured by human strength. The Sword Qi Golden Body Incantation was a physical cultivation technique after all. He turned to Chongming Demon Monarch and said with a smile, "Come, exchange fists with me." Chongming Demon Monarch was a 7th-rank demon and a bull demon. He had immense strength. Do I use my full strength or? Chongming Demon Monarch raised his brow and asked. He naturally did not want to be beaten up. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Full strength." Having heard that, he became excited immediately. I finally have a chance to teach Zhou Xuanji a lesson. We have agreed. You can only use your physical strength. You cannot use your spirit energy or swords. Chongming Demon Monarch walked to a nearby place and instructed. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others looked at him with hostility, but he pretended not to see them. Zhou Xuanji walked toward him and said with a smile, "I always keep my word. I said to compete in strength, so I will compete in strength." A human and a demon stood facing each other, 10 meters apart. No one stood behind them. Chongming Demon Monarch grew taller, and the muscles all over his body bulged. His bull horns towered into the sky, and the domineering aura of a demon was fully revealed. He patted his chest and said proudly, "My iron fists are invincible in Great Shang." Today he was going to show Zhou Xuanji how powerful he was. "How is it compared to Great Shang's Fury Buddha?" Zhou Xuanji asked in a mocking tone, which made Chongming Demon Monarch's face fall immediately. "Okay, I'm going to punch." Zhou Xuanji walked forward. Chongming Demon Monarch's eyes turned sharp and charged toward him as well. 10 meters was such a short distance for them. Both of them came up to each other almost in just one step. They punched almost at the same time. The powerful wind blew against everyone's face, and it hurt. With a loud bang, Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch's fists collided. The white dragon golden robe fluttered loudly. Zhou Xuanji's feet sank into the snow, and so did Chongming Demon Monarch. Both of them slid a step back. "Not bad. You have great strength," Chongming Demon Monarch praised, but he felt a little guilty in his heart. "Oh my, how can this guy be so strong?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Take another punch from me." After that, he punched out with his left fist. Chongming Demon Monarch reacted quickly and punched out as well. Bomb! Chongming Demon Monarch was sent flying backward. His massive body slid dozens of meters in the air before he landed. After he landed, he slid backward for another 10 meters, leaving 2 long ravines on the snowy ground. His left arm was trembling, and he looked up at Zhou Xuanji in fear. "How can it be?" Chongming Demon Monarch swallowed his saliva and mumbled to himself. The others were dumbfounded too. In terms of strength, Zhou Xuanji was already on par with a 7th-ranked demon, and he was a bull demon. Zhou Xuanji shook his numb left hand and said with a smile, "You have been training well recently. From tomorrow onwards, increase the intensity of your training." Having heard this, Chongming Demon Monarch became anxious immediately. "I'm already suffering enough. I can't increase it anymore." He was lazy by nature, and his current state of cultivation was much better than before. Zhou Xuanji walked up to Jiang Shui and asked proudly, "Did I transform into Sword Handsome?"